Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 3 of the newest member, a Naruto-Akatsuki fanfic. Summary. When the village he swore to protect pushes him to the edge, the enemy becomes his only family. Naruto Uzumaki always fought for Konoha's acknowledgment, but after a crushing rejection and facing relentless hatred for the beast sealed inside him, the Leaf's brightest shinobi finally breaks. Driven out of his home and ready to end it all, Naruto makes a final, desperate choice, only to be saved by the very people who were hunting him, the Akatsuki. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by NaruHinadorable, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 24, Bones of Havoc. They climbed from the crumbled hole in the roof which lead to the surface. It would be hard not to know what direction he was now traveling. Wherever it ran it left ruined devastation in its wake, from crumbled doors and walls to shattered trees and brush. The harsh daylight stung their eyes like pins. They had spent so long in the safety of Orochimaru's hideout it was hard to adjust to the daylight. Hinata was the first to crawl out of the makeshift porthole her lover had created. Nagato was next, helping Konan and the rest get to their feet, only to pause in utter shock at the scenery that lay before them. The dense jungle of Orochimaru's hideout had always made it hard to discover, from thick bamboo to light brush. It was different now. A burning tunnel cut its way through the brush like a train of orange flames, setting trees and living things alight as if sped across the jungle, as if a river of hell had made its way through the heartland of the jungle. Deidara formed a clade bird. Konan followed suit by forming butterfly from a sheet of paper and sending it up in the air to get a clear view of the hellish carnage. They turned to the others, concern in their eyes. "What do you see, Konan?" "A stream of fire, making its way to the land of whirlpools. You can see it rip through the woods as it sprints towards its prey." Hinata's eyes grew wide. "What do we do?" Nagato began making his way towards the burning path. He looked over his shoulder. "We follow the road he is making and pray he does not run into any trouble." Sasori chuffed. "The way he is running, anything he runs into is dead for sure." They holstered their equipment and weapons. The sound of fluttering cloaks sounded as they summoned their cloaks from scrolls and suited up. In less than a minute the large swarm of red-clouded cloaks were sprinting across the road of burning trees and endless ash. Naruto had lost all control over his anger. He was beyond the help peace and serenity. This was boiling rage, or had Naruto let the Nine Tails take control? "We will be there soon, Naruto. Do you want to switch back when we arrive?" "No. No? What do you plan on doing?" "Nothing. I'm going to let my best friend do it." "You mean?" "That's right, Kurama. Consider it an early Christmas present. I am giving you full control. I feel you deserve a little treat for all you have done." "What is your will?" "Master. Simple, go to the hidden Eddie's village in the land of whirlpools. And kill them all." "All of them?" "All of them. I want Sasuke's fucking head, Kurama. I want you to slowly kill him and everyone he calls his allies. I want them all slaughtered and left for the crows to fucking shit on. I want Sakura to watch as her beloved Uchiha's throat is spilled across the goddamned dirt. I want them fucking dead." Naruto's rage burned through the Kyuubi's mind. The hatred of the Uchiha was a mere splinter compared to the immense rage that powered Kurama's Jinchuriki. Kurama was a little afraid of his master, but at the same time he felt even closer to the man he was sealed inside. Naruto had become the human embodiment of Kurama, not just a host to be sealed within. Naruto's clan were killed by the Uchiha. no doubt ordered by Konoha to eliminate their allies before they became too strong or their jutsu fell into enemy hands. He would not let a single one of them desecrate his people's lands any more than they already had. This will be fun indeed. Very well, Naruto. I will bring you their heads. He let out a roar of triumph as he was set free on the mortals who dared insult his host. He too had a personal grudge against the Uchiha. Danzo was in deep thought. The village had accepted his grand rule like putting on a new sock. The elders supported his actions and even the feudal lord agreed that his past experience would serve the village well. He was having issues, however, with ninja whom were loyal to Tsunade and Kakashi. These ninja were searching around where they had no right to. Guy had already been imprisoned. After losing a few toes, he cried out the information they wanted. Danzo had called off the search in the Land of Iron. Thankfully, he had barely avoided a quarrel with Mifune of the samurai. There was a knock at the door. Lord Hokage. Come in. A woman walked into the room, carrying a vanilla envelope. We may have found Naruto Uzumaki, or at least the Kyuubi. He placed down the vanilla envelope and pushed it over to Danzo. It was sealed with a top security seal that very few people could open once sealed. It was meant for Elder and Kage eyes only. He deactivated the seal and pulled out several photos that were still warm from the machine. Each photo showed a chaotic scene of the blazing jungle, its land scorched in a scar that looked as if it was traveling. More photos showed closer images and different angles of the strange anomaly. The last photo is what truly caught Danzo's attention. What am I looking at here? An enlarged picture of the Kyuubi at the head of the trail. The Kyuubi is the one scaring the ground behind its immense speed. Look at the horizon. What are those? Buildings, ruins of the hidden Eddie's village. Naruto's homeland. Great work, you shall receive bonus pay. As of tomorrow you are my new assistant. Thank you, sir, I'm happy I picked the right side in all of this. Your work with the previous Hokage is renowned. You have told me all her secrets, hideouts, weaknesses and allies. You were the one who told me where Naruto was when he ran from the village. You diverted all search parties from that particular area. You knew where he was dying. You also helped me imprison Guy and torture members of Sakura Haruno's family for information. You truly are a devious one. Do you care at all for Tsunade? I mean only to serve you to the best of my ability, Lord Hokage. That bitch would have fell long ago had it not been for my hard work. Danzo pulled the woman onto the table. She came willingly and lay there, her eyes filled with lust as Danzo kissed down her neck and licked her cheek in a disturbing fashion only a sadist like her would enjoy. She unbuttoned her shirt and made him feel her breasts, moaning slightly. If they come anywhere near you, my lord, I'll have their tongues on display for all of Konoha to see. Your hard efforts will be rewarded. Shizen. The building shook as the earthquake grew more intense, as if moving towards them. Dust and loose stone that had been left undisturbed for generations began to tremble and shake loose from the structures. Kakashi and the others were forced to stand under the doorways to avoid debris falling down on them. Kakashi was worried. Unlike the others, he sensed immense chakra from outside growing closer. He did not want to warn them just yet. The last thing they needed was to panic or be ready to strike without knowing what it was. Kakashi knew almost hundreds of allies with powerful chakra, but the closer it got, the more familiar yet frightening it became. It's only getting worse. Tsunade nodded. Should we go outside? It might bring down the building. Kakashi shook his head. It's too dangerous. It's like stone rain in some of these rooms. Asuma felt the inside of his pocket. The beacon Danzo had gave him was ready to use. He squeezed it, and it silently hummed. He thought now was the best time to use it. If they were trapped in the rubble or in trouble, the best option of survival he had was through Danzo. He would be with his wife by nightfall if all went well. The chakra beacon would send out large pulses of chakra that could only be traced by the person with the receiver. Asuma knew his betrayal would anger his friends, but his betrayal was only to save his child and the last of the Sarutobi clan. He began to feel the chakra growing closer. Dear God, what is that? Who is that? Calm down, Asuma. Stay under the doorway. Oh God. I'm getting out of here. Kakashi grabbed his arm. Get back here! Get the fuck off me! He swiped away at Kakashi's hand, tripping over a loose stone as he fell. He hit the ground and the beacon slid from his pocket across the floor under Kakashi's feet. He bent over and picked it up, dawning realization as he recognized one of Danzo's handy locator beacons. His eyes grew wide and disappointed as he looked up at the shaken Asuma. Kakashi did not remove his glare from Asuma. He threw the beacon over to Tsunade. Her face twisted in both pain and anger. What is it, Tsunade? Sakura moved closer. It's a locator beacon. Danzo's beacon. Shikamaru shook his head. No. That can't be right, Asuma would nev. Look at it, Shikamaru. It's turned on for God's sakes. Right now it is sending a steady pulse to Danzo's receiver. He will be here in an hour or so. Anko snarled. Turn the fucking thing off then. It can't be turned off, Anko. He knows we are here now, there is no need to destroy it. It may come in handy. Should we be discussing things like this in front of him? Sasuke pointed at Asuma, who was still on the floor not knowing what to do. Asuma shook his head. Damn it, I have family back at Konoha. I got caught up in the wrong shit, and Danzo pulled me aside when we were taken to the prison. He offered me Kurenai's safety, and I took it okay. Anko flared. Do you think you are the only one who has family in trouble? You let him play you, Asuma. Shikamaru's fists tightened. Is it true, Asuma-sensei? Did you sell us out to save your own family? You know I would do anything to save my child, Shikamaru. You were to become his sensei. Why can't you understand? Kakashi stepped forward and ripped the Konoha badge from Asuma's chest. You have heard me say it 1,000,000 times, Asuma. Have you forgotten? Forgot what? Those who forsake their friends are worse than trash. Family or not, we would have saved Kurenai and your child. You were too hasty. I don't care about that bullshit, Kakashi. You will all be killed by Danzo men and the village will go back to the way it was. Danzo offered me great rewards if I helped stray people away from Naruto's body. Shikamaru's jaw dropped. What did you say? I helped direct search parties from Naruto's place. I stalled them and followed Danzo's orders. I will not have my child grow up with a demon Hokage. Kakashi pulled his kunai, his eyes filing with rage. Anko had never seen him like this before. That's it. I've had it with you people. Asuma jumped back and pulled open his chest. The vest was lined with large, deadly paper bombs and shuriken. Those who were not killed in the explosion would surely be killed by the shrapnel and debris let loose by the suicide vest. Asuma was clearly mad with love for his child, so much that he would kill all his friends and Hokage to do so. Kakashi backed away slowly, his hands balled into tight fists. Anko went to his side and tried comforting him. Sasuke's eyes were wide with fear, not fear of Asuma or his bombs, but fear of an old friend. His whole body began to tremble. Sakura and Tsunade noticed and turned. Sasuke, what is wrong? The earthquake stopped. They all realized it was silent, and the debris had stopped falling. They had failed to notice under all the commotion between Asuma and Kakashi. Asuma did not notice. He began to back slowly away towards the door. Sasuke shakily drew his kunai and activated his Sharingan. Sasuke, what is wrong? He's here. Who here? The wall exploded outward as the Kyuubi's head smashed through the meter-thick stone. Its jaws clamped onto Asuma's arm and tore it off. He fell back in a screaming heap of blood and outrage. The Kyuubi pulled him in and swallowed the screaming Sarutobi. They could see Asuma's body disappear into the chakra-flaming mouth of the Kyuubi. Its arm smashed through the wall and missed Shikamaru by an inch. The room was already hot from the steaming mouth of the Kyuubi. Kakashi had never seen Naruto meet such a high level of Nine Tails power. Shikamaru screamed out and tried to go after Asuma's corpse. Kakashi picked him and ran. Everyone else bolted down the stone corridor. The Kyuubi screamed after them. Sasuke Uchiha! Your friend, Naruto Uzumaki, bids you farewell. Kakashi's eyes grew even wider. He is not in control at the moment. Did he let it free or was he taken over? The Kyuubi squeezed through the hole like an octopus in a crack, filling the corridor from roof to wall. a complete wall of burning chakra with the bone-armored mouth of Naruto ready to rip their flesh to tatters if they fall behind. The Kyuubi wall began to move after them as they ran down what seemed like miles of corridors. It looked like a blood-red tide of fire, blood and hate screaming after them, drawing closer and closer. A wild rabbit ran the opposite direction to the others and ran straight into the wall of chakra. They watched the small body melt, then burst into a cloud of black flaming smoke. Don't fall behind, whatever you do! Is it Naruto? I don't think so. It's the Nine Tails itself, which means it is even more dangerous. They saw a bright light up ahead, the main exit and entrance to the city center. There they would be more out in the open and able to maneuver out of the Kyuubi's way. It was easier to call it the Kyuubi than it was to call it Naruto. They were all still uncertain if the attack was Naruto's doing. The light reached them and they all leaped out of the darkness and into the dusty city streets of the ruined village. They all spread out as soon as they climbed the stairs into the colder outside air. The Kyuubi burst out of the tunnel and formed itself back into its armored Kyuubi shell. It had become at least 3 stories high and was fuming with chakra. Kakashi's eyes grew wide with fear. Seven Tails! The Kyuubi landed in the middle of a dry blasted park. They all spread out and prepared for a fight, climbing its outbuildings. They knew it would be impossible for them to run away. The Nine Tails snarled at the group of ninja, taking in their chakra and measuring up their abilities. But most of all, searching for Sasuke. Tsunade stepped forward and beckoned at the Kyuubi. It turned snarling at her. Its breath smelt like smoke and brimstone. Naruto, what the hell have you done? Why are you here? I am no longer Naruto, Hokage. I've been set free for a little while. To kill you all! No longer Naruto? What the hell have you done? What my master has ordered me to do. The Kyuubi was cut off mid-sentence and bowed his head, as if listening to someone. Naruto will speak to you now. The bone jaws of the Kyuubi opened, revealing the steaming mouth of the Kyuubi. The mouth parted and stretched open. The reaction of the ninja was no different. Sitting cross-legged on the Kyuubi's tongue was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. His stomach seal was open and black water seemed to leak from the seal as if a wound ruptured his stomach. The black water seemed to join with the Kyuubi. What they were seeing was not actually the body of Naruto. His real body was the Nine Tails itself. Naruto's illusion stared up. His eyes were completely black like ink apart from the 2 burning pupils that shone like red-hot coals in a furnace. Sakura's hand crept into Sasuke's. Her mouth trembled. Naruto, why? Why? You kill me twice and ask me why? His fists balled and his teeth were bared. His rage was open for the world to see, like a boiling cauldron of hate poured on a small anthill. Sakura recoiled from his fierce outburst. She was stupid to ask. He was right. Sasuke, however, moved forward and positioned his kunai in a defensive stance. You come to my homeland and dirty it with your little fucking footsteps, the same village that the Uchiha destroyed in order to protect Konoha. You ask why? Why do I want you dead? You ain't fucking believable. Tsunade frowned. She had never heard this before. The village was destroyed by the other nations. Bullshit. The Uchiha were sent to destroy the village and make it seem like an enemy attack. Are you blind? Look around you, there are kunai and shuriken that are only used in Konoha. The buildings are scorched with flame jutsu. The seal in this village was broken when a goddamned Uchiha entered its premises. Don't be so goddamned blind. Tsunade realized he was right. There was a jutsu that was set down to keep the attackers from coming back to claim the rewards. Konoha had investigated the massacre scene, but no Uchiha were ever reported in or sent out on rescue operations. All of the Eddie's village operations were under the supervision and control of the elders, she then realized. She felt like such a fool. Danzo, burn in hell. Sasuke spoke up. Naruto, end your quest for revenge. You will only end up in the same place I was in with Itachi. Give yourself up and we can work this all out. I'm sorry for killing you. I had no choice but to protect Sakura and the village. Don't make me do it again, old friend. Naruto stared blankly for a minute, then threw back his head in hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha, do you really think I am comparable to you, Sasuke? You and I are nothing alike. Unlike you, I can kill the ones I want dead. Because I'm no longer weak like you. I must thank you for killing me, Sasuke. With your help I unlocked the power of the Kyuubi and my revenge is oh so clear right now. First I'd burn Konoha. Then I'd burn you and Sakura. He threw back his head and laughed harder. Nagato saw the smoky ruin of the city up ahead. The faint orange glow of Naruto's tails could be seen flailing behind the city buildings. His own anger was at a rise also, but he felt more concern over Naruto than he did a village long dead. He could sense the distress in Hinata also. Naruto meant the world to both of them. The other members followed close behind, Itachi at the very back. His mind was deep in thought, and he barely took notice of the carnage they ran towards. This is all going wrong. I'm a Uchiha and my people killed his clan and set their village alight. Will Naruto turn on me next? Is he going to truly kill Sasuke? This is all crumbling down around me. In the end I need to save Sasuke and get the hell out of here. I thought I could hold this cover for longer. I had so many good times with the Akatsuki, but I joined the Akatsuki to protect my brother from the truth. It makes me wonder if Nagato will lash out at me. Is something wrong, Itachi? Konan was sprinting beside him, sensing his internal distress. Sasuke is definitely there. Along with the Hokage and the rest. Deidara chuffed. By the time we get there, no one will be left. I mean, look at that fox. Sasori snickered. Are you afraid? Deidara-chan. Shut up, Woody. I don't need your scrutiny. Nagato turned to the others, his glare silencing them as order was required. He needed to get priorities straight with them. They were there to watch over Naruto and wait for his rampage to end and take him back safely. He cleared his throat and began. We are here to watch over Naruto and help him if it's needed. You cannot interact with him, it may be too dangerous. He may be in control of the Kyuubi, but I'm more afraid of the Kyuubi having no control over him. What do you mean, Nagato? Naruto's fury may be too powerful, even for the Kyuubi to handle. His hatred for the Uchiha and Konoha may be uncontrollable. Which is why we must all stay our distance and by no means interfere or interact with Naruto. The Kyuubi might even be having trouble with its master. Hinata's lips trembled. So, no one can reach Naruto? Is he lost completely? Well, if there was anyone who could snap him out of his hatred, save him from that boiling rage, it's you. Naruto was now glaring at them all. Once they were his friends and comrades, now they were prey. His obsidian eyes scanned them over, then he grinned ferociously at them. He could sense the fear and grief in them, he could almost taste it. Causing them fear filled him up with power he never knew was attainable, as if their lives were in his hands. Seeing them in pain brought pure bliss to his blackened soul. Naruto chuckled, causing Sasuke to stiffen and grow cold. His rage began to boil and cast aside his fear. He stepped forward and snarled. Long ago my clan came here and slaughtered yours, now you want me dead. Now it is clear what I must do, Naruto. Do tell. I'm going to finish the job and wipe your cursed clan off the face of the earth. You have angered me for the last time, Sasuke. Talking was over, they all sprung into action as the battle begun. The tongue holding Naruto rolled back in and the mouth closed tight like a trap, the bone jaws snapping down over its head like the visor to a knight's helmet. The Kyuubi then roared as Kurama was given control once more. Sasuke dashed off to the side, charging towards a large steel tower. He collided with the surface and charged his feet as he climbed 5 stories up the tower. Tsunade and Shikamaru sprinted off to the left in search of a tall building to gain a battlefield overview, while Kakashi darted over to Anko. She was his first priority. He then realized why Asuma had done it. To protect his family, he would give his life. But Asuma chose the wrong path. He sold out his friends instead of having faith and trusting in them. His end came from selfish desire, God rest his soul. Sakura moved to Anko and Kakashi, her eyes darting over her shoulder to see Sasuke, standing atop the metal tower. The group had split into 3, they formed a large triangle around the Kyuubi, who was facing the top point being Sasuke. If there was trouble, At least one of the group could attack or escape the Kyuubi from alternating angles, a simple shinobi formation. Sasuke stared down at the roaring creature that had once been his best friend. He drew his fabled Uchiha sword, that was destined to silence Naruto forevermore. He screamed, "Naruto! It ends now!" He leaped off the tower and flew towards the Kyuubi. Kunai in one hand, katana in the other. The Kyuubi slapped him out of the air like a fly, sending Sasuke spiraling towards an abandoned marketplace. They were all now atop rooftops and balconies. Taking on the Kyuubi at ground level would be suicide. Sakura saw the spiraling body of Sasuke and yelled, "Sasuke!" her fear dawning at the sight of his unconscious state. As if her call was medicine, he awoke from his state and Yuro spun back around midair, hitting the dusty pavement like a cat, on all fours and unharmed. The Kyuubi snarled at Sakura, knowing all too well she would be just as much a problem as Sasuke. It threw back its head like a wolf calling to the moon, or in this case a fox. Its jaws split wide open and its mouth followed suit. A barrage of tiny blue and red orbs began to spiral around its mouth like a ring of Saturn, combining together into one large purple mass of devastation. Kakashi was all too familiar with this power. "Everyone get down! Bijudama!" A ball of pure chakra shot from the Kyuubi's mouth. It tore through buildings and pavement like paper as it shot towards Sakura. Kakashi grabbed Sakura and Anko and dived into the window of a nearby building. The Bijudama missed them by inches and continued to fly down the city. It collides with a large apartment building. The world goes silent for a second, then erupts in purple light and fire as an explosion with a 100-meter radius vaporizes a whole city block. Fire and debris rain in all directions and fills the streets with columns of spreading flames. Kakashi knew that the Kyuubi had watered down its Bijudama to avoid destroying the whole village along with itself. The streets were melted and on fire. The very sight of a hellscape like this sent shivers up their spines. "Are you two okay?" "Head hurts like a bitch, but I'm okay." "What about you, Sakura?" Fine." Meanwhile, city blocks over from their position, Tsunade and Shikamaru had climbed a 6-story bank facility. Tsunade was glad that the hidden Eddie's village was always built up and not outward. They could easily scout and tactically survey the battlefield. They were both ducked behind a concrete ledge that separated them from 6 stories of free-falling. Shikamaru was still in shock over Asuma's betrayal and death, but he managed to pull his emotions together and regain his calm and cool state that would separate him from bursting into tears. Tsunade peered over the ledge to take notes on the battleground below. The two of them were unharmed by the Bijudama. Only dust and small rocks had made it up that far. Kakashi was a few blocks away and was looking after Sakura and Anko, which was some good news at least. Sasuke was fully recovered and seemed to be making his way towards the Kyuubi, ready to fight. The Kyuubi was now sniffing them all out, not aware of the incoming attack. Sasuke yelled aloud, "Hey Naruto, I'm not done with you yet!" The Kyuubi roared in intense rage. Sasuke did not flinch a bit. Instead he redrew his katana. It shimmered as it left its sheath, whining through the air as if it were singing Naruto's death. Using its tails, the Kyuubi grasped and tore out houses and large slabs of concrete with its immense strength. Sasuke began to sprint, picking up speeds that would dazzle a horse. A large piece of concrete was hurling towards Sasuke. Without losing any of his momentum he leaped, forward flipping of the debris and landing on the ground in a flat-out sprint, the obstacle not feigning his speed in the slightest. He tossed aside his kunai, placing both hands on his fabled Kyuubi went into an all-out rage, throwing debris at Sasuke. A small house was hurtling towards him. He had little time. He spotted the aligning windows of the house and leaped into the window and flew out the other side of the house. The Kyuubi screamed in fury, picking up a large power pole with its tail and throwing it like a spear at Sasuke, hoping to impale the Uchiha like a kebab. Sasuke jumped up and landed on the long pole, running along its surface like a treadmill. He began to rapidly progress through the correct hand signs of his most deadly Katon Jutsu. Katon, Gakaki no Jutsu! With fingers to his mouth, a large ball of volcano-hot fire exploded from his mouth and rolled towards the Kyuubi. It was the opportunity everyone was waiting for. Kakashi leaped out from the building and copied Sasuke's jutsu. An identical ball of molten hot fire spewed from Kakashi's mask and rolled towards the Kyuubi. Two large orbs of deadly fire were approaching the Kyuubi from opposite was going as planned. Shikamaru leaped off the bank and landed on a lower building next to the Kyuubi. He was in perfect range. Pulling the unique hand sign of the Nara clan, multiple tendrils of pure shadows crept formed Shikamaru and strangled the Kyuubi like black pythons, forcing it to the ground. Tsunade and Sakura met up in the middle and rolled up their sleeves. Sakura slid on a pair of leather gloves and awaited the fireballs to collide with the Kyuubi, so they could strike as teacher and student. The Kyuubi had no chance in its current state to survive an attack of such size. Naruto, I cannot handle their attack, we only have seconds before it impacts. From inside the Kyuubi's mind, Naruto smugly replied. I guess we have no choice then. Get the job done, Kurama. The Kyuubi exploded in a cloud of smoke as the two fireballs collided together. The Kyuubi was trapped between these two sun-hot orbs of death. The explosion was massive, almost comparable to the Bijudama fired earlier. Sakura and Tsunade ducked down behind a bench as dust and smoke filled the town square. Kakashi and Sasuke could not see the form of the Kyuubi through the smoke and debris that filled the skyline. They hoped it was unconscious, but prayed it was dead. Shikamaru, however, was still as tense as before, still holding the jutsu. Kakashi and Sasuke ran to Shikamaru's position. What's wrong, Shikamaru? There is still something there. Dead? I'm not sure, but... Oh God! A loud booming laugh soared out into the sky, its tone filled with both dark humor and intense hatred. It laughed long and hard at the feeble attempts of the insignificant mortals it was fighting. Kakashi and Sasuke were shock silent. Their attack would have wiped out a whole army. To think the Kyuubi was still alive after an attack like that was stupid, and yet here they were, growing pale and cold as the hidden Kyuubi roared its laughter. Sakura felt the deep, hateful laugh pierce her soul and let cold fear creep into her. She felt like a small, weak child. Both the Kyuubi and Naruto's voice called out in perfect synchronization, forming together to form something even more terrifying. Ha 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 ha, did you think we were defeated? Shikamaru kicked the wall in anger. How? How the fuck are you still alive? The Kyuubi roared. The smoke was blown away and dissipated, leaving the Kyuubi and the truth out in the open for all to see. The Kyuubi was no longer a chakra fiend clad in armor. The Kyuubi's body was changing. Blood vessels and rock-hard muscles were forming around the bones, turning the Kyuubi into a hairless and skinless grinning demon, its eighth tail sprouting from its backside and joined the other seven. Kakashi was staring into the eye of a near unstoppable force. 8 tails. He avoided the damage by powering up another tailed form. Have you lost all control, Naruto? You are all so weak. Now tell me, who wants to die first? Ahahaha. Just outside the city, a group of young ninja charged towards the chaotic battlefield ahead of them. They bore no allegiance to the Akatsuki, Tensei or Danzo. They were free ninja who were fighting for their leader. Among the rank of ninjas were scattered jounin, senseis and parents. All tired of the tyrannical rule that Danzo had shrouded over the village, they all marched as equals for the same cause. To bring back their leader, the true Hokage. The group halted at the ridge, taking in the explosive battlefield that they would delve into. A man stepped forward and turned to the group. If a leader was needed, then who else but someone who was technically related to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. I'm not much of a leader. I've spent most of my ninja life lurking in the shadows and killing my enemies through espionage or assassination. But today is different. We march now to save our leader and comrades who are stuck in this war. We are here to silence our fallen friend once more. I know you all feel sad and hurt to be hunting down Naruto Uzumaki, but would it not be better for him to be killed by his friends out of kindness? Or would you rather Danzo get his hands on Naruto and use him as a weapon? The group shook their heads. They were all tense. My sealing technique, passed down to me through Hashirama Senju's DNA, will not contain the Kyuubi after its 4th tail. Naruto has lost control over his emotions and his body. He is on his 8th tail as we speak. Many of you veterans know all too well what that means. His power will be immense, and we must kill him to save these lands from devastation. I ask you all now, As even people, we no longer have teams or squads, we are all friends and allies here. So I ask you, will you fight with me? He pointed at each of the gathered groups, naming them off one by one. Former Team Kurenai, Kiba, Akamaru and Shino. We will fight. Former Team Guy, Rock Lee, Ten and the recently rescued Guy Sensei. Yes. Former Team Asuma, Choji and Ino. We will fight with you. Teachers, parents, and fellow jounin. Irika, Inoichi, Shikaku, Choza, Lord Hayashi, Sai, Kotetsu and Izumo. We will fight, Naruto must be stopped. They all raised their kunai to the sky and roared. The true Hokage followers mustered for battle and charged down the valley towards either a certain victory or a certain death. They would rendezvous with the Hokage's forces and form a grand army. Yamato dropped back and checked on Guy. His foot was fully healed and the missing toes gave him a slight limp. Rock Lee and Ten had personally followed the prison carriage and pulled their sensei free and silenced the guards. Everyone was aware of the hostile takeover. All they had to do was play innocent and wait their chance. The war would soon begin. They would be in the city in 10 minutes, maybe less. On the opposite side of the city, approaching at an equal speed, were the corrupt ones. A legion of 100 Umbu ninja marched towards the city, clad in black armor and holding the standard of the new Leaf Village. The emblem showed a burning leaf, which would normally signify the land of fire and the Leaf Village, but truthfully it meant the old village had been burned away and a new village had risen in its place. For large ninja carried a large chair on poles. Sitting atop the throne was none other than Danzo himself, gazing out at the battle, Shizen at his side. He signaled for a halt. The legion's commander then barked out orders. Attention! The rows of black-armored Umbu turned to their Hokage, stiff as stone and saluting in a perfect trained synchronization. Danzo stood and addressed his legionaries, a proud expression upon his face. We have received word that ninja from the Leaf have escaped and rescued imprisoned ninja. Heed my words well, my warriors, kill them all, take no prisoners and bring me the Kyuubi alive if possible, otherwise its head will do fine. Glory to the burning leaf! Glory to the burning leaf! The legion turned and began to march towards the hidden Eddie's village. Their footsteps boomed, sounding like a war drum. Danzo turned to Shizen and gestured. I want you to lead the attack. I'm giving you chain of command, Shizen. Yes, Lord Danzo, what will you do? I'm going to sit back and watch the fireworks, my dear. Don't fail me. No, sir, I won't. She ran to the front of the legion, falling in line with the company commander and exchanging battlefield tactics and chain of command protocols. The legion would be in the city in 30 minutes, maybe less. Nagato and the other members of Tensei were in the tattered outskirts of the hidden Eddie's village. They decided to move more slowly and quietly through the city. They had no idea if there were traps or enemy attacks waiting for them. Itachi, Nagato and Hinata used their ocular powers to the full extent, scouting out every crevice for an enemy or trap. Finding nothing, they relaxed. Itachi nodded. No traps, but I can hear them fighting. Naruto is on his 8th tail. Nagato flinched. 8th tail. I hoped I would never see the 8th tail, it can't be helped. We must get to him as soon as we can. Hinata was getting angry. She needed to be with Naruto before anything bad happened. Do not worry, Hinata, we are about a good 5 minutes away from the city center. Hinata nodded, but was still worried nonetheless. Tensei then began to run towards the sound of explosions and the roar of their enraged team member. Itachi figured the best time to leave would be during the battle when everyone is occupied with the battle. He hoped he could grab Sasuke in time. In 30 minutes, all sides would clash. The battlefield would become a triangle once more. All he could do now was wait and relay the information to Madara from his hiding place in a tree. He figured now would be the time to phase back and inform the Akatsuki on the war about to happen. Zetsu phased through the bark and formed miles away in a secret cavern. The Akatsuki members sat, sharpening blades and strapping on equipment. Their red clouds glowed in the dark. Zetsu phased through the floor and greeted his fellow members. Things are getting interesting up there. Kakazu, Kabuto, and Kisame grinned. They had been waiting for Zetsu's signal. Kabuto sat at a lab table, experimenting with scrolls and drops of blood, one of which held the label, Sanina. Kisame was feeding Samahata his chakra. Kakuzu was sewing a new heart into his body. They all were preparing for battle. Zetsu looked around the room, puzzled. Where is Tobi? Madara, you mean? He's... The dark voice responded from the shadows. I'm here. Make your report, Zetsu. Black Zetsu coldly replied. Yes, the three groups are about to battle in the Hidden Eddies village. The battlefield will end up being a triangle. Kisame raised an eyebrow. 3 armies. That's correct. Naruto is already battling the former Hokage and her ninja. His reinforcements, Tensei, are approaching behind him. There is also a large group of Leaf Ninja loyal to Tsunade are approaching from behind her. They will also combine to make a larger force. Madara chuckled darkly. And the third army? Danzo loyalists, what's left of the Hidden Leaf village is now under his tyrannical control. Well then. Why don't we drop off a housewarming gift for the supposed Uzukage? Is it ready, Kabuto? The snake-like man grinned. Yes, Madara, he is almost ready. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 25, Fall of the Cherry Blossom. The city center was a molten crater of fire and debris. It was hard to believe such a wreckage had once been the busy streets of one of the most advanced cities at the ninja world. The 8-tailed Kyuubi stared down at the puny mortals below. They all looked like toppled chess pieces to him. He had reached the grand power of his 8th tail, and repelled the devastating fires of Kakashi and Sasuke's fireball attacks. He spotted out the torn expressions of Sasuke and Shikamaru, almost feeding off the pity they now felt. All their attacks had meant nothing to this grand force of eternal hatred. Was there any use in fighting back against this powerful beast that held Naruto? No. This is Naruto. I have to realize he is beyond saving. Tsunade saw the fear in her fellow ninja. She knew something had to be done. The battle was far from over, and the last thing they needed was fear and hopelessness among the group. She looked at the snaring fox, the child she once. Get ready, this is not the end and we are far from done. You are all some of the Leaf Ninja's best fighters, don't forget it. Naruto made his choice, and we have made ours. Finish him once and for all. The ninja raised their heads and patted the debris from their body. They all looked pumped and ready to fight again. The Kyuubi had waited long enough. It lunged at Sasuke and Kakashi with claws outstretched, ready to turn them into Sharingan kebabs. They leaped to the side and scaled a nearby building, drawing the Kyuubi away from the others as they all scrambled to battle positions. Kakashi and Sasuke dodged as a fist smashed into the wall behind them as the Kyuubi climbed up the building after them, its mouth open and snapping at them with each closer step. Why are you running? Are you not Konoha's elite? Ha 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 ha. One of the Kyuubi's tails came down like a striking scorpion, tearing a large hole in the building between Kakashi and Sasuke. They were separated and vulnerable. Sasuke knew what had to be done. He looked at Kakashi and tapped his eye. Kakashi moved to lift his headband. Sasuke shook his head and pointed at himself. Kakashi began to realize what Sasuke intended to do. Amaterasu. Kakashi charged the Kyuubi, dodging and rolling from side to side as lamppost-sized claws struck down at the ground. He gripped his forearm and charged his Raikiri. Its howling screech sounded in the war-torn air as he charged towards the Kyuubi. A well-placed blow to one of the Kyuubi's legs would cause it to lose balance and grip on the building and fall. His hand collided with the fleshy muscle of the Kyuubi's leg. The Raikiri sizzled as the 8-tailed fox's skin was shocked. The shock caught the Kyuubi by surprise and it leaped off the building to avoid any more damage. It hit the ground on all fours and roared up at them. Sasuke closed his eyes and let his chakra flow into his right eye, getting ready to release. Amaterasu! Black flames billowed from his eyes as a long trickle of blood ran down his cheek. The forever burning flames surged towards the Kyuubi like a black storm cloud, about to engulf him completely. The Kyuubi turned around as if about to run from the flames. Sasuke felt a deep sense of triumph grow within him. There was no way he could outrun it. The Kyuubi raised all 8 tails and fanned them downwards in an enormous gale force blow, sending debris and buildings into the flames, catching the debris on fire and stopping any flames from reaching the Kyuubi. Worse yet, the black meteors were flying towards the tower they stood upon. "Sasuke, run!" Kakashi roared as salvos of Amaterasu engulfed debris and shrapnel collided with the side of the tower, burning and crushing it all into oblivion. Sakura gasped as the large tower collapsed in on itself under the tremendous destruction the Kyuubi dealt. Her hand went to her mouth as if holding back screams. They had not seen Sasuke or Kakashi leave the tower before it collapsed. Thoughts of pure sorrow filled her mind. Were they dead? Would they be defeated by Naruto no differently? Tsunade shook her head, worried but serious. "If they are gone, now is not the time to mourn. There are still your other friends to protect, right? We have to go check." Tsunade slapped Sakura. It was the first time she had ever been truly hit by Tsunade. It looked like Tsunade was pained to do such an act. Her face was cold and trembling. Tsunade placed her hand on Sakura's shoulder, and she sighed. "I'm sorry, but this is war, Sakura. I hoped you would never experience this in your lifetime. Your friends will die. There is no stopping it. Your friends and family mean nothing to the enemy. They won't stop and spare your friends. That is why you must keep fighting. I lost my little brother and fiancé to war. If I went to check on them like you plan on doing now, I would be just as dead as they are. Are you okay now?" "Yes, what now?" Tsunade turned to Shikamaru, who was peering over the ledge surveying the battlefield and making tactical observations. He turned to Tsunade and shook his head, obviously in distress. The lines in his forehead showed more than simple stress, it showed the lines of mourning that would no doubt occur after the battle was over. He pointed to 2 towers across the city center. They were linked together with a large bridge. He scratched his chin. "We can pin the Kyuubi under the bridge and bring it down. That should give us a chance to escape. But that would require the manpower we don't have. I'm talking about a bonus 5 hands here. We barely have enough force to tickle the damn thing. I can't think of anything." The sound of crashing boots sounded from behind the small group. It was not the sound of a clawed foot or the limb clutter of a corpse, but a real man clad in Konoha's green vest. "Since when was my son such a mess? You can have all the manpower you need, Shikamaru." They all turned, wide-eyed at the man who stood before them. His spiky hair tied behind his head, Shikamaru's hair mimicking the exact style, Shikaku Nara spat a toothpick out of his mouth and smugly smiled. Then the sky began to rain allies as each ninja touched down on the roof and bowed to Tsunade. The squad mates, parents and senseis of Konoha had come to their rescue. Shikamaru ran to Ino and Choji. The group embraced. Anko went to Yamato's side and began debriefing as Umbu seemed to do by instinct. "Everyone." "How?" Yamato stepped forward from the group. "We all left the village. Danzo has the village in an iron grip. He somehow knew about our secrets. I'm sorry to say, but it seems we have been betrayed by one of our own." Tsunade looked at the ground. "We know. It was Asuma-sensei." Ino, Choji and Shikaku took the news the hardest. "No. No, that can't be. Shikamaru tell us she's wrong. He did it for his wife and child. He never did it to hurt us all, or so I believe." "Where is he now? Did he leave the battlefield?" "He's dead, Ino. No, Naruto killed him." The whole group of ninja glared at the Kyuubi. It had yet to notice them. It seemed to be searching the wreckage of the collapsed tower. Sakura felt better knowing they might still be alive in the wreckage. But they would not last that long if the Kyuubi was searching for them. His mind was preoccupied on finding Sasuke, it seemed. Ino and Choji sat down hard, their fathers coming to their side and encouraging them. The rest of the group awaited orders, their faces wrecked with despair nonetheless. Tsunade stepped forward. "We will mourn our dead after this is over. Naruto is out of control. Shikamaru has a plan to take him out and allow us all to escape." Shikamaru shook his head. Tsunade, with this many ninja we have a chance at bringing him down for good. I think we should hear from my father, Choza and Inoichi. They have fought the Nine Tails before, correct? The older Ino Shikacho members nodded, Shikaku stepping forward and picking up a piece of charcoal for a drawing tool. Inoichi placed his hands on both Shikamaru and Tsunade's foreheads and tensed. He then transferred all the occurring information to Shikaku. The Nara clan leader nodded. He had a battlefield perspective from 2 different memory banks, which meant he could draw an accurate map of the city the 2 ninja had seen and fought in. Shikaku then began to draw the city center to an almost identical bird's eye view map. Placing circles over key structures and strong points, the real tactician was at work here, almost like a game of shogi. The pocket of dust and wreckage was cold, the debris shielded all light from the inside of the tower's ruined frame. They could hear the moaning of the metal supports as the weight of both stone and their doom pressed down like a noose. Kakashi could taste blood. The copper-like taste brought back memories of both the wars and friends that died out throughout his long life. He sat up, coughing what seemed like clouds of dust. Sasuke was across the chamber, his chest face down in the rubble and a deep gash in his exposed left leg. Kakashi had to tend to the wound before he bleed out. Sasuke was still unconscious. He pulled a specialized medical kit from his belt and smiled as he remembered who gave it to him. Then his face became a darker shade of sad when he remembered how she died. Rin, if only you were here, you knew how to use this med kit better than I ever did. I got this the day before I received Obito's last gift, my eye. He pulled a small vial of antibacterial serum from the pouch. Works like a charm, hurts like a bitch, as the Jounin used to say. He poured the serum into the deep gash in Sasuke's leg. He shot up and screamed in agony, Kakashi's hands slapping over his mouth before the Kyuubi heard them and found where they were holed up. Sasuke felt like someone had poured molten hot nails into his leg. He trembled as it killed and sealed the wound from infection. Each grueling second became easier to handle as the pain numbed. Kakashi removed his hand from his mouth and helped Sasuke sit against the wall, without placing pressure on the wound. Sasuke coughed. What happened? Where? The tower collapsed when the Amaterasu projectiles burned through TH supports, not to mention the force the debris hit the building. I grabbed onto you and used my Kamiri to clear any falling debris that would have crushed us. I'm absolutely dry of chakra. What about you? I have enough to get us out of here. You see over there. He pointed across the room at a thin metal panel. It was the weakest part in the chamber. A well-placed Chidori would free them from their metal incarceration. Kakashi looked worried, however. Would he have enough afterward? The fight with the Kyuubi would be near impossible without the help of a Sharingan, be it Sasuke's or Kakashi's. No, Sasuke, you use your Chidori and we will both me out of chakra, then we will be of no use to anyone. We need to find a way of doing this without overly draining our chakra. That panel over there can be lifted, no? We would need a good 3 to 4 more men for the job. I may just have enough chakra for that much. Sensei? Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 identical Kakashis were summoned in a plume of smoke. They all coughed and wiped sweat from their brows. Kakashi and his clones were at their limit now. They had to hurry. Sasuke stood up and limped over to the panel, grabbing a steel rod and wedging it under the panel in an attempt to create leverage as the 5 Kakashis lifted the heavy panel from the ragged rubble. It squeaked and groaned, then began to lift free as if being pulled. Kakashi's clones disappeared in poofs of smoke. Kakashi's eyes growing wide. You did it, Sensei! And no, it's not me lifting. The panel tore away from the chamber, the room filled with fresh oxygen and light, like a plug of darkness had been pulled from a sink. They wished it had never been pulled. They were now staring into the open mouth of the Kyuubi. It grinned in savage satisfaction. Found you. The legs of both Rock Lee and Mato Guy collided with the Kyuubi's cheek, sending it flailing to the side in an explosion of powerful taijutsu. Both Rock Lee and Guy were glowing a translucent green as their gates remained open up to the 4th release. Their skin was a dark shade of red and their eyes looked no different from an activated Byakugan. They rushed inside the chamber and picked up Kakashi and Sasuke and sped out, the Kyuubi getting on all fours and roaring its annoyance and fury at the 2 bushy-browed opponents. The world grew quick and unsteady as they were jumped up a building and onto its rooftop where multiple arms grabbed for them. Kakashi opened his eyes and found himself lip-locked with Anko, her eyes teary and her hands shaking. "You asshole, I thought you were gonna die." "Love the optimism, babe." He pulled her in close. Sakura grabbed Sasuke and almost crushed him with her brute strength. Sakura can't breathe. I was so worried, Sasuke, I thought I had lost you. You will never lose me, I will never lose you. They stared at the large group of ninja that had surrounded them, many of which were their comrades and fellow students from years back. Fathers of head clans stood close to their children, anticipating the battle that was on approach. Tsunade and Shikamaru had set up a makeshift command center, with maps and equipment ready to achieve victory. She stepped forward and caught their attention. "Glad to have you two back, but now we need to finish this fight, so save the social talk for after we win." Kakashi nodded. "What's the plan?" "We kill Naruto and retake Konoha." The ninja roared their approval, each ninja raising their kunai and thrusting it upwards. The time for their victory had come. Guy bumped fists with Kakashi, Yamato and Anko as the three prepared themselves. Sakura's hands slipped into Sasuke's. They were warm. She smiled and found comfort in the strong embrace he pulled her into, their bodies pressed together. Sakura knew if they escaped today's battle, she would lay naked with Sasuke by the night's end, their love becoming a permanent idol. A loud, uncontrollable laugh sounded from below the ledge. The building was tall enough to kill someone if they fell. Who could possibly be below them? The laughing grew louder and louder as the person moved closer. The laugh was high and sadistic, the laugh of a woman. The top of a woman's head began to rise up as if levitating on thin air. Each second the woman rose high until her forehead and brow were exposed. Hayashi Hyuga felt his heart tear from his chest as his oldest daughter, clad in the Akatsuki and Tensei red cloud symbol, rose completely into view, her face twisted in sadistic humor. Hinata stood atop the Kyuubi's head, her hand stroking its ears. It leaped onto the neighboring building and hung over like a red fur-covered gargoyle. Hinata grinned and continued to laugh at the poor excuses for ninjas. "Haha. Did I just hear you say, kill Naruto? How amusing, you leaf ninja are simply priceless." How amusing indeed. Hayashi's mouth was trembling. Hinata. Why join the Akatsuki? She only smirked. My father, have they not told you who killed Niji? Have they lied to you like they had lied to me? What are you talking about? I see, so you don't know. Ask your fellow ninja which friendly blade crossed Niji's throat. Ask them why my cousin, a man who was more of a brother to me than anybody, was killed by one of his fellow leaf ninja. Tsunade, is this true? Tsunade raised her hand to stifle any outburst. Danzo's men, not ours. Hinata giggled. Are you not all of the leaf? Were you not the ones who left Naruto to die alone in the woods? Did Sasuke, a ninja on your side and not Danzo's, not tear a hole into Naruto's chest and left him to die yet again, with me cradling his cold body in my arms? Tsunade gritted her teeth. We will not let the Akatsuki simply kill off our people and destroy our village. She still thinks we are a part of the Akatsuki. Who are we now, Hinata? Tensei. This blunted Tsunade's anger momentarily. Tensei? You mean reincarnation? The Akatsuki has split in half, civil war you could say, no different from your conflict with Danzo. Who took over the opposing side? What is happening? That's a question you can ask Madara Uchiha. The older members of the group, including Tsunade, Sasuke and Kakashi, gasped, their hands shaking. The name itself was power, and to know such power exists yet in the world, sent shivers up their spine. Both Sasuke and Kakashi, holding pieces of Uchiha ancestry, knew all too well what Madara was capable of, and the fear he would bring to the ninja world. Madara Uchiha is dead, don't utter his name carelessly. Say what you will, he exists and leads the Akatsuki, we are known as Tensei now. We shall wipe this world clean and reincarnate the great powers of the Uzumaki clan, restore their greatness, and live out our lives as the world's rulers. Peace can then be achieved. Hayashi screamed. Have you forsaken your own clan, Have you cut your bonds just for some stupid demon fox child? Hinata's eyes grew wide with fury. I forsake my whole village, not just for Naruto, but for Neji, Jiraiya and myself. Hayashi was taken aback by her outburst. His emotions wavered and despair splashed his face. What would your mother think? Do you forsake her too? Mother is dead. I must love who I have left. I will always love you in Hanabi, but if you stand in our way at making a peaceful world which Mother always wanted, then I will not hesitate to take you out. So I ask you now, what chance do you think you people have? Tsunade's fists tightened. Hinata, end this now, leave and never return, or we will silence you both. Hinata and the Kyuubi began to laugh. It was a melody of a fox and a flower. The Kyuubi raised its head and grinned. Don't they get it, Hinata? No. They just don't understand, Kurama-kun. You can't kill me, Naruto Kyuubi. The Kyuubi and Hinata roared in unison and lunged down at the neighboring building, talons, teeth and dual tiger fists ready to tear into the leaf ninja. They all dove to the sides as the Kyuubi's claws tore the roof in half, leaving a wide tear mark in the roof. The Kyuubi leaped to the next building and was preparing for another leaping strike. Kakashi was about to attack when he spotted multiple dots in the sky grow closer and closer. They whistled through the air. Kakashi caught one in his hand and realized it was light explosives made of a plastic clay substance. He threw it over the ledge and dived to the ground. Explosives! Get down! The ninja dove to the floor as explosives burst overhead, raining the tattered roof with dust and debris. Tsunade screamed for everyone to get inside the building and off the exposed roof. She ripped open the service door to the roof and began to pull everyone inside. The rain of explosives continued to scar and tear open the concrete roofing. Tsunade closed the door behind Kakashi as they leaped through, shrapnel peppering the door behind them as they exited down the stairwell to the safety of other floors, or so they thought. Hinata smirked. Nice work, Deidara, they are trapped in the building now. The large clay dragon flew up to meet the Kyuubi. The blonde-haired pyrotechnic grinned widely at the carnage he had created. He spat out a handful of explosives and molded them into a variety of shapes and creatures. It was all a massive display of my art. Where is Nagato and Konan? They are moving through the bottom floors up towards the Leaf Ninja. Hinata scratched her chin. And Orochimaru and Sasori? Preparing a little medical puppet surprise for some of our friends down there. Just outside the large building the Konoha ninja had taken cover inside, 2 members of Tensei, who were all too familiar with adjusting their bodies and the bodies of others, worked silently in a small kitchen complex, using the metal food benches for a makeshift operating table. They both wore aprons that had already been drenched in the blood of their new subject. Thankfully it was dead when they had received it. Sasori opened his hand and gestured to Orochimaru, his other hand buried in the chest of the subject's scalpel. Here. Orochimaru felt like an assistant, which only made him annoyed and irritated at the thought of being someone's second. Thanks. I have certainly worked on Messier's subjects, most of them were alive when I did. For such a kid you. I'm 20 years younger than you. Not 40-inch. My apologies, I was going to say your medical skills are quite advanced. I am a master at dissection and prosthetic limbs. I could barely heal the wound of a small animal, but call it what you will. I must say, this will truly strike fear into their ranks, despite its obvious defilement of the human body. It's a very enticing idea. The point is to infiltrate their lines. We can just tell them that he survived and escaped. Fear comes after the attack. Sounds exquisite. I want to see the Kyuubi in action, however. The way today is going, it would be weird if you did not see it in action. Nagato and Konan swept from floor to floor, kunai, black rods and razor-sharp paper at the ready. They encountered a locked door. Nagato placed his finger to the keyhole and released a small Shinra Tensei the size and accuracy of a golf ball, silently blowing the lock out of the door without causing much noise or vibration. They were both thankful they arrived before Naruto launched his attack. Had he gone to attack, he may have been killed by the sheer amount of skilled ninja now gathered around the Hokage. He could have been killed, even that was hard to believe, but the risk would not be worth it. In all due time they would be dead. Conan mused. We were lucky to get to him when we did. I've never seen such raw power. I was thinking the same. The two, Kurama and Naruto, seem to have a bond that surpasses any Jinchuriki we have faced. It's as if Kurama is a member of Tensei as well as Naruto. They both seem to be working together perfectly. I was afraid he would not remember us. Had Hinata not been with us, I don't know what would have happened. Moments earlier, they dashed through the cityscape towards the sounds of screaming and destruction. They had been delayed by nearby spies whom were not silent, and still enough to avoid Itachi's detection. They finished them all off one by one. Nagato left Itachi to search the city alone for both spies and possible traps that could prove problematic if the city were to become a giant war zone. The rest of Tensei made their way towards the city center, and stopped just around the corner to the hulking Kyuubi, which stood sniffing out its prey. We don't know if he had control now. It's best we stay a distance at first. Hinata shook her head. We may not have time to ease into things. If anyone can do it, like you said, it would be me. Conan looked worried. Hinata, it's too dangerous. I need to do this. If I can control his anger, then I will be of more use to this organization, not to mention my relationship with Naruto. She turned around the corner and called out aloud. The Kyuubi turned, frothing at the mouth as it snarled. Hinata took no notice. She slowly approached the large creature, her eyes and hands open for Kurama to see. She then began to lightly hum. It was a calming melody from her childhood. Her voice was high and precise, like an angelic choir. The Kyuubi's face softened, and its eyes seemed to turn blue, the eyes of Naruto. Hinata! Hinata, you came for me? Is this Naruto or Kurama? She had seldom used the nine-tailed fox's true name, but it gave off a positive, caring response that should ease the Kyuubi's anger. The Kyuubi nodded. It's Naruto, are you here to take me back? I'm here to help you, Naruto-kun, then I'll take you back, okay? It's dangerous, Hinata, everyone's here, including your father. Her eyes were wide for a moment, then eased. When I left the village I knew who I left. He was a great father, but that was before mother died. Your danger is my danger, Naruto-kun. I want to burden it with you, not in front or behind you, but beside you. Nagato and the rest turned the corner and smiled up at their destructive newest member. Nagato nodded acknowledgment and stepped forward, locking eyes with both Naruto and the Kyuubi, dire topics on his mind. What has happened so far? Who is here and how many? Nagato, everyone is here. My comrades, teachers and their parents, including the ex-Hokage Tsunade. I can count over 24, give or take 2, also they have low-level guards and clan members who are as good as fodder, maybe 30 of them. I don't know. Any skilled ninja? Yes, 4 of which are Konoha's head clan leaders from the Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi and Yamanaka clans, powerful indeed. We can't attack in force then. We will have to use both fear and stealth to pick them off, while you try take on the broad force with your 9 tails chakra powers and strength. Is that acceptable? Fear, huh? I think I have the perfect thing for you, Sasori. Excuse me while I go hurl it back up. Nagato and Conan encountered a group of low-level guards from the Nara and Akimichi clan. In a matter of seconds they were pressed against the wall with the power of wind force chakra and peppered with razor-sharp paper shuriken that stuck to them like hot nails in a banana. Their presence was becoming known with each higher level they reached. But no different to dominoes, the light fodder fell under the great power of the Rinnegan. A large man kicked down a nearby door and tackled Nagato to the ground. His strength was immense and powerful. Nagato, however, was in a modified body with supreme strength itself. He tossed the man off him, staggered back, then rising to his feet again. Conan yelled, Nagato, we have to hurry! Conan, get going! I'll be with you shortly, I will kill this man first. Conan only nodded and ran up the next flight of stairs. Her mission was to kill everyone in the building. It would not be a hard mission to run into, which means it's better for her to run into them than it is for them to surprise attack her. The large red-haired man snarled at Nagato, his large body clad in light armor. He smirked and proclaimed, I shall take your head and bring further honor to the Akimichi clan, for I am Choza, clan leader and warrior of Konoha. You will die a piece of dirt. Titles are not important, now, no pain. Nagato aimed his palms near his feet and screamed, Shinra Tensei, the force sending his spiraling towards the large Akimichi leader at high speeds. They collided and were pushed through a thin wooden wall into a larger room. Nagato's hand morphing into the buzzsaw much loved by his old body, the Azura Path. Little people knew, but Nagato now held all the powers and physical abilities of his paths he had used for so long, making him an unstoppable jack-of-all-trades warrior. The buzzsaw came down next to Choza. He thrust his head to one side, letting the saw only take off part of his ear. He kicked upward and sent Nagato colliding with the roof and plummeting down to the floor again. Choza's ear was gushing blood, but he did not notice. Instead he braced his hands together and called forth the jutsu of the Akimichi. Baika no Jutsu. His body grew even larger and his fist grew even more so. Not only was he bigger, but he seemed to be leaking chakra like a complete powerhouse. Nagato was not worried, however. He had fought many like Choza before, who thought simple power and brute strength can take a ninja down, maybe a foolish ninja, but certainly not a user of the Rinnegan. The man charged Nagato, one fist outstretched and proportionately dangerous. Nagato caught and stopped the man's charge with only one hand. Then he used yet another power of the paths and drained the chakra from Choza's attack, which only further boosted Nagato's strength. He slashed horizontally and slashed right through Choza's metal headband, making him look like an Akatsuki renegade. The saw had cut deeper than the headband and blood began to spit from his forehead, covering his eyes in scarlet water. Give up now, Choza Akimichi. I promise to slice at the base of your neck. All messages from your brain will cease and all will be black in a peaceful few seconds. You have my word for a quick death. If not, then you die slowly along with your fellow clan men. Choza pulled a kunai from his pouch and slashed blindly as Nagato, slicing into Nagato's leg as he knelt in his own blood. Nagato did not flinch or wince in pain. He only stared blankly at the defiant act the Leaf Ninja had committed. Slow it is then. Hinata held on tightly as Kurama lunged down at the main building, latching onto its cracked concrete surfaces like an ape in the jungle. With his right paw he swiped out the concrete wall and let Hinata use his arm as a ramp down to the freshly made opening. She swiftly made her way down the Kyuubi's arm and jumped into the building, turning to Kurama questioningly. She might need his backup. Kurama then began to shrink. His whole body was growing smaller except his arm, which was pulling him closer to the hole until a miniature Kyuubi stood at Hinata's height. She had no idea what was going. I'm giving Kurama a rest for a while. His bijudamas really tired him out. Naruto. The Kyuubi grabbed its stomach and looked as if it were turning a faucet or water valve. Kurama flashed orange as each tail was sucked back into its body along with its flesh, bone and finally the orange cloak of the Kyuubi, all being pulled into the black stomach portal of Naruto. The black water at his feet dissipated and sealed back inside of him. Standing before her was a naked and grinning Naruto. She flushed lightly at his exposed manhood and turned extremely red when he pulled her into an embrace, his hands cupping around her butt and pushing her close to him, and he kissed down her neck. Naruto Kun. It tickles, she said through laughter. I'm just so happy to be seeing you with my own eyes, Hinata. What about Kurama, is he okay? Resting now. The big guy really gave it his all. I will bring him back out when the fighting gets heavy. You can control it now? Reasonably. I can't release my ninth lock or the two of us will separate completely and I might die, but apart from that it's a matter of trusting in each other, which I truly do. I must thank you for setting me free, Naruto. It was good to be in fresh air for a change. What now, Naruto? Now we carry on, find Sasuke and Sakura. And kill them. When they killed me it put you through a lot of sadness, correct? I was intent on killing myself, Naruto-kun. I cannot forgive them for bringing you misery. That is only another reason I want them dead. Then let us do it together. She grabbed his hand and led him through the corridors, in search for Konoha shinobi to slaughter. They were both hungry for both redemption and revenge. Ino, Choji, Shikamaru and their parents had split from the main group. They had not heard word from Choji's dad, Choza, in a good 10 minutes. They figured he was caught up in hiding, battle, or the concrete was interfering with their sensory and communication devices. Their goal was to combine the powerful combination of 2 generations of Ino Shikacho Jutsu to defeat any Tensei resistance. Ino could sense something coming up, however. The stairway gave way to a large hangar bay, which had once been used for glider and bird travel, no doubt, as the side of the building opened out into a small landing pad and observation tower. A strong, familiar chakra was emitting from across the hangar. Shikamaru's eyes grew wide, his smile following suit. "Hey guys, come on! Shikamaru, wait!" He sprinted across the hangar with Ino and Choji in tow, the figure emerging from the shadows across the room. The man waved and grinned as his students approached, his grin as artificial as the remaining parts to his body. Sasori and Orochimaru had received the dead, damaged body of Asuma Sarutobi as a gift from Kurama. They had immediately went to work, dissecting and reconstructing his body into a combination of low-level Edo Tensei and puppetry replacements to his organs and limbs, turning him into a mindless killing machine when ordered to. "Asuma-sensei! I knew you 3 would be alright." Ino was ecstatic. Shikamaru's face began to darken. How did you survive the QB? It swallowed you, didn't it? Yes, I eventually blew my way out and ran for it. The QB healed quick and was on the hunt for me, then it smelled you guys and changed course. Shikaka smugly added in. So you sold out your comrades, huh? I know, what I did was selfish. I will pay for my crimes back in the village, so long as I see my child born and raise it myself. I'm sorry for failing you, Shikaku. Inoichi shook his head. If you were a traitor, you would not have come back for us. I will make sure you are treated right when we return. Shikamaru shook his head. No. You are a traitor and you are not Asuma, you're a fake. Shikamaru, what do you mean? Asuma-sensei lost his arm before being eaten. They all gasped, leaping back from the human puppet. Its face contorted in a mechanical grin, and its jaw shot downward at an impossible human angle. A ling wooden barrel poked out of his mouth and began to rapidly spray the room with poisonous darts. Shikaki used his shadow technique and forced the whole group to jump to the ground, avoiding the first barrage. Ino screamed. What is he? Shikaka gritted his teeth. A human puppet, the empty a body of all its organs and blood and fill it with chakra and massive amounts of weaponry. Choji vomited on the cold concrete. That's goddamned defilement. The Asuma puppet's arm then split in half, giving way to a long steel katana blade that shone with silver precision. Asuma charged Inoichi and swiped at him, Inoichi flipping back and landing in a kneel position. His hands braced in a mind transfer jutsu. Nothing happened. He rolled to the side as the blade came down next to him, shattered the concrete floor with the sheer power of this puppet's strength. It has no mind at all. It must be controlled by a jutsu user trained in the art of Edo Tensei. You can't mean. Orochimaru, no doubt. Choji forgot all past ties to Asuma and prepared to attack. This thing was no longer Asuma and deserved to be beaten. Choji felt his anger bloom as his fists grew proportionately larger. He punched Asuma square in the jaw and sent the wooden creation flying across the room into a pile of rusted barrels. In a matter of seconds it rose to its feet and tore open its chest, revealing a variety of weapons and projectiles made to kill. Each rib was made of a long metal blade that seemed to be connected to a small paper bomb device. Asuma pressed a rib and the paper bomb ignited. Its explosion concentrated down a barrel and sent the blade rib spinning towards Shikamaru faster than a shuriken. It embedded itself in the wall and stayed. It was only then Shikamaru noticed the thin blue cords of Asuma's chakra strings, which were connected to each rib. He beat his chest and the cord pulled the rib out of the wall, and shooting back into place in his chest, like a grappling hook. Asuma opened his other arm and pulled free a long drill that looked more in place at a mining expedition than it did in a battlefield. Come then, ninja of the leaf, show your dear old master what you are worth. Naruto grabbed the scroll from Hinata and activated it. A fresh Akatsuki robe and Naruto's usual clothing was summoned in a plume of smoke. The last thing Naruto needed to do was fight naked, room to room. She turned away as he got changed, but could not help a quick peek over her shoulder, taking in the built abs and scars that made her man so damned sexy. All done, Hinata. She wiped the blood trickle and turned, smiling. Let's get going then. I have to say, you were a real badass on the top roof a few minutes ago. All for your entertainment, Naruto-kun. Kurama actually flushed when you gave him the sexy honorific title too, did you notice? It was adorable. Not as adorable as you, Naruto. Hinata, you are more adorable. We can be adorable together? We can be NaruHinadorable, yeah, I like it. That's so lame, you thought that up on a whim. Basically. A loud clapping sound echoed from across the hallway. Naruto knew who it was. With his heightened senses he knew it was them before they knew it was him. Ask any Inuzuka, canines are always right. They both turned grinning to another couple, likewise grinning as they stood side by side. Nagato and Konan ran to meet the two. Konan pulled Naruto into a surprising embrace. He still had a lot to grow, because his face was cushioned between her breasts. She laughed at his awkwardness. Nagato checked over Hinata and smiled. Glad to see you two are fine. Naruto muffled something from between Konan's breasts. She laughed and let him free, satisfied he was okay. It's good to see you as you, Naruto. Tell Kurama he has my thanks for keeping you three alive. Message sent and received, uncle. Nagato, the name is Nagato. Right, sorry. Konan cocked an eyebrow. So where are they now? We encountered various patrols and a few skilled shinobi, but nothing Nagato could handle. Nagato nodded. The Akimichi clan will be of no bother to us anymore. Naruto realized he was talking about Choji's family and nodded. I see. Well, that's good to hear. I am here to kill Sasuke Uchiha and avenge our clan, Nagato. The Hokage and the others are only icing on the cake. He is my main focus for this attack. Sasuke and everyone else are only a few floors above us. They know we are here and they truly have no place to go. Hinata raised her hand like a student in class. Does Deidara still have control over the rooftops? Yes, he is our eye in the sky for now. Sasori and Orochimaru? They have found some of the Hokage's personal files that she had brought with her from the Leaf. They are gathering as much intel as they can pack. And Itachi is still patrolling the streets? Correct, now let's get up there and finish this once and for all. Itachi roamed the empty streets, his Sharingan scanning for anything out of the ordinary, but most of all, scanning for his long-lost brother. He knew Sasuke would treat him with hostility at first, but if he explained himself correctly and kept Sasuke under control until he finally understood the true events that took place the night of the massacre. He wanted to hold his kid brother and gain all those lost years without him, but he knew it would not be easy with Tensei and the Akatsuki warring it out. Not to mention the splitting of Konoha into two, it seemed everywhere had become a civil war. He would find Sasuke and Sakura and take them before any harm got in their way, even if it meant betraying Naruto and Nagato. If only it were easy, I can't see anything. His thoughts were cut off. He could see things, hundreds of things to be precise, entering the city from northern side. Large legions of dark-armored men surged into the city towards the largest building, where all of Tensei and the Leaf Ninja had confined their battle to. He sensed the familiar condensed and powerful chakra of grizzled Umbu veterans. His enhanced vision allowed him to spot the burning leaf emblem before they spotted him. He ducked down inside a house and closed himself in a closet. His goal was to find Sasuke and leave. He could not afford spending hours in a brawl with hundreds of Leaf Umbu under the control of new Hokage, Danzo. He pulled a mirror from his satchel and placed it to his eye, pulling himself into a programmed 10-minute genjutsu that would cease all chakra flow and render him naked to all sensory ninja and keen-eyed warriors. He would wait 10 minutes when the main forces passed and make his way to the central tower in the village and pull Sasuke out before it becomes a three-way war. Despite his current allegiance to no one in particular, except Sasuke, Itachi felt the need to warn Tensei on the incoming danger. It would be his last act as their team member. Naruto, Nagato, Konan and Hinata made their way down the tight hallways a step stairwell when Nagato came to a stop. The receiver in his pocket began to beat 5 times in a rhythmic tune only known to Tensei members. Nagato turned to the others, his face growing concerned with the unfolding events about to engulf the building in chaos and conflict. What is it, Nagato? Itachi sent this in, Danzo's here, hundreds of them. Can you feel them now? Naruto nodded. Yes, more than 100 approaching the main building fast. Hinata gripped her fists. Danzo! What does he want? Us all dead and his throne polished for his royal ass, no doubt. Conan peered out the window at the groups of black dots growing closer with each minute. They will be in the building within 6 minutes, maybe 10. Nagato shook his head. That's not what their objective is. Oh? Then what are they going to do? Tear this building apart with everyone inside it. We need to get out of here, now. Shizen leaped from building to building, the steel-clad Umbu Legion following close behind, ready to follow any order she dished out. She felt empowered and unstoppable. She went from being a secretary assistant to becoming a high-ranking military general. All she had to do was bide her time at the sides of Hokages and daimyos until her time came to take over. Danzo promised her the Leaf Village when he controls the world. Finally Shizen could be the one in charge of things. She wished Tsunade had been killed. It would save her the hassle of taking the bitch down. Lady Shizen, we will reach the main building in a few minutes. Do we breach the inside or lay siege to it? Forcing them out. Neither. Company halt. The Legion of Umbu stopped, their armor clattered together, and became silent as each soldier became as still as a statue. Shizen turned, her face contorted in a wolfish grin of superiority and awaiting violence. She climbed atop a burned-out market stall, her voice booming from the front to the back to the troops. I want all fire jutsu, earth jutsu and wind jutsu users to target that building with everything you have. Bring it down with those bastards inside. The Umbu soldiers roared in acknowledgment, rows upon rows of strong filled soldiers steeping forth and charging their chakra, awaiting Shizen's orders. Fire! Hundreds of skilled jutsu users launched everything they had at the tall building. The earth-style users launched humongous boulders the size of carts into the air. The fire-style users set the boulders ablaze and turned them into shooting comets of certain death. The wind-style users' attacks fueled the fire and made the comets travel at missile speed. The fire blazing hotter than before shot across the sky like arrows to an already wounded deer. The instant they collided with the steel building, the sky filled with sound and fire, the explosion of blinding light that hurt to look at, the ground shook like earthquakes, and the sky was filled with distressed birds. The molten hot lava that was a combination, mud, fire and wind began to melt away at the steel supports, eating the building like an apple core until it was only hanging on by a few corroded struts. The world filled with the echoing groan of overworked supports that began to bend and snap under the immense pressure they were never made to handle alone. The building began to slowly lean over, its structure looking like a tree that had been gnawed on by beavers, leaning faster and deeper with each heavy second, until it snapped. The top half of the building snapped free from the I-beams keep it stable. The building tipped, and free fell to the dusty ground. Everyone get back! The world boomed like the call of a giant or primordial god, awakened from its slumber. The sky was then filled with fire, ash, debris and smoke as the building collided. It looked like an eruption, clouds of dust and ash covering up the sun like black curtains. Shizen grinned. The carnage was superb. She heard one of her men shout out, thrusting his kunai to the sky in triumph. We got 'em! Shizen only shook her head, her grin only widening. They aren't dead. I doubt it killed even 1/4 of the fuckers. They are the village's best jounin and senseis. The old bitch is also a sannin, so I doubt they will topple easy. The Legion captain stepped forward. Orders, my lady? Go to the ruins, use their time of confusion to your advantage. 10,000 are wild for the heads of Kakashi, Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha. Damage their eyes and you lose your own. They all roared, pulling their weapons free and grinning with intense ferocity. Yes, ma'am. No quarter, no mercy, kill them all. Minutes before collision, Naruto, Nagato, Conan and Hinata kicked open a door and charged in. The room was empty apart from Tsunade, Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura, who stood arms crossed and waiting for their enemies to enter. Naruto caught Kakashi's hurt stare and grinned, seeing his former sensei in such distress was an amusing sight to him. He wondered, however, where was everyone else? Sasuke's face turned cold at the sight of Naruto, murderer of his friends. So you finally show up, Naruto. And this time as your true self. Sorry, buddy, did you want to see me with more holes? He snickered, lifting his shirt, revealing the pale path of skin where the hole had once been. Sakura's lips trembled. Naruto! What have you become? I have become so much more than a simple Hokage. I will become the Kage of the world. My shadow shall spread wide and peace shall be within human grasp. All the wars will end and the shinobi who caused them will be left to the soil. Tsunade shook her head. You speak as if you are no longer human. I think we are so much more. His hand crept into Hinata's, their fingers interlocking. I'm sorry it has to end like this, Naruto. Before he could finish, Naruto launched himself at Sasuke, blade extended and fangs bared. Sasuke noticed Naruto held a small katana known as a wakizashi, its blade decorated with orange and black steel and fabric, reflecting the jumpsuit he wore underneath his permanent red cloud scheme. The blade of Uchiha's and the blade of Uzumaki locked together and rattled as the force of each user pushed with all their might, the blades equal in strength and will, no different to their users. Naruto flipped over Sasuke, using the force of the sword's engagement to spin him behind Sasuke, blade ready to plunge deep into Sasuke's spine when a gloved fist sent Naruto flying towards the window towards his plummeting death. Sakura knew she had finished him for good. Nagato was about to call out, when Naruto bet him to it. Shinra Tensei! With immense chakra force, Naruto had copied his sensei's signature power and replicated it to a smaller degree that fits with his chakra and abilities. The force sent him shooting forward away from the window and back at the group. Hinata bared her teeth, her fists becoming the blue fiery mouths of lions, her eyes turning pale white as she charged Sakura. Konan and Nagato followed close behind. The screech and clang of swords became a music to the warriors. Sasuke dodged blow after blow as Naruto swung the blade at Sasuke, each strike with lethal intention. All honor was cast aside long ago. Chidori! His katana becoming a blue static blade of pure electricity. Rasengan! His blade turning pale white as gusts of wind ran along the blade's edge like a saw. The blades collided, sending them both sprawling backwards as white light filled the room. They were both sent sprawling next to the tattered window's side. Blood poured from Sasuke's wound as the leg opened back up again. He screamed and fell to his other leg, trying to rise. Kakashi and Nagato were to focus in an interlocking spar to help either side out, Konan and Tsunade no different. Hinata and Sakura's fight seemed to be the most brutal. Either was holding back. In between punches, Hinata cursed the pink-haired ninja. I will have you watch as Sasuke died. Just like how I watched Naruto die. Twin lions tearing at the air with each salvo of blows. Hinata, Naruto has you wrapped around his finger, doesn't he? Sakura's eyes caught the injured state of Sasuke and she lost track of her own fight. A punch landing her right in the cheek, sending her hard to the ground. She looked up through a blood-stained face as Naruto stood over Sasuke, his blade reaching to deliver the final blow to the kneeling Uchiha. His blade rising to begin the strike downward into Sasuke's skull. She felt her whole world begin to break apart. Anything would help him right now. She wished for a miracle, but only received a nightmare. She broke. Sasuke! The building erupted in violent shakes, the world turning white as a salvo of projectiles struck the building, sending them out to the ground and grasping for purchase on whatever they could. Desks and chairs slid out the window and fell stories to their shattering end. Sasuke used the chance and rolled away from Naruto's blow, dashing to Sakura and picking her up. The building was beginning to tip, as if it had become a sinking ship. The overhead lights began to sway and shatter as the building little by little lost stability. Nagato pushed away from Kakashi and went to grab his team members. Fighting now would be useless. The whole building was coming down, and fast. Naruto, we have to move, now! Naruto was not listening. He pulled his blade free of the floor and chased after Sasuke. The building jerked and Hinata slipped from Nagato's hand. The roof was not over a 45-degree angle. The smooth concrete was near impossible to grab hold of. she slid down towards the open air and rows of jagged glass teeth. Naruto was only meters away when he saw Hinata sliding descent to a possible death. He then chose to let it be and left Sasuke to save Hinata. He leaped from the safety of the wall and used his Shinra Tensei to speed his sliding descent. His arms outstretched grasped a hold of Hinata and positioned her on his stomach as he slid down his back towards the open window below. "Hold on!" He drew his katana and buried it into concrete floor. It caught, and they stopped sliding with a suddenly arm-aching jolt of ceased momentum. She wrapped herself around his waist as the building leaned even further down, only hanging on by a sword length. Nagato screamed down at them. He sat on a door frame and extended his hand, using all his power to lift the two free. Nagato's power was immaculate, and had them in the safety of Nagato's air bubble he created. It was the building snapped. Sasuke and Sakura ran down the hallway away from the main room. Their mini-battle had taken place, Tsunade and Kakashi ahead of the two, sprinting to the top of the building, which had once been the side. The hallway in front of Sasuke and Sakura tore open as an I-beam the size of a power pole crashed through the roof, tearing cables and rotten floorboards out like rice paper. Fire shot up from the crack and separated Tsunade and Kakashi from Sakura and Sasuke. The old carpet began to catch fire and spread. They had to make their decision. "We will see you guys on the ground level." The two couples had no time to argue. They both sprinted for dear life in opposite directions. The building snapped, and the vertigo feeling of free falling took a hold of their bodies. The only thing keeping them grounded was the chakra in their feet. "Run! We have to get out before it hits the ground." But it was too late. The building was only seconds from collision. Sasuke grabbed Sakura and leaped into a supply closet, covering them in moldy blankets and tattered towels. The building collided with the ground and the world around them shot into darkness. Was it death? The ruined building was now underneath blankets of smoke, dust, and fire. The ground scorched clean of any green. Stone walls stood in replacement of the crushed trees below. A large pile of rubble began to move, the plates of metal and concrete rising and falling as something desperately tried to lift them off. A large hand smashed through the layers of debris and hung there for a few seconds, as if contemplating its next move. Choji emerged from the rubble, his face and clothing a powdered mess. Dried wounds reopened and turned the mud and dust almost black, his face black with soot. He stood, groaning as his back clicked and cracked a few times. He then realized his surroundings were once 10 stories higher. His friends were nowhere in sight. He screamed their names but received no reply. "Ino!" No response. "Shikamaru!" Nothing. The barrages of jutsu had collided midway during the fight with the puppetasuma, its body fastened with blades, projectiles and poisons, more machine than man. The fight had been brutal and fast. Only when the roof and walls split open did Asuma finally retreat from the building out the side. The puppet deployed a parachute device and left the small group of fighters to a bag of paper bombs, which only sped up the deterioration of the building. They had seconds before the falling of the building and the explosion of the paper bombs. They had all run off in separate directions down opposite hallways and stairwells, and the ruins of this building were his friends. He spotted a body far off. It was large and bloody. It moved no more than the solid stone surrounding the two of them. Was it a Tensei member? He moved along the wasteland of concrete and fire. What was minutes seemed like hours. His legs felt numb and drunk from the explosion. He may have broken a bone. The body was getting closer. With each step his heart began to hurt, until each step turned into each stride as he sprinted to the figure, his eyes welling with tears and his heart colder than ice. "Father!" He dropped to his knees before the limp body. He expected his father to cough or blurt out his last words to Choji, but he had died like many heroes before him, without anyone noticing and no less heroic than another soldier. He drove his fist down on his father's chest, but it was all pointless. Choji's throat was cut from left to right, multiple stab wounds in his abdomen and gut. Choji's body shook. His whimpers turned into howling screams that were heard among the battlefield as the Umbus swooped down to kill confused. Yamato, Sai and Anko watched as their former Umbu comrades swooped in on a group of unconscious Nara clan members and slit their throats, and left them to bleed to their life away. The three were hiding in a small toll booth that was lucky enough to survive the impact. Yamato spotted a group of fellow ninja and signaled to them. They saw Yamato's desperate glare and nodded. Umbu's soldiers had slowed their charge and were now in a patrol sense of mind. Guy, Rock Lee and Tenten ducked from cover to cover until they reached Yamato without notice. It's chaos out there. People everywhere are dying. I have seen multiple teachers cut down like grass out there. Any word from Kakashi or Tsunade? None. We are on our own until we find them. What about Inoshikacho? Nothing from them either. It would be best if we do not use communications. They may be blocking or tracking them. God damn it. Look, we get a hold of whoever we can and we get the hell out of here. The last thing we expected was Danzo to show up, let alone the rest of Naruto's allies. In the midst of the smoke, ash and devastation, a perfect-shaped sphere floated down from the sky like a drop of water, its contents shrouded with smoke. The bubble was made of pure air, as if a bubble underwater. It popped. Naruto, Nagato, Konan and Hinata stepped out, completely unscathed by the destruction that had taken place. When the building fell towards the earth, Naruto and Nagato focused their wind-style abilities to create a Rasengan-like sphere big enough to accompany them. It spun so fast that you could not see inside it. The method of use was no different to the Hyuga's palm rotation, which Hinata helped replicate. If AC person touched the giant ball of spinning wind, their arms would be ripped off and pulverized like a wood chipper. Konan had fastened paper platforms for them to stand on whilst inside the giant wind ball, making them both safe and trapped. They grinned at the wasteland set out before them. Danzo sure knows how to throw a party, you know. Hinata looked to Nagato. What do we do now? What way? We find Sasuke and Sakura and kill them, then we kill any Konoha member we find. As for where? I think it's best we split up and take out the stragglers in pairs, agreed? Naruto nodded. Sounds good, let's go, Hinata. Nagato shook his head. Actually, I have an issue with that. Were we to be separated, you two would not know where to regroup or where to find us if we go into exile. Konan and me have contingency plans for things like this. Also, I think each pair should have a strong wind-style user, so Naruto, you pair with Konan and I will pair with Hinata. Is that acceptable? He looked annoyed for a second. Okay, if you say so, sensei. Konan grinned and picked up Naruto and spun him around. I can hang out with my little nephew, he. Her breast tightly pressed to Naruto's face as he flailed about trying to breathe. Uncle. Help, can't breathe. Konan put me down. Ha after you call me Auntie Konan, mister. Nagato smirked. Quit it, you two, now let's move out. The two pairs separated, each taking their time to kiss their partner farewell before the group split in opposite directions, Hinata and Nagato heading to the ruined marketplace where Sasori and Orochimaru were positioned, Naruto and Konan heading to the bulk of the ruins where bodies littered the ground, both alive and dead. Konan and Naruto silently moved through the cracked ruins of what had once been a dominate monument to the hidden Eddie's village's long-lasting lifespan. Naruto and Konan began to sense things. I'm picking someone up. Two people, far across the other side of the complex. Looks like the central room caved in and there is a hole in the building. It's them. Good, I was worried they died in the crash. He began to sprint across miles of desolation and waste, leaping from concrete pillar to concrete pillar, the sweet taste of revenge close to his lips. Konan followed close behind, knowing his personal mission was hers too. He reached a large caved-in room. The roof was ripped open and dazzling brown skies shone through. It looked like an apocalyptic arena used for death matches and blood sports. Across the cracked floor was a torn open hallway, a supply closet resting on its side. The chakra was emitting from inside the cupboard. He hoped to find a dead body or something close to death. He grabbed a hold of the steel handle and opened. Just at that moment, Sasuke pushed outward and jumped into Naruto, knocking them both to the ground. Sasuke's face was sweaty and bleeding from the crash, his eyes fully awakened into Manjiko's Sharingans. He gripped his hand, around Naruto's throat, and squeezed like a vice. Konan ran to intercept but caught a punch to the cheek by Sakura, who leaped out of the cupboard to intercept. Naruto only laughed at Sasuke's attempt. He drew out his finger and jabbed into the wound in Sasuke's leg. Sasuke screamed aloud and fell back, drawing his katana as he scuttled backwards, his leg leaving a red trail behind him. Naruto only snickered. Konan was keeping Sakura under control and Sasuke was almost incapable of standing. I will have to fix that, he grinned. He pulled a long black chakra rod from his cloak, a gift to him from Nagato. It held chakra-draining abilities and was sharpened to a deadly point. He drove the black rod into the back of Sasuke's calf muscle and pinned him to the floor. He screamed in pure agony as the rod went through his muscles, pinning him and draining the chakra. Naruto pulled another rod from his cloak and chuckled, using the blunt end to tap Sasuke on the crown. How does it feel to be face down in your own blood in a shitty-looking place like this? Does it feel good to go through the same shit you put me through? Gee, go to hell, Naruto. Perhaps you will be there to open the door for me. He drove the next rod into Sasuke's other leg. Another roar of agony as Sasuke felt himself drained of both blood and chakra. Sakura struggled against Konan's attacks. She desperately tried to push through the blue-haired women to get to Sasuke, but to no avail. Naruto pulled free his katana and smiled as the blade seemed to shine in thirsty response. He spun it in his hands a few times, getting ready to use it for an executioner's weapon. Sasuke's head would boost Orochimaru's research after all. Sakura ran from the arena, her face filled with tears. She knew there was nothing she could do to save him without risking her own life. Sasuke felt his heart twist of burn. Naruto looked down at his former friend and comrade. He drank up the sadness and lose that seemed to be fuming off of Sasuke. This is the end, Sasuke. Did you really think Sakura was capable of love? Even if she was... Her love is poisoned, Sasuke. I'm glad she is going to be safe. A romantic until the end. Well then, he raised the blade. Sasuke looked up and saw across the room, the man he had hunted almost all his life. The man who had killed his family and left him as an orphan. He had wanted this man dead for so long he had lost his way and betrayed his friends. Itachi Uchiha stood in the shadows, all his power being used to mask his chakra and become invisible to sensing. Sasuke had no idea why he was hiding from his comrades. As if waiting for something. Time to say goodbye to the world, Sasuke. It was nice fighting you and all, but I have a clan to restore and the leaf to burn. He raised the sword and swung it down, roaring as the blade came down. It collided with cold steel as a delicate hand clasped the opposing kunai. Sakura sneered at Naruto, their faces only inches apart. Her brute strength kept the katana from dropping any lower and separating Sasuke's body from head. Her eyes blazed with fury, fixated on Naruto's own cool blue eyes. Konan went to lunge forward at Sakura, but Naruto shook his head. Leave it, Konan, this is between the three of us. I understand, she stepped back. Sakura hissed. You are not the man I grew up with. You never changed, Sasuke this. Sasuke that, what made you come back? His life is my life. To leave him to die is no different to killing myself. It's called loyalty and love, something you would not know. Naruto threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, loyalty. This is coming from a leaf ninja. Oh, how amusing indeed. After I kill you, I am going to find Hinata and torture that bitch to death. All you Akatsuki scum will be wiped clean. Naruto's rage boiled over. He raised his hand and lifted Sakura with nothing but his wind chakra, the wind clasping around her throat and choking her. She violently kicked at Naruto as he coldly watched her flail about like a headless chicken. Sasuke screamed. Naruto, put her down! Oh? You want to kill me, right? Then kill me, but leave her alone. What Sakura said gives me an idea. You are going to love it. He slammed his hand down, sending Sakura crashing to the floor next to Sasuke, their faces only inches apart. The heavy wind held her into place as if chakra rods held her down likewise. The force of heavy winds pressed her down, and all she could do was stare up at Sasuke and smile. His face was wrecked with horror and growing sorrow. Would they both die here? Now she said that if you were to die, it would be like killing her. This makes me wonder, Sasuke. He licked the edge of his blade. What would happen if I killed her? Would you die a little inside? Naruto, whatever you are thinking, please stop. Quid pro quo, Sasuke. Did you think you could get off clean after killing me twice? Please stop. You are right, you were always right, please, I'm begging you, Naruto. Hinata watched as I died, maybe it's time you taste the same despair. And oh no, Naruto, don't take Sakura from me. Sakura only smiled, she knew it was coming. Sasuke. I love you and I always will. No pain, Sasuke. He plunged the blade down, killing Sakura Haruno and a piece of Sasuke. The blade plunged down into Sakura's back, stabbing through her lungs and into her heart. She twitched once and was silent forevermore. Her face was a pale china doll, her smile and unblinking eyes fixed to Sasuke's retinas like a burned-after image. Her final words rung through his mind like echoes in a dark hallway. He felt himself falling, vertigo as the reality took hold of him. The pool of blood growing outward like the ocean's tide, until her blood fused with the pool of blood Sasuke lay in. Her eyes were sparkly and small tears were in the corners. Her hair was dirty and rugged from the explosions, fighting and stress. Her mouth was cemented in a smile with her own blood. This is how Sasuke would see her when he closed his eyes. Reality was a dark ocean. He felt the rising sorrow, fury and uselessness pull him down to its depths, promising him rest in death. His body shook, he tried to force his hands upward in trying to reach for her, but his whole body was numb. His eyes became distorted mirror glasses as tears filled his vision and spilled down his cheek. His breathing became harsher and heavier, his skull screaming for sanity and restoration. His teeth clattered and his throat began to flare as his screams billowed outward. Sakura! He flailed around on the ground, his eyes burning with tears and hate. No, no! Sakura no! Naruto sat down on a block of concrete and watched Sasuke writhe like a dying animal. No, please talk to me! Sakura! His cries could be heard throughout the battlefield. Fighters of all sides turned to face the sound, their fighting prolonged for a few seconds before they started back up again. Naruto had seen enough. Konan felt that they were being watched and drew her kunai for precautions. Naruto knelt before Sasuke and whispered, "She is gone now, friend. I'm sorry you are suffering now. Unlike you, I will be more merciful and make sure you are dead for good." Sasuke's face filled with violent hatred and fury. "Narrate too. I will fucking burn your existence." His eyes rotated as he activated his Amaterasu, but nothing happened. Naruto laughed aloud. "Your chakra is drained, Sasuke. All you are good for now is a training dummy. Now let's end this." He raised the blade and brought it down. It chopped through Sasuke's body like bread. But something was wrong. Sasuke's body seemed to tear on its own and turn black like obsidian. From the blackening corpse of Sasuke, crows began to fly outward, Sasuke's body becoming nothing but a flock of black avian creatures that squawked and cawed at Naruto. He turned to the room's exit door, his teeth bared in vile ferocity. Konan and Naruto stared shocked at Itachi, the man they thought was his comrade. Sasuke opened his eyes, expecting to see himself burning in hell or atop the clouds of paradise. Instead, he found himself in his older brother's arms. Itachi faintly smiled down at Sasuke and nodded. Sasuke screamed and tried to free himself from his brother's grasp, but he could barely utter words or move for that matter. Itachi coolly spoke to Sasuke. "You hate me now and you always will possibly, but don't talk. You have lost a lot of blood and your body is beginning to shut down. Your mind is also no different after seeing your loved one cut down in front of you." With all his strength he uttered, "Okay, kill him. If that is what you wish." Naruto kicked aside the chunk of concrete and snarled. His trust for Itachi had faded when Naruto heard the treachery of the Uchiha. Konan, who thought herself to be close to Itachi as a friend, was shocked and confused. Naruto pointed a sharp finger at Itachi and yelled, "What the fuck are you doing, Itachi?" "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I have been on no one's side this whole time. The only side I am on is Sasuke's. I can't let you kill my little brother. Put him down. I'm sorry, tell Nagato I am sorry for everything." And with those few words, Itachi and Sasuke vanished into a flock of crows and dispersed to the outside world. Naruto stood there for moments, until he cracked. With extensive fury and rage he drove his fists into a nearby stone column, smashing it to pieces. Konan knew to stand back and let Naruto fume off his anger. He had come so close to killing Sasuke, only for him to escape. She was then caught off guard when he started laughing crazily. Naruto? What's the matter? This is superb. Now Sasuke can grow stronger and fight me even better. I look forward to it intently. You want to fight again? We killed Sakura. Sasuke is my most anticipated fight yet. I want him to be at his full limit, then I can crush him, ha 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 ha. Naruto, I'm ready to go. Release me. Chapter 26. Why Father Why? Sakura! Brother! I'm sorry. No! The flock of crows formed outside the jungle of wrecked concrete and steel frames, the sounds of Naruto's fury and sudden silence following them like a bad chill. Itachi was relieved to know they were both safe. He was worried he would have to fight his former comrades in a life-threatening showdown. He knew he would win in the end, but the thought of killing Naruto, whom had become like a little brother to him in the last months, would have torn at his insides. Now all there was to do was get Sasuke to a safe location and try piece together things from there. Sasuke was far from compliant, however. He thrashed about in Itachi's grip, his eyes streaming with tears and his mouth opening and closing to let out the agonizing screams of loss. Itachi knew Sasuke loved that girl. He wished he had saved her. Sasuke screamed at Itachi. In his blind fury he tried to bite at Itachi. It was clear Sasuke had no control over his humanity. The raw Uchiha hate was left, accompanied by despair. Let me go! Fucking asshole, let me go! I will, but not here. Let me go, goddamn you! I'm going to fucking kill him. I'll fucking kill you all! His eyes felt like twin streams of lava. He then realized both his eyes were bleeding from the corners, mixing with his tears and spilling down his face. His white Uchiha clothing was stained dark red. Sasuke, I know you are in pain, right? Shut the fuck up, you goddamn traitor. You killed our clan and you let Sakura die. I did not have enough time to cast genjutsu on them. Sakura was beyond saving. I got there too late. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Put me down and let me go back there. I am going to kill everything he loves. I'll fucking skin that Hyuga whore and slay that blue-haired bitch. I'll kill every fucking one of them. No. You will only get yourself killed. As your brother, I can't allow that. You are not my fucking brother. He ignored that. We are going to a safe location. We can talk then. I won't let them tear away the last of my family. I don't care if I die, for fuck's sakes. My life is pointless now. All I have is revenge. Is that not point enough? What is left for me after I take his head? What is left for MW in this life? Redemption, peace, and a chance to catch up on times lost with your brother. Tears streamed down Sasuke's face. You are one real twisted fuck. You kill our parents and you expect me to. I hate you. Sasuke begins to flail about, trying to throw a punch at Itachi, but it was useless. He had already drained himself of energy and chakra during the fight with Naruto. All he could do was cry, scream, and beg for Naruto's slow death. Itachi wanted his brother to let it all out, but he was damaging himself and giving away their position to anyone nearby. He stared down at Sasuke, his eye changing. I'm sorry, Sasuke. No. No, 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 don't do it. Leave me here. Don't leave Sakura here. She will wake up in a safe place. No, Itachi, no. I love you, little brother. And no, stop. His voice trailed off as the genjutsu held Sasuke in a sleep-like trance. Had Sasuke been stronger and possessed his immense chakra, fighting off the genjutsu would have been a childish challenge. Itachi wiped a tear from his eye and made his way out of the city, his limp brother in his arms, alive but wishing otherwise. Nagato and Hinata made their way across the raging battlefield. Umbu were leaping down from buildings and ambushing both Tensei and Konoha shinobi alike. Across the battlefield, Nagato could see Deidara swooping down and leaving a carpet trail of explosions in his wake. Sasori was across the battlefield, using Asuma as his weapon, fighting off the vicious blows from the two Ino-Shikacho generations. Hinata scanned the battlefield for enemies and foe alike, glancing over her shoulder to see if Naruto's chakra was still intact and strong. It was the brightest chakra sense in the whole city, which meant he would become an easy-to-find target. Hinata, don't worry. Naruto has Kurama and Konan to back him up. I would be more worried about the safety of our other members. Yes. You are right, Nagato. Her fear still remained, but such was watchful love. They leaped atop a smoldering ruin and gazed down at the carnage. Where the building had once stood was a wrecked crater that seemed to span a quarter of the city. Hundreds of figures fought below, most of them the lowly clansmen of the loyal Leaf Shinobi, fighting off the black tides of Umbu. Nagato was not interested in the mere pawns, however. He was looking for bigger opponents to take down. He sensed the chakra of the Hokage and smirked. With the advanced visual prowess of the Byakugan and Rinnegan, they saw across the field to a fortified bank building where the heaviest amount of Leaf Shinobi were defending. Atop the roof was none other than Tsunade herself. Let's go, Hinata! Yes! The two red cloud figures jumped into the crater and slid down its 45-degree walls, riding the slopes like a wave of rock and fire. They hit the hard ground running, blades drawn and eyes activated. Both Umbu and Leaf Shinobi lunged at the two, only to be torn apart or sent flying in all directions. The two plowed through the crowds like a blood-covered bulldozer. A large shuriken slid across the sky, heading on a dismembering course towards Hinata's chest. She jumped atop a rock and forward flipped over the spinning blades, letting it slice half an inch of her hair before she hit the ground running on the other side. Three large shinobi blocked their way. They crouched down and performed a Doton Jutsu. A large wall of stone raised from the ground and blocked their path. Nagato gestured to Hinata. They had practiced the tactic before. Hop on! Hinata leaped onto Nagato's back and held on while Nagato slammed both palms to the earth and fired off a massive barrage of wind chakra, sending the two flying upwards and over the wall like an air-powered cannon. Hinata turned around, still holding onto Nagato's collar, throwing 6 shuriken downwards. Each shuriken buried itself in the head of the Doton users, raining blood on their last earth creation. They hit the ground. Hinata rolled over Nagato's head and shoulders and buried her sword in the head of a surprise attack Umbu. Nagato grinned and patted her back. The bank was growing closer. The chakra of Kakashi and Tsunade was unmistakable. There they are! Get ready for a real fight. Same goes for you, Nagato-kun. She laughed. Nagato now knew why Naruto found it attractive to be given such an honorific. Shikamaru ducked, the large blade of Asuma's new arm slicing through the oxygen just above him. Ino dived in and pulled Shikamaru away just in time as the blade came down hard yet again. Shikaku braced his hands together and held the puppet in a stranglehold, Inoichi and Shikamaru lunging in with their blades extended. From previous intel they had received about human puppets, the only way to completely kill it was to find the heart source of its power, the puppeteer. The blades sliced away the legs of Asuma and dropped him to the ground. The gruesome act made Shikamaru's stomach churn. There was still blood in the puppet. There. He is immobile for the time being. Asuma's body grew limp and toppled over. It seems the puppeteer had given up on his creation. Shikamaru knelt before his sensei, hurt and anger in his eyes. He wanted to gut the man who did this to his sensei. He wanted nothing more than to make them suffer like Asuma did. Shikaku placed his hand on his son's shoulder and sighed. Asuma had been a strong comrade to Shikaku and Inoichi long ago. They had too lost a friend. Asuma's body twitched. Everyone flinched as the rib cage of Asuma opened once more, a large scroll rising out of his chest. The scroll was connected to an assortment of gears and pulley systems. He urged Shikamaru back and waited. Nothing happened. Is it a trap? Inoichi grimaced. Whatever it is, I'd better disarm it before it becomes an issue. Ino shook her head. No, father, it's too risky. Ino, we don't have time to wait for a defusing squad to disengage from the battle. I love you. But this is our duty as shinobi. Inoichi approached the large scroll. It did not unravel when Inoichi tried to pull it. The gears and pulleys connected to the scroll were the only way to open the scroll. It looked as if the gears were controlled by something else. Inoichi scratched his chin and mused. It seemed like a scroll containing intelligence, or it would have been set off when they were all crowded around it. It was then Inoichi noticed the thin chakra string pull at a lever. The scroll unraveled in a 3-meter stretch of marked paper. Inoichi could only smile and take in the beauty of his daughter before the 3-meter roll of paper bombs ignited, enveloping the Yamanaka clan leader in flames and shrapnel. The explosion blew everyone back off their feet. Ino screamed, "Father!" The red-haired Tensei member emerged from his hiding spot, followed by 3 other puppets. Each one equipped with an array of blades, projectiles and whips ready to slay all that crossed their path. Sasori waved his arms out, and watched his minions dance the dance of death. All Ino could do was kneel at the remains of her father and scream. Shikaku and Shikamaru moving to defend her. The Ino Shikacho generations were crumbling bit by bit. Tsunade and Kakashi watched as Hinata and Nagato plowed through their defenses like child's play, shinobi and jutsu tossed aside like mere toys. The power of these two was immaculate. Kakashi knew it would come to a 2 versus 2 duel to decide this battle. Who better than the Hokage and Hidden Leaf's Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan? Tsunade knew she would have to kill one of her former villagers and student, in order to keep everyone safe, no matter how it pained her to do so. Where is Sasuke and Sakura? Are they nearby? I'm afraid they are on the opposite side of the battlefield. We can't get to them now. Damn it. Just when we needed them the most. Kakashi, we will have to deal with these two. We can't afford to lose anyone else. Yes, Tsunade. They both leaped off the roof of the bank, landing on the dusty ground without a sound, Kakashi drawing his kunai and bracing it for a raikiri as it was needed. Tsunade only cracked her fists and clicked her neck from side to side, ready to brawl. Nagato and Hinata stopped only meters from them, ignoring the sounds of screaming and explosions as the battle waged further on. Hinata's pale eyes locked with Tsunade's, hate building deep within her. She drew her Hyuga blade and wiped the blood clean from its silver-stained surface. She indicated to the blood. Oh. I'm sorry, were they friends of yours? Here, take them back. She flicked the drops of shinobi blood onto the ground at Tsunade's feet. She snarled. You little bitch, what have you become? An avenger. A true warrior of peace. Something this village was never good at keeping. Nagato moved closer to Kakashi. Madara Uchiha sends his regards, Leaf Shinobi. Tsunade grimaced at the name. So it's true? You are in a bit of a civil war yourself, You could call it that. But we will be the victors and saviors to this world. You shall all perish, unfortunately. Kakashi charged his raikiri and coldly stated. Enough talk. Let's end this. Spoken like a man on his deathbed. Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi lunged at Nagato, his fist glowing a bright blue with the intense shock off thousands of volts of pure lightning. The fist was aimed into Nagato's chest, but never reached its target. Nagato raised his fist and caught Kakashi's blow in his palm. Without a flinch, he stood tall like a rock, his hand glowing red as he sucked the chakra dry from Kakashi's attack. The power of the Preta Path had become one with Nagato, allowing him to absorb any chakra-related attacks and further boost his own abilities. Kakashi was all too familiar with the technique. He dived back and tackled Tsunade over as a barrage of metal poles shoot from his sleeve like projectile arrows. Both ninjas rolled onto their feet and charged. Hinata drove a lion-growling fist into Tsunade's mid-side, sending her sprawling meters away. Tsunade grabbed Hinata's hair and took her along for the ride. They both writhed on the ground, rising to their feet with venomous fury. Hinata's lion fist seemed to grow larger and more furious with her hatred and anger, as if anger was petrol to the blazing fire. Tsunade tore off her tattered coat and charged in for the first blow. Hinata disappeared into smoke as Tsunade struck her face. The substitution was just what Tsunade had expected from someone as crafty as Hinata. Before she could turn around, she felt an exploding pain in her left arm, and Hinata struck a chakra point and flipped backwards to a safe distance. You are nothing but raw power, Tsunade. You have to true skill. No different from Sakura, who is no doubt dead right now. You don't know that? Where do you think Naruto and Conan are? Ha ha ha, I wonder how Sasuke is taking it. She threw back her head and laughed. Tsunade rushed in with immense speed and drove a furious uppercut to Hinata's chin, launching the Hyuga into the sky, only to get kicked down by her leg as he phase-stepped above. The Hyuga hit the ground like a falling star. She spat out a mouth full of blood and grinned. That all you got? Nagato could see every move Kakashi would make before he made it. There was nothing Kakashi could do but stall until Nagato made a mistake. With the Rinnegan, that would be highly unlikely. Kakashi ducked as a decapitating kick swooped over his head. He grabbed hold of the leg and spun Nagato like a baseball bat, sending him flying into a concrete wall. Nagato shot his hands behind him and fired off a burst of wind chakra, slowing him to a stop only inches from colliding with the wall. With the spare seconds, Kakashi hand signed the massive jutsu in copy of his former enemy. Zabuza, the large water dragon, sprouted from a nearby well and lunged at Nagato, teeth ready to both tear and drown Nagato. The heavy weight of water crashed down on Nagato, mixing with the fiery earth. Steam filled the vicinity and blinded all nearby. Kakashi could see Nagato's figure with his Sharingan, and the ball of wind protecting him from the attack. The smoke cleared and a clear orb of powerful wind would be distinguished from the fading mist. It seemed Nagato's defenses were completely impenetrable. The Rinnegan was the father to the Byakugan and Sharingan. It shared the abilities of both to a certain extent. They both stood back puffing with the exhaustion of battle. Why do you want the village dead so bad? I have my reasons. Naruto has his. What is it to you? Death is never set in stone. Why must people die for your great plan? Why did my people of the Hidden Rain have to die for Konoha's great plan? Your question is no different to mine. So you are from the Hidden Rain. That explains why Hanzo the Salamander has been missing for some time. His oppressive regime came to an end when I crossed his throat with my blade. May I ask you something? I could die today. Fire away. How can you protect a village that condemned your father and your little friend Obito to their useless deaths? That hit Kakashi hard. They served this village to the greatest ability they could achieve. They both despised how the shinobi system worked. Are they wrong? Or have you lived a life of lies under the Fire Country's flag? Things happen that are beyond our control. The destruction of your village will be no different. Now, strike me again, Kakashi. Show me your loyalty to this beloved village of yours. Kakashi charged in for the kill, but he no longer felt a sense of purpose in the village, not anymore. Hinata ducked as a fist came hurtling towards her. It collided with the concrete pillar behind her, crumbling it like mere gingerbread. Tsunade was no longer holding back. Hinata had finally crossed the line, but was she right? Was Sakura dead? Hinata rolled on her side and sliced the back of Tsunade's leg, only to catch the opposite foot to the chest. Hinata heard a rib cracked and screamed in agony. She crawled away from Tsunade, scrambling for her sword across the dust. Tsunade kicked Hinata again in the gut, rolling her on her back. The hot sun beat down on Hinata. Her head was spinning with both confusion and a concussion. Tsunade only shook her head in disappointment. She hoped for a better fight. She raised her fist and aimed it at Hinata's head, ready to deliver the final blow to the rampant Hyuga. Any last words? I'm sorry it had to end like this. Hinata. Eat shit, you corrupt bitch. Your village will burn to the ground. Tsunade drove her fist down, collided with the sharpest piece of paper she had ever seen. Hinata had pulled it from her breast pocket with only seconds to spare. The paper shuriken went straight into Tsunade's hand 4 inches in. The Hokage screamed in pain and anger, jumping back to remove the bloody origami piece. Her hand was running red with blood. Hinata grinned. She had learned many things from Conan while Nagato was training Naruto, like the creation of her own paper weapons. Conan's logic behind it was the fact paper can be found almost anywhere in the world and can be made as great improv weapons. 2 figures leaped down from the building and stepped in front of Tsunade, protectively. Hayashi, Hyuga, and Yamato had positioned themselves next to Tsunade, their blades drawn and Byakugan activated. Hayashi saw his opponent and trembled. Tsunade shook her head and growled. She is no longer the daughter you once knew, Hayashi. If you can't deal with it, then you can leave right now. Your clan has been dishonored by this child. I know. Just give me a damned moment here. If she makes any more, I will have her killed. Fine. Hinata, give up now. There is still time enough for you to be forgiven and serve your time appropriately. I won't have my daughter become the murderer of innocence. Oh, father. There is no innocence in Konoha, only the spoiled and hungry for power. If a few must die to protect the world, is that not a fair trade? Do you think yourself a god, girl? You are barely an adult. No. I'm no god. The ruler of the world shall be Naruto. This very village shall be reborn in a world of peace and prosperity. I have already laid with my lover and future husband. I am more of a woman than you believe me to be, father. You, little whore, you dare sleep with that demon fox. Watch your tongue, father, or I will not restrain myself from ripping it from your head. I will not let you lay a finger on the Hokage or any of her citizens. Hinata giggled. Who do you think you are? Konoha's watchdog? She turned and walked towards the ledge, Yamato tensed in anticipation. She looked over her shoulder and grinned. You are not the only one with a guard dog, Tsunade. She turned her head back towards the roaring battlefield. It was hard to distinguish the living from the bodies in such a packed conflict. She spotted the jungle of ruins across the battlefield where Konan and Naruto went looking for Sakura and Sasuke. She cupped her hands to her mouth, breathing in deep and letting it all loose in an ear-rocking scream. Naruto! Naruto only had to hear the first syllable of his name before he was already running through rows of columns and rubble piles, Konan running beside him, both of them knowing all too well who needed their help. Her call was a switch in Naruto's head. Any objective, vendetta or enjoyment was tossed aside in the very instant her voice reached his ears. Her call was a guide to his soul, be it his or the Kyuubi's. With the power of the nine-tailed fox, Naruto could pinpoint the exact location of Hinata's call, as if it were on a map in his mind. Konan knew a fight was about to begin, thrust her arms out behind her and leaped as wings of paper sprouted from her back. I'll come in from the air. We need to hurry. I know. Naruto leaped through the last pile of mountainous rubble and into the clearing, the crater below the size of a large empty lake. Explosions and fire flashed and disappeared throughout the crater. The three-way war between Tensei, Umbu and the remaining Leaf Shinobi had reached a deadly ferocity. Nowhere was safe. He spotted across the crater. A tall bank building hung over the crater's ledge, hanging on by a few underground supports and very little else. A well-placed strike to the bottom of the building would topple it like a beaver and a tree. Hinata, Tsunade and two others were on the edge. Hinata's face reached his, their eyes meeting from a mile away. Naruto let out a roar that penetrated the very noise of the battlefield, silencing everyone and stopping everything in its vicinity. Hinata! Everyone was silent. Both Umbu and Leaf faces turned from each other to the powerful man standing above them. Naruto heard Umbu captains and Tsunade loyalists scream out orders to forget the current fight and destroy or capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, at any means necessary. Hundreds of men turned from each other's throats and gazed at Naruto, hoping to cross his throat with their blades. Naruto's rage began to build, like a cauldron coming to a boil. They were all obstacles in his way of Hinata. They made a bad move. It's Naruto Uzumaki! Kill him! Kill him! The roar of 700 men sounded in unison. They charged the green-armored and black-armored ninja forming into one group with the intent to kill set in mind. Naruto only chuckled, throwing his cloak aside and cracking his knuckles. He then launched himself down the crater, sliding down the large crater, teeth bared. He hit the soft dirt and charged the 100 of screaming warriors. His teeth growing longer and fierce with his growing rage, he wanted to slaughter them all. The group was only 100 meters from collision. A few ninja threw kunai to no avail. Naruto screamed, "You want me? You can have me!" He leaped atop a large column, running along its edge as the group grew closer. He tore open the fabric covering his stomach. The black markings of his seal stood out like tattoos. He leaped off the pillar, flying towards the group like an incoming comet. He slapped his hand on the seal and twisted it like a faucet, breaking 8 of the 9 locks that held Kurama within. Black water leaked from his stomach, falling like rain. He screamed into the crowd, only 5 meters above their head before it happened. Then it happened. Naruto exploded outward, skin, blood and muscle tearing a bolt through them like mere obstacles, his large paws coming down on whole squadrons of men, leaving mints behind as a souvenir to their comrades. Konan decided down from the sky like the angel she was portrayed to be, landing on Kurama's neck and holding on for dear life, riding the large fox-like cavalry to battle. Multiple shinobi leaped up to board Kurama's back. They fell back down to the earth with 3 paper shuriken buried in each of their heads. Kurama! Pick up Hinata first! Understood! They were only 100 meters away from Hinata. They could see Kakashi and Nagato sparring violently. Nagato seemed to have the upper hand, however. Kakashi was on the defensive. Kurama leaped off the ground and landed on the roof of the bank, Hinata standing between his 2 legs and grinning. Nagato figured it was time to end this petty duel. He pushed Kakashi back and leaped atop Kurama, pulling Konan into a tight embrace and pecking her cheek in relief. I told you. I too have a watchful guard. Glad you could make it, Kurama. How did it go? Sasuke is unconscious and escaped with his brother. Nagato, Tsunade and Kakashi were shocked. Sasuke left with Itachi? Konan nodded. It seems Sasuke was always on Itachi's mind. He has abandoned us all to save his kid brother. Swanda gritted her teeth. So help me God if you hurt him. If he gets hurt it will not be our doing. Itachi has betrayed us all. He is only on Sasuke's side, and it seems Itachi does not want Sasuke near you people either. His own personal agenda is unknown to us. Hinata frowned, kicking a pebble in disappointment. What a shame. I would have loved to see him dead. Do not worry, his time will come. We do have good news, however, Hinata. Good news? Tell me. Sasuke will be in a lot of pain now. Sakura Haruna will no longer be bothering us anymore. Naruto's blade pierced the whore's heart. Hinata grinned. Good news after all. Tsunade backed away towards a wall, her whole body shaking. Her lips trembled like a cold wind had hit her. Shibie let her fists and gritted her teeth, a lone tear coursing down her cheek. No. That can't be true. Konan smirked. If you want, I can take you to her body before you all go to that burning place? Hell. No, Sakura is not dead. Then why can't you sense her chakra? A teacher would know its student's chakra off by heart. Tsunade dropped to her knees, her hand covering her mouth. Kakashi stepped in front of her, his eyes blazing with a fury never seen on the Hataki's limited emotions. His fingers dug into his palms and drew pricks of blood. He stared into the fox's eyes and screamed. Rage beyond description filled Kakashi. Was it the hatred of the Uchiha? Passed to him through his transplanted eye? He did not know, but it felt dangerous. Naruto, you murdered your own squad mate. How far will you go to forsake your parents? Answer me, goddamn you! Naruto sat on a throne. The chamber of the Kyuubi had undergone extreme renovations after the two became friends and used each other's abilities to survive. A bond had been established, and they needed a better place to live when inside one another. The throne gazed out at a portal-like entity that displayed everything the Kyuubi saw, heard and smelled. It was as if Naruto was watching a movie that offered the viewer every sense and taste of what they were watching. In the chamber he had clothes on. All it took was a click of his fingers and he was fully dressed in the tensei robes with the red cloud adorned. He stretched his arms and yawned. Finally some time alone to take a breather. His face growing darker, faint despair drifted into him like a bad taste. He could not help the sorrowful thoughts that came to mind. It was not regret, but was a sense of lost memories. What he had done had set his future in motion. He was not sure if he was ready to become a leader, let alone Hinata's lover. So much pressure, he would not be surprised if his hair was going gray like Haiden's. He sighed, wiping his weepy eyes. Sakura, why did you have to betray me and go down this road? You could have still been alive. You could have still led a life with Sasuke had you left me alone from the start. I'm sorry you died peacefully, you deserved so much more pain, but I just wanted it done, consider it an act of goodwill. Do not worry, Sakura, Sasuke will be with you soon. A voice crossed the chamber, its person hidden by shadows. Is that what you truly think? The voice startled Naruto. He sat up from his seat, hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Who's there? Someone who has watched you a long time. Someone who is worried about you, Naruto. Who are you? How do you know my name? Naruto heard footsteps sound from across the room, the faint outline of a figure approaching with simple grace. No battle charges or fleeing retreat, just a man approaching as if he had all the time in the world. Maybe he did. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat. Familiarity settled in. He knew this chakra, but could not place a face onto its user. The figure emerged from the shadows, his body half illuminated by the low firelight. His bright blonde hair catching Naruto's eye before the man's cool sapphire eyes set on him, almost identical. Naruto's hands began to lightly tremble. Had he not stared up at that face every day? Had he not vandalized that face when he was younger? But this face was real. This was not the stone face of the fourth Hokage who looked out over the village. Fourth Hokage. Why are you here? I'm the one who sealed this guy in you. Have you forgotten? Well, you were only a baby, so how foolish of me, haha. I'm sorry, Naruto. And Naru. How does the fourth Hokage know my name? You died right after I was born. Well, of course I know your name. After reading Jiraiya's book a few times, I figured I would name my son Naruto. The room was quiet. Naruto only stared blindly at the man, his eyes widening with every growing second. His lips trembled. He tried so desperately to say those paternal words, but he could not speak whatsoever. The shock had him orally paralyzed. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, faintly smiled, although his eyes showed a deep sadness that he kept within, for now it would be a reunion. Father. Yes, son, I'm here. Tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks as all the held emotions were set free. How could you? Naruto's fist struck deep into Minato's stomach. He doubled over and lurched. His son's blow was strong. All the sadness and hatred was let loose like a raging river through a floodgate. Hatred and loneliness that had once been locked away had now torn free. His whole life he had been held under the weight of loneliness and depression, held down and kicked by villagers because he was made different. Rejected, attacked and forgotten, all because of the actions of the fourth Hokage, his father. Another fist drove in. How could you do this to your own son? I know you are upset, Naruto. I'm not upset, I am mad. I'm hurt that my own father would lock me away in this cursed life with no one to look out for me. No one at all. All alone for all those years, running and hiding as villagers tried kill me. I'm sorry. Sorry will never cut it, father. Because of this curse you sealed in me, I was chased out of the village you loved. My old girlfriend left me for my best friend and I was killed twice. All I ever wanted was to come home to a mother and father who were there and not on some fucking rock. For the village's safety. You saved them all, Naruto. That village is dead to me. Your heart is dark, my son. The only spark that remains is from Hinata, that woman you love. Leave. Run away and live a life of solitude with her. Do not throw your life away for the benefit of criminals. They are not criminals. They are my family. How would you fucking know? You have forsaken me. Minato's eyes flared with an unnatural anger. It is you who has forsaken me, Naruto. Naruto flinched backwards, shocked by his father's words. Minato continued. I watched my son slaughter his own comrades and teachers moments ago. I watched my son kill his childhood friend in the pursuit of bloody revenge, for fuck's sakes. Do you dare say I have forsaken you? I have given you a future to become Hokage like I did. I have watched you since you were a small child. Forced to share this room with the Kyuubi. Watching you throw your soul away. Then you know very well, father. Nagato is my uncle. The remaining member of our family. Am I supposed to abandon him like you abandoned me? Nagato may be a Uzumaki, but his heart and vengeance lie in the Hidden Rain village where it all started for him. He wants to rebuild the clan with me. We can bring it all back. Why won't you see? I cannot trust the man who trusts the Kyuubi. For the love of God, Naruto. That thing killed your mother and half the village. And yet he has been more supportive than any Hokage, shinobi, or comrade I have ever known. Kurama and I are partners, friends. I wrote the seal for that creature. Once he is fully free, there is no saving you or this world. Can you really trust him? I trust him more than I trust you. Now get out. Naruto. Get out before I cut you down, father! Then let me say this. I will never approve of the murder and hostile takeover of these lands. I will never accept your new role in this world, and I am filled with despair, anger, and shame when I look at what you have become. But I will say this. I love you, Naruto, and my heart goes out to your relationship with Hinata. May that be the purest part of your soul. The rest is black as obsidian. The words stung like warm knives. The loving words were both a joy and a curse. Dad. There will come a time where you will have to meet your mother. Can you look her in the eyes and tell her that her death was worthwhile? Can you justify all that you have done? Farewell, son. It's never too late to change your heart. The image of the man dissipated like smoke. The chakra of the man disappeared, leaving Naruto alone in the seemingly bigger chamber. Nothing but the silent drips of water greeting him now. Minato was gone, and all Naruto could do was clench his teeth and fist. The tears burned as they spilled down his cheek. He pulled back his fist and snapped the concrete head of the throne with one blow. God damn it! He dropped to his knees, his cries growing into harder sobs of wrenching agony and despair. Why, father? Why must you love me now? Naruto felt his whole world split apart. The very father who should hate him for killing Leaf Ninja was also loving his son at the same time. It would be more simple if he were just hated, but his father had to go and make things worse. He did not know what to feel, only despair seemed to be the answer. Madara peered at the battlefield through his mask. The small dots of people clashed and exploded in conflict. It reminded Madara of the battlefield he had fought in so very long ago, where he had lost it all. Zetsu appeared out of the tree and joined him, folding his arms and smirking at the carnage. Zetsu and Madara had planned this all along. Nagato's betrayal, however, was something they had not prepared for. Madara grinned. True courage would begin. He turned around just as a red-cloaked man gracefully emerged from the woods, his skin slightly scaly and pain in the daylight. Kabuto grinned. Madara nodded. Is he ready for combat? He is completely grown and repaired. We can send up the coffin in a moment's notice, Lord Madara. Good. On my order, have it rise in the center of the crater. After it clears a zone, we can drop in and begin the slaughter. Black Zetsu grimaced. A four-way battle will be quite a spectacle to witness. It's a shame I won't be fighting. Madara shrugged. Do as you wish. Just don't get yourself killed. I still need you for the final phase of my plan. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Are you sure the Edo Tensei prototype will suffice in such a battlefield? My jutsu is still in development. Were it a normal body, we may have troubles. But this body is strong. If Lord Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade are still on the battlefield, we can have a little Sannin reunion. Kabuto stroked the wooden coffin. The sun gleamed off its sandalwood exterior and lit up the plaque placed upon its door. Kabuto thought it would be funny to add a little message to the coffin, in good spirit. White Zetsu noticed the plaque and grinned, reading it off as if it were a gravestone. But no one truly dies in the care of Kabuto, not traditionally. Here lies Jiraiya. May he rest and awake in peace. Chapter 27, Retreating Unfulfilled. Kurama sensed something was not right within Naruto's mind. He had his paws full with the Hokage and her subordinates, but the deep feeling emitting from within him seemed to take priority enough. He took a few steps back and diverted his chakra a little in order to fight and see what was going on within his chambers. His subconscious would take place for him, striking and dodging when needed. It was basic tailed beast intuition. He lunged at Tsunade, her rolling to the side and dashing behind cover as a tail stabbed down at her position. Kurama jumped back as Konan hailed the area in paper shuriken. Kurama used the time to divert the chakra and move into his chambers. Kurama felt Naruto's anger wash over him as he entered, Something had happened and Naruto was yet again on edge. Kurama cocked his head and asked, "Naruto, there you are. What is wrong? How long? Huh? What? How long? You are going to have to run that by me, because I have no idea what the—" Naruto screamed, venomous fury building within. "How fucking long did you know my damned father was the fourth Hokage? I did not think it was important. How long, god damn it? Since your birth, the night I was sealed away. Why is this important? Of all the times, why now? Because he just came here a minute ago and said HI. Do you have any idea how unprepared I was for that? And it's all because you never told me who he was. You and I became partners, didn't you think it might come useful to tell me then? I am a tailed beast, not a goddamned babysitter. You son of a bitch. If I am to be scolded, then why didn't Jiraiya or Kakashi ever tell you? Kakashi would have known his sensei's wife was having a child. He knew the fourth sealed it in you. I'm sure he knew all along. Everyone has lied to you, I merely chose not to tell you. No more. I'm taking over now, we will continue this conversation at another time, just shut the fuck up and let me finish this." He slammed his fist down, sending 12 red iron gates falling from the ceiling, each gate sinking into the ground and holding Kurama in place, 9 of the gates on his tails, 1 on his head and body. He lay pinned to the ground like a butterfly specimen with pins, unable to move or break free of his restraints. The lights began to fade as Naruto walked out of the chambers and into reality, gaining control of his body again. His eyes opened upon the battlefield, the Kyuubi's body shrinking and morphing back into the cloaked body of Naruto, his sly grin on display. Nagato was curious about why Naruto had switched back to his human form. Had he used too much chakra? It seemed odd that Naruto would store away such a great power at a crucial moment such as this. He moved in to support Naruto, the question heavy on his mind. "Naruto, have you run out of chakra to keep the Kyuubi form?" Naruto chuckled. "Sorry, was getting bored of sitting around, their end is near anyway. So long as you are well." Naruto nodded. "You seem to be one of the few I can trust, Nagato." They both turned to the 3 opposing shinobi, Hayashi and Yamato standing protective over the Hokage, both worn out and bleeding from various scars and cuts along their bodies. They were no match for the Kyuubi's awesome power, but yet they were eager to defend the Hokage with their very lives. It reminded Naruto how pathetic the Leaf was, sacrificing themselves so the higher-ups can live happy, safe lives. His thoughts running back to his father, once a Hokage and proud leader of the Leaf. Naruto felt nothing like his dad, however. The years of being alone without parents had truly set that in stone. He drew his blade and snarled, picking up speed as he charged into the 2, Hinata leaping down from a column and running alongside him. Hinata pointed to her father. "I will deal with father, you deal with the other." Naruto nodded. He had been worried about Hayashi's abilities. "Good idea, my taijutsu is no match to his." The 2 pairs clashed. Naruto flipped over Yamato's shoulder, his blade coming down against the hand-grown tree trunk Yamato used as a shield. The sword cut and wobbled in the thick redwood. Naruto ducked as the trunk moved and 4 tendrils of wood vines shot from his fingers, aiming to tear through Naruto like threading needles. Yamato was no longer treating Naruto as the former student he had taught. Naruto was a S-class criminal in the eyes of Konoha. Yamato snarled. "Did you think I would go easy on you? Huh, Naruto? I have always wondered if someone cut you in half, would there be blood or tree rings? Maybe I could count your age, ha ha ha." The wood vines collided with a concrete wall, Naruto's blade severing down and detaching the vines from his fingers just in time to block a straight punch. Naruto flipped backwards onto a nearby boulder, drawing a handful each of shuriken, their blades a sickly yellow. The air around Yamato became a barrage of blades, driving him to the ground and bringing up his wooden dome to protect himself from the metal storm that peppered the ground around him. He noticed a slight wound and shrugged it off as a lucky shot from his attacker. Naruto had seen the shuriken slice shallowly his right arm. He knew he has already won. Yamato drew from the cover of his dome and charged into the fray, using Naruto's moment of distraction to rule his end. He collided with Naruto, sending him sprawling to the ground, landing his back. Yamato jumped down onto Naruto, his blade extended ready to pin Naruto to the floor in one fluid motion. Naruto rolled aside, the blade landing only inches from his head. Naruto kicked and struck Yamato's chest, the two of them getting to their feet and pulling kunai from their belts. Yamato started to feel dizzy, his palms growing sweaty and his eyes heavy. He now knew what Naruto had done to the shuriken that had sliced him. Naruto chuckled. So it looks like the poison has hit you. I had Sasori fix my gear up with a deadly venom, your death would come soon. Unless I kill you beforehand, haha. It will be funny, watching you die like scum. I won't let you destroy everything we as a village have worked for, you are a monster. The destruction of Konoha is an inevitability, Yamato. Now all you fight for is to slow the process. In the end, it will all burn. They lunged into each other, their kunai grinding together like opposing gears, waiting for the snap that will decide it all. Across the ruined building, the sounds of hands and legs colliding filled the air. Hinata was gripped in an all-out duel with the very man who raised her and brought her up in the world, her father. The two fought not like ninja or warriors, but fought as rival Hyuga, both using their Byakugan to their fullest. Where Hayashi was powerful in experience and wisdom, Hinata made up for in youth and strength. Hinata's hands the blazing mouths of lions. Her technique was powerful and frightening to the veteran Hyuga who had never seen such a gentle fist technique pulled off with such power and control. Hayashi hissed behind gritted teeth. There is no hope for you, is there, child? Hope, from the mouth of a leaf shinobi, is venom to my ears. All you people do is bring war and discrimination. Everything you do is for that monstrous boy, you are nothing but his puppet. Everything I do is for the future of the shinobi world. Child, you are sadly mistaken. Hinata ducked a savage palm blow, swinging her legs around and kicking Hayashi off his feet and onto the hard concrete floor. Hinata driving her palm into Hayashi's left leg, severing a chakra point and leaving the man in screaming agony, unable to move his leg. He substituted himself and appeared across the room, clutching the door frame in support. He limped to the center of the room and stood ready again. He realized he must fight where he stood. He could no longer afford to move around and fight. His mobility was famished until his chakra point in his leg was healed. If I cannot save my daughter, I must fight for my other daughter. Hanabi, I hope you understand. He turned to his daughter, the intent to kill now a heavy option weighing him down. She was beyond saving, it seemed. He pulled his fingers together and breathed deep, composing himself and preparing for lethal blows that were never made for the skin of his family. But Hayashi knew he would have to kill one to save the rest. He would mourn after the deed was done. Hinata was charging from across the room, a blunt move which Hayashi was disappointed to see. She had made a necklace move and it had cost her the battle. Hayashi's hand pierced like a spear, charged with all the chakra he could muster. His hand tore into Hinata's chest and through her back, impaling his daughter and ending the duel of Hyuga. Hayashi found himself sobbing through harsh tears. Stupid girl. Stupid girl. Look what I had to do. You were supposed to bury me. Her blood pooling from the ragged hole and spilling onto the concrete floor, she coughed blood. Father. Dropping all hate and formalities, he listened into his daughter's dying words. Yes? What is it, precious? The body of Hinata exploded in a cloud of smoke. Hayashi was the one who had been necklace. He had allowed his daughter to trick him and substitute herself while she hid in waiting. To think she would be foolish enough to charge in unprepared. Hayashi found himself admiring her technique. Had she not been the enemy, it may have brought a smile to his blood face. He felt the cold steel slide through him and protrude from his belly, slicing through lungs and stomach as it passed through. The voice of his daughter, sounding more alive than previous. I'm sorry you had to come here, father. I'm sorry your blind love ruled your end. You taught me to fight. Did you think I would rush in like that? He spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned, deep pain registering. Of course not. You have become a powerful warrior, Hinata. You are beautiful like your mother. I give you these words not as a leaf shinobi and enemy, but as your father. Live and love strong like your mother wanted. Naruto is scum in my eyes, but if you love him and he loves you, then please, love each other, for forever mo. More. His last words choked off into blood-filled coughs and hacks. Hinata's eyes were teary. She both loved and hated this man before her, but her life, quest, and goals lied with the destruction of the leaf and the revival of the Uzumaki clan. Her love for Naruto had grown to be more than anything she had felt. She planted a kiss on the brow of her dying father, pulling her kunai from her belt and placing it to his throat. He was bleeding out and was in considerable pain. Despite being a leaf puppet, he deserved less. She nodded his agreement, smiling before the blade crossed his throat and spilled his life onto the floor. Hinata only knelt there for the next 10 minutes, letting the events sink in like the blade had. Rock Lee, Tenten and Guy collided with the group of black-armored Umbu. Guy and Lee's fourth gate activated and Tenten's scrolls unraveling to shower the earth in shuriken and kunai. The Umbu were trained killers, but their armor and lack of flexibility led to their initial downfall. All they possessed was strength in numbers, and that did not last long. Guy wondered how many were shadow clones and how many were actual warriors. He was uncertain. Either way, they were cut down and slaughtered under the might of the Blue Beast and students. Guy screamed to Tenten as a group of Akimichi copycats charged in, bodies large and heavy. "Tenten, take out their legs!" Tenten nodded and hurled a scroll heavy with seals and jutsu symbols, exploding outward as it collided with the ground, sending cannonballs and shrapnel hurling into the legs of the giants, toppling them like trees, looking up to find Guy and Lee's blades piercing through the slot of their helmets. Lee had never been in such a bloody fight where he had to actually kill men. He ignored their screams and found himself pretending it was an average day at the training fields with moving dummies or shadow clones. This helped him kill without feeling the guilt and remorse most soldiers felt during battle. It helped him become the killing machine the Hidden Leaf needed him to be. He spotted Shizen from across the battlefield and waved. He had no idea she would be fighting. Lee figured she was undercover and infiltrated Danzo's ranks. Tenten called, a mild grin placed across her face at the familiar face. "Shizen! Over here!" Shizen grinned and trotted over, slicing down Umbu as she came. "You guys! Where is Lady Tsunade? You don't know?" "No. I need to meet up with her. Please tell me where." Umbu circled them. They were trapped in the middle. The four fighters faced aside and kept the Umbu at bay. Shizen was back to back with Tenten, her blades drawn and menacingly pointed at any Umbu who tried to lunge in. Guy grinned. "Glad to have you on our side, Shizen. With your help we can get to the others." She rolled her eyes in annoyance. Yes. Now where is Tsunade located? Where are they keeping Tsunade?" Tenten clicked her fingers. "I know! They have her located at the bank building. We have set up a strong point there whilst we hold off the enemy." Shizen's grin became wide and wolfish. "Great! That's all I need to know." The Umbu stopped circling and stood silent, their eyes filled with humor, some of which began to laugh. Guy and his students were shocked and confused. All the Umbu were now laughing and grinning as if their need to fight had been replaced with sheer humor. One of the captains, a man with red shoulder plates and a gold emblem upon his helmet, stepped forward and joked. Ha, that was the easiest interrogation we have done all day, as Shizen." Tenten cocked an eyebrow. "Shizen, what are they talk?" She could not finish her sentence, her voice silenced as Shizen's blade pierced through her back and into her heart. Her eyes went glassy and rolled up in her sockets. Guy and Lee screamed as they turned to see. Tenten dropped to her knees, the blade sticking out of her back. Shizen giggled, pulling free the blade and wiping it on the sleeve of her coat, her grin savage and sadistic. Guy caught Tenten in his arms before she fell to the wet soil, bloody roses soaking through her white tunic. "Tenten!" Lee's was in utter shock, his mouth trembling with each word. Why, Shizen, why?" "Because power and control is more desirable than friendship and honor. Why would I spend the rest of my life serving some bitch as a secretary maid?" Guy held his hands to the wound, but the blood just soaked through his fingers like sand in an hourglass. "Tenten! Hold on, damn it!" But like an hourglass, Tenten's time had run out. Her face was cold and still, her eyes empty like glass jars. Guy was screaming before he even knew it, his fists tightly around his deceased student, whom he had taught for 4 years and become friends with. Guy treated his students like his own children. With the fading of Tenten's heartbeat, a piece of his own heart had turned black and shattered. Lee too felt the pain. He had always liked Tenten, but was always too busy training to confess. In that moment he loathed himself for never telling her how he felt. The two knelt before her body, beating their chests and weeping on the bloody earth. Shizen was disgusted by the sight. "We have done enough, gentlemen. We know where the bitch is. Let's go pay our visits." Lee snarled. "I'll fucking kill you! I will send men here in a few minutes. If you are still here by then, I will have your heads. So please take my mercy kindly and beat it." Lee was about to charge when Guy grabbed his hand and shook his head, his eyes expressionless and broken. "I can't lose you too." Shizen nodded and turned, her long trench coat fluttering in the breeze, her cold grin fixated on Tsunade's location. "Good boys." Yamato dropped to his knees. The poison had worked its way into his legs and arms. It felt like molten glass had been poured into his veins. Each second was agonizing. Naruto circled the man, his blade awaiting the chance to sink itself into Yamato's abdomen at a moment's notice. But Naruto loved nothing more than to toy with his prey, to enjoy his suffering as if it were a fine red wine. After he was finished with Yamato, he could finally finish Tsunade and go after Sasuke and Itachi. Yamato doubled over and coughed out blood as the poison began to take effect on his blood vessels, his face growing pale. "What did you do to me?" "Naruto. Sasori is a master of poisons. It's a rare venom extracted from the Hidden Stone's shadow viper. Thankfully Orochimaru still had a specimen. Right now it's attacking your nervous system and your muscles. Don't worry. I will make it quick. You will find yourself wondering one day. Wondering why you are so alone. Then you will remember all the friends you slaughtered in your quest for power. As long as I have my friends in Hinata, I don't need to leave for you. Then hurry and end it. Talking is done between us." Naruto nodded and raised his blade, looking over the crippled body of Yamato and smirking, lunging the blade down. Yamato's body was grasped in talons and pulled from the ground as Naruto's blade came down and stuck into the soil. He turned his head to the sky, the large ink-drawn bird carrying Yamato to safety. Atop its back glared Sai. His normally blank face was contorted in anger and disgust. Naruto chuckled. Why did they always get away in the end? There was a high chance Yamato might die from the poison, but that was for fate to decide. "Hinata, where are you, my love?" Konan watched as Nagato locked blades with Kakashi, their stares and strength almost equal. She knew he would win, but that never stopped her from worrying and keeping an eye on him. She could not help her protective love she held for that man. When Yahiko had died, he was the only thing she had left, incapacitated from their fight with Danzo. It was Konan who looked after Nagato, and he who looked after her. She had loved Yahiko as a teenager, but Nagato became her true love, crippled body or not. Nagato pushed his hand into Kakashi's chest and fired off a gust of wind force, sending the two flying from each other and reopening the gap. Konan flew down on wings of paper and caught her man before he hit the wall, setting him down and landing next to him. Konan teased. "Keep damaging yourself like that and I won't have lips to kiss tonight." As you wish. Where is Naruto and Hinata?" "Hinata has finished her fight with her father, he's dead. Naruto has finished his fight with Yamato and is heading this way. I should go check on Hinata." "Good idea. We need everyone here if we are to defeat the Hokage." "What of Danzo?" "He is not in the city. We can't afford to take him on until he shows himself. Check on Hinata and return as soon as you can." "Understood. I love you." "I love you too, Konan." Their lips met and parted as they separated again into the battlefield. Nagato running after Kakashi, who had fled to the courtyard below. Kakashi was moving to the center of the crater where Tsunade and the main bulk of the Leaf Ninja were holding off both Umbu and Tensei fighters. Using the ability of the animal path, Nagato slapped his hands together and called, "Kuchios no Jutsu!" A large plume of smoke bellowed from the ground in front of him, the growl of a creature crawling from the caste seal and into the land of reality. The smoke began to clear. The brown-furred hound rose to its leg, the large horn piercing gleamed from its nose and its eyes fierce. The large dog barked and bowed to Nagato, who walked to its large head and stroked the fur, greeting his long-lost friend. The dog panted in happy admiration. "It's good to see you too, Chibi." The dog that had died long ago in his childhood had become one of his summoning contracts, brought back from the dead as a stronger, larger companion. Nagato could talk with his friend whenever he pleased, feeling the nostalgic days of his youth flow back to him like trying on an old coat. He grabbed hold of Chibi's neck and swung himself onto the dog's back, lightly kicking its sides and moving it into a full charge. Kakashi's scent would lead Nagato to Tsunade. The hound leaped from building to building, its speed 100 times more agile than any ninja as it galloped through the battlefield, slashing through leaf and umbu alike. Nagato-ten realized he was being followed. Something was fast on his heels. "Chibi, watch out, there may be trouble." "There is no trouble, only Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto landed on the dog's back and patted his uncle's shoulder, grinning as the two reunited. Nagato felt his heart skip a beat. The bastard had gave him the shock of his life, and yet he found himself laughing along with Naruto. "You baka! You scared the paths out of me. Great to see you are okay. We need to talk later, about what happened when I was in Kurama's chamber." "So something did happen. I just want answers, but that can wait until later." Nagato nodded, his mind now filled with worries and questions. Something has happened to Naruto emotionally. "We should take tonight to relax." Chibi leaped into the clearing, the cries and screams of battle still raging on as the two armies clashed and battered against each other. They could hear the flap of large wings. Naruto turned expecting to see Sai. Instead he caught glimpse of Konan and Hinata flying down to the clearing of the battlefield, waving to Nagato to link up with them on the ground. The two groups met up and quickly embraced, Naruto picking up Hinata and spinning her in the air, her head resting on his shoulder, small tears in her eyes. He knew what she had overcome and he was proud. Her lips were trembling. "And, Naruto, father, we—" He pulled her in and kissed the gentle area of her temple, and whispered soothingly, "Sure, I know, Hinata, I'm here. I always will be." Nagato put his arms around Konan's waist. "You did a good job, tonight I'll treat you for it." Konan blushed bright red, her face then growing serious. "There they are. Across the clearing on top of that busted fountain." Across the crater was a large water feature, its waters long drained and now filled with dirt, mud and blood. Tsunade stood atop its broken brickwork and was pointing out directions for the battered squadrons, Kakashi keeping an eye over the battlefield. There were too many shinobi between them and Tsunade now that Naruto was not able to use the Kyuubi's form. It would prove near impossible to breach their defenses as is. Nagato had a plan, however. He signaled to the sky and waved downward. The large clay dragon swooped down onto the clearing near the members of Tensei. Deidara sat atop its back on a leather saddle, both his face and hands smiling with artistic enjoyment. Nagato pointed out the thick blanket of shinobi. "Deal with them. They are in our way. Consider them art in the making. This is going to be fun." The large dragon flapped its wings and launched off the ground, Deidara's mouth and hands working their explosive magic. He spat out ball after ball of C2 and C4 plaster, molding them into assortments of animals, insects and birds. He began to fill his pockets and punches with the writhing critters. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Nagato noticed his confusion and smiled. "You have never seen Deidara do this before, have you, to such a degree?" "Never, maybe a few bugs or birds, yeah, but never this much." "What is he going to do?" "A very dangerous technique. We banned him from doing it in our headquarters or hidden rain." "What technique?" "Funny enough, he calls it Deidara's Zoo." Deidara flew over the large crowds of ninja, their kunai and shuriken not powerful enough to reach their target. Deidara only laughed, his head rocking back and forth with his enjoyment of how futile their attacks were. He spread his arms out wide and dropped hundreds of the objects, scattering among the ranks of the shinobi and crawling into their vests and packs. Swarms upon swarms of them covered the battlefield. Nagato grabbed Konan and moved Naruto and Hinata, knowing all too well Deidara went overboard. Deidara's laughs roared above the confusion of the shinobi. He formed his fingers together and screamed aloud, activating the hand sign. "Art is an explosion, assholes!" The crater erupted into screaming flames and shinobi. Fire and debris encompassing the whole crater, burning and tearing apart anything that survived the initial explosive. Multiple mini-explosions followed after as paper bombs and gasoline were ignited from the ninja's personal supplies. The fire spewed out in all directions and vanished as soon as it appeared, leaving the charred scene of death as an afterimage for all to see. Screaming men and confused survivors limped across the crater. Nagato drew his kunai and pointed to the fountain where Tsunade was unscathed. Kakashi had erected a 4-wall barrier he endowed copy from someone. Many shinobi were lucky enough to get behind it before they were killed. Nagato was happy it would not be too much of an issue. Nagato swung his blade, charging in. "Let's go and finish this." Naruto nodded. "Let's go, Hinata." "Yes." They charged through charred bones and ruptured earth, their eyes fixed on Tsunade and Kakashi. They would not leave until every single leaf ninja was killed. This was a fight to the death. What could possibly stop their awesome power now? Kakashi exhaled. The barrier wall had protected them from the surprise bombardment. There was at least 20 men huddled behind the wall, their faces near black from the smoke, soot and charcoal that filled the air. They coughed and spat, but they were all glad to be alive. Leaving the cover of the barriers, they glimpsed the fate of their not-so-lucky comrades. Screaming men and silent bodies filled the crater, both Umbu and Leaf Ninja. Many vomited at the horrid sight. Kakashi was used to this sight. War was etched into his mind long before the events of today. Tsunade looked grave. She could sense the remaining Tensei members across the crater. She ordered out the medics to retrieve the wounded and exit the city. The wounded needed to be tended to. "Move out, people! Get stretchers up here ASAP! Yes, Lady Hokage!" Kakashi brushed the dirt from his shoulders and drew his blade. If the enemy were to attack, it would be soon. He heard sounding footsteps in the closing distance. They were too loud and organized to be Tensei. He knew all too well that reinforcements from the Foundation were here to mop up any survivors and investigate what had happened. Tsunade's skin went pale. Among the clearing smoke she could sense a familiar chakra, among bad men. Shizen. Shizen, is that you? The marching footsteps stopped, the faint outlines of their armor poking through the dissipating smoke. Tsunade hoped to God Shizen had not been captured and was a prisoner. She swore to the heavens she would rescue Shizen if so. The two of them had been friends for years. The silence of the black-armored Umbu became menacing. Tsunade had to repeat herself. "Shizen! What is it? Can't you see we are trying to clean up here? What are you talking about?" Shizen turned to the company captain and pointed at a lump on the floor. The captain ducked down and pulled his kunai. Shizen carried on speaking as the captain began to cut into something. "We can't clean up this shithole if you guys keep interrupting us. Can you please get on your knees and surrender? Make it easy for me?" "Shizen, what the hell are you talking about? Why are you among those Umbu? They are working for Danzo." Shizen rolled her eyes in annoyance. "The bitch does not get it. Captain, pass it here." Shizen picked up the large lump out of the captain's hand. Tossing it upwards and catching it with her hand, she grabbed it by the tuft of its hair and threw it out of the smoke and rolling to Tsunade's feet. The ninja gagging and jumping backwards in disgust and fright, some of them spewing what was left of their lunch and confidence. The severed head of a leaf ninja stared widely at Tsunade, its mouth ajar and gaping in shocked agony. Tsunade was shocked beyond words, her mind spinning in confused shock. Why did Shizen do that? Why? "Are you still confused, bitch? Shizen. Why? Why would you do this to your own comrades? I was waiting for this day, you old bag. The day you would finally lose your wit and leave the position of Hokage. The perfect time for me to take over and help Lord Danzo rule this world with true power. All I had to do was bide my time under your wing and wait. You used us all, this whole time? Sure did. Got a problem with that? You have crossed the line, Shizen. Not even I can save you. I'm sorry, but I'm going to take you down for what you have done. Don't expect any special treatment. You are a murderer and a conspirator to the Leaf Village. I can't let you live unpunished. Shizen grinned furiously, pulling the sword from her assistant's sheath and screaming, "Come and get me, you old bitch!" The Umbu's heavy footfalls sounded again. Kakashi guessed about 50 or more, all elite Umbu among the Foundation's top operatives. Victory was a faint possibility. Many would die. Tsunade screamed her fury. The remaining Konoha survivors roared their own and charged in. The two groups charging at full pace. Kakashi sensed the third party. His Sharingan picked up their faint outlines through the smoke. He turned to Tsunade and the others and yelled, "Lady Tsunade, Tensei members at 10 o'clock. Looks like this is going to be a three-way duel." From a bird's eye view, the crater's occupants would have been in the shape of a triangle, charging into the center from the three sides. When the three forces meet in the middle, blood would be shed. Tensei versus Umbu versus Leaf Ninja. Their forces scattered throughout the city. This battle would decide the fate of everyone else. Naruto led Tensei, Nagato close behind, his teeth bared and his blood running hot. Kakashi saw Naruto and felt his heart break. So it had to come to this, old friends. Wait, what the hell? What is that? Naruto saw Kakashi and felt his blood run hotter. I'm going to enjoy the slaughter. Until every... Wait. Nagato, what is that? Shizen spotted Tsunade and grinned. I'm going to put holes in that by... What? Captain, what is that? The three groups came to a jolting stop, their faces contorted in confusion and surprise. Something had appeared in the very center of their path, diffusing any anger, fury or bloodlust and replaced it with fear, confusion and unease. Kakashi, Nagato and the captain of the Umbu company answered the hanging question in unison, each army echoing the A name back through the ranks. The three men answered everyone's question, their faces growing pale. It's a coffin. Standing on its own. A coffin. Naruto scratched his head and cocked an eyebrow, noticing the pale complexion that crossed Nagato's face. So, it's just a coffin. Nagato turned slowly to Naruto. I know what it is. Pack your things, we need to leave. If you have not recognized the chakra by now, you are lucky. Naruto chuckled. TFF what? Are you kidding me? It's just an empty. The force of familiar chakra hit him like a brick from home. His eyes widened, a faint smile crossed his face. He had missed that chakra for too long. He had spent 3 years training with it, and becoming familiar with it after all. He knew something as simple as a rock ceiling could take him down. He knew the old perv had a trick up his sleeve. Why was Nagato being so cautious? Naruto sheathed his blade and grinned from cheek to cheek, approaching the coffin that no one dared step closer to. Across the field, Naruto saw Tsunade's eyes go teary. Nagato shouted, "No, Naruto! Get the hell away from that! What is your problem? He escaped, Nagato. He is perfectly fine. I can't believe he escaped." The coffin lid groaned and opened, tipping onto the ground like a drawbridge. Naruto wanted to run into the man's arms and let it all out. The figure stepped out of the coffin, his white hair a beacon to Naruto's hope. The man turned to Naruto, his eyes as black as obsidian. "Jiraiya, I miss you so much. How did you escape?" Nagato was hysterical, the veins in his neck protruding in nervous urgency. "Naruto! Get the fuck away from him! He's not alive! What are you talking about? Tell them, Jiraiya." Jiraiya turned his neck, his eyes gaining a faint shade of his normal color, his face contorted with sadness. "Gee, get away, Naruto. Nagato is right." What are you talking about? Is this a joke?" "Ha!" Nagato screamed, Hinata following behind. "He is an Idio Tensei subject." "Edo wa?" Nagato began to run forward. "Naruto, run! Damn it, run!" Jiraiya's had clasped around Naruto's throat and lifted him off the ground. Naruto's lungs instantly deflated in surprise. His arms and legs dangling in shock as Jiraiya choked the life out of his student. His eyes registered sad fear for Naruto, as if he were only in control of his head. Nagato swung his blade down and severed the arm of his teacher. Naruto dropped to the ground like a stone and gasped for air. Jiraiya's hand formed back onto his arm and let go of Naruto's neck. Jiraiya shook his head in fearful relief. I was raised from the dead by Kabuto. It's an advanced version of what Orochimaru used on the first and second Hokage during his fight with the third Hokage, Hiruzen. Naruto grasped enough air and wiped tears from his eyes. Hinata picked him up. So you are dead, and you aren't yourself. Why? Because that is how sick Kabuto is. Run. I can't be destroyed. I will just morph back into my original form and attack again. Konan questioned Nagato. Who could have raised him from the dead? Surely not just Kabuto. Nagato shook his head. The Akatsuki. Led by Madara, no doubt. This was their payback for us leaving their ranks. Shizen had seen enough. Her anger flared as she screamed out the charge for her men to advance. The Umbu soldiers roared into life, their weapons drawn and ready to make short work of the revived sage. Jiraiya's puppet corpse turned to the attackers, not an inch of fear across his face. He waited patiently for the Umbu to collide. Jiraiya began to walk, then jog, only to break out into a full charge. The Umbu battalion collided with Jiraiya and exploded backward. Jiraiya's fists punching through armor as if it were paper, his eyes surrounded by the colored border of the sage mode. His attacks lethal and merciless, cutting down Umbu like toys. Naruto's breathing was harsh and quick. The shock was pulling him on the verge of hyperventilation and breakdown. Nagato moved quick. Nagato picked up Naruto and moved backwards. We have to leave. We must leave Naruto. You are not ready to fight him. Naruto could only mutter strings of words as he watched his old sensei cut down men like paper without remorse. Sensei. Pervy. Sage. Hinata whispered into Naruto's ear, her face deep with concern. Naruto-kun. We have to leave now. Get up, please. Naruto regained some logical sanity. No. We can't leave. Tsunade and Kakashi are right there. Nagato only shook his head. No, Naruto, we have no way of fighting a reanimated opponent. He won't die. Also, I worry for your emotional well-being. After all we have done, we can't just leave now. You killed Sakura. Your true goal is Sasuke, not Tsunade. The sooner we find Itachi and Sasuke, the better, right? But we have the chance to finish them once and for all. You can't stop me from taking that chance. With superhuman dexterity, Nagato pulled a dart from his pocket and slammed it into the back of Naruto's neck, the green dart sinking only half an inch into his neck and releasing a dosage of medicine straight into Naruto's bloodstream through a vein. Naruto clutched for purchase. Nagato grabbed him and held him steady, flipping him onto his shoulder in a fireman's carry. Hinata's eyes were wide with shock and confusion, her fists clenched into small balls of anger. What the hell did you do? Nagato patted Naruto's back. Don't worry, a mild tranquilizer dart. He will be fine. Was that necessary at all? He would not have listened, maybe not even you. His head is filled with vengeance, he is not ready to take down his old master. I doubt his mind can handle it. Is that all a problem? Ugh. No, you're right, let's just get Naruto-kun to safety. Tensei used the moment of massacre and confusion to slip out. The Konoha shinobi could only watch as the reanimated Jiraiya tear through the Umbu ranks, some leaf shinobi charging in to stop him, ending up no more alive than the dismembered Umbu. Nagato clutched Naruto over his shoulder tight, Konan covering their escape with a storm of confusing paper diversions. Nagato reached into his pouch and pulled free the whistle horn that he blew to signify the mission's end. He blew the wooden carved whistle and turned his attention to moving through the city undetected. It had been a miracle to slip out so easy. Konan caught up with the group. Was this all worth it in the end? Nagato? Sakura was taken down, countless leaf ninja and Umbu slaughtered, and not a single casualty on our own side. It could not have gone better. Jiraiya's appearance, on the other hand, changed everything. I don't know what to do. I feel so unfulfilled knowing he is alive and being controlled by that deranged maniac Madara. We can sort all this out together. We are like a family now. Yes. I just hope Naruto understands why we had to pull out. Hinata nodded. I'm sure he will, as long as I'm there to help. Chapter 28, Aches and Pains. The early afternoon sounds and senses filled the air, pulling Naruto closer to conscience and away from drugged captivity. His yes opened and shut like malfunctioning blinds. He saw the Trilene move past him as he stared into their green depths. Nagato carried him like a newly born baby or a newly married bride. Clutched in his arms, his eyes the first thing to wake up in his numb body. He saw Hinata, her face serene and beautiful as Konan chirped her gossip. He wanted to call out to hear, but his lips were heavy. Sasori, Deidara and Orochimaru were in front of the group, arguing about true art. Puppets lasting throughout time as monuments to history. Explosions! To have true beauty and have it vanish in a second. The forever shedding white snake, leaving behind its past life to live longer and more powerful than before, that is true art. No one seemed to talk about Itachi, but it was all heavily on their minds. Tensei had dealt a massive blow by using their Sharingan user. Operations would need to be planned more thoroughly. Naruto could feel Nagato's heartbeat, beating faster as he gazed at Konan. Naruto would smile had it been possible. Hinata turned to check on the two, her eyes growing wide at the sight of Naruto's. She dropped back and clutched his hand, her face warming. He's awake! Naruto, I'm sorry, but we needed to leave. Jiraiya-sensei, well... Naruto, with great effort, spoke. I know, just get me home. I'm so tired. Nagato nodded. We all need some more time to review strategies. Naruto's eyes widened. So what happened to Umbu and the Leaf Ninja? We don't know. We left in a hurry, no doubt the battle is still raging on now. Konan placed her index finger to Naruto's mouth, hushing him. Don't worry about that, just rest and we will be home soon, okay? Okay. As his eyes fluttered shut, his mind drifted into deep thought. Where was Sasuke now? What was he thinking? Would he act on his own hate and seek Naruto out? He hoped that very much. He felt his limbs ache and burn with the wearing off of adrenaline. All he wanted now was to sleep, and curled in his uncle's arms. That was the one thing that never occurred. His hate like caffeine, sleep would not be so easy. He had to sort out the issues regarding his father, the Kyuubi and now Jiraiya. He just wanted to leave this world with Hinata and relax. The early afternoon sounds and senses filled the air, pulling Sasuke closer to conscience and away from Genjutsu captivity. Itachi carried him, his face not angry or cold, but warm as if a weight had been lifted off his chest. Sasuke wanted nothing more than to lunge up and bite out his brother's treacherous throat, but instead he found himself shaking, tears pouring down his cheeks, and he remembered what had happened. His lips puckered and he let out a low moan. Itachi clutched him tighter and sighed. We will be safe soon, Sasuke. I'm so sorry. Had I been there sooner I could have saved Sakura and what was left of your heart. Sasuke only shook his head, his teeth bared in the agony of mourning, the burned after image of Sakura's bloody smiling face a vivid image in his mind, unable to be cleared from his thoughts. All he could do was stare paralyzed into the depths of the forest, and search for peace among their green shades. He found only Sakura's bloody stare. Itachi felt that talking would be the best medicine for them both. He wanted bandage the emotional wounds both Naruto and himself had left in his life. Perhaps soothing stories and explanations would ease tension, or perhaps it would only escalate. Itachi decided to take the risk. I can tell you really loved her. I saw the same stare in you that I saw in father, when he looked at mother while she cooked or gardened. True love. I remember when I had my first girlfriend over, haha, we had closed the door and hung out in my room. You really thought I had not noticed you when you decided to spy on us. You burst in and tried to capture us. Now that I recall, you seemed pretty jealous. But in the end me and that girl broke up and you and I were still best brothers. You won that round. I spent so long on the run, I barely had time to read the newspaper. But I kept up to date with everything, your missions and promotions. I'm taking you to my personal safe house. I think I still have a wall of newspaper clippings. I never wanted to lose sight of my kid brother after all. We can rest there and decide what is next for you. Of course, I know where you want to go as soon as you are recovered, but I can't allow that until you are ready. I don't want to lose you, Sasuke. Sasuke clawed his face and screamed. Why do you fucking care? Just stop it already, pretending you love me and saving my life as if you were someone important in my life. You are nothing to me. I lost the only person I cared for. Itachi nodded, he understood. Sasuke had much to learn about that night. I understand, Sasuke. We are almost there. I will tell you everything. Tell me everything about what? Why I left Konoha. What really happened on that night. What I had to do in order to save the village. Across the countryside in the devastated ruins of the hidden Eddie's village, the screams and explosions continued after the retreat of both the Uchiha and Tensei. The Umbu Legion and the Leaf Ninja gripped in a three-directional war with the reanimated corpse of Jiraiya. Tsunade found herself sick of the prospect of fighting him, but she knew as a Sannin it was up to her to take Jiraiya down. She may be the only experienced ninja strong enough to do so. Across the field she saw groups of both Umbu and Leaf Ninja collided, Jiraiya pushing in between and slaying them like mere pawns. He still had control over his voice, however, alerting the shinobi to his attacks and evasions, aiding their battle. As if the Akatsuki have little practice with their new jutsu. Tsunade turned as a group of injured Leaf Ninja limped over the mound. Their faces contorted in horror and agony as they clutched open wounds and downed comrades. A captain limped forward, his eyes wide with terror. Lady Hokage! Umbu have breached the rear guard, we are surrounded! Damn it! Umbu have formed a noose around our position, and it's only going to pull tighter. If the rear guard falls, we are lost here. She turned as Kakashi stepped forward. I'm a little exhausted, but I can buy you enough time to escape. It has been an honor to serve under you. He was stopped, but not by Tsunade. No, Kakashi. I have a score to settle. Get everyone to a safer location and move. Gee, Guy, what happened? Rock Lee and Guy emerged from the clearing, their hand drenched in blood. Umbu took Niji from us, now they took Tenten. Tsunade's hand crept up to her chest, another death. Guy. I'm so sorry. Had we organized teams easier I might. No need, Tsunade. I have a score to settle with them, not you. Right, Lee? Lee wiped a tear from his cold stare, hate within him like never before. Kill them all. Indeed. Guy pushed Kakashi back and stepped forward with Lee, their cold glares fixed upon the marching crowd of Umbu over the ridge. They turned to each other and nodded, charging up their chakra to maximum levels never yet reached by the two. Kakashi knew what they were about to do, but was powerless to stop it. Guy and his student began to scream, the ground around them tearing apart as raw chakra was released. They both shouted in unison. Seventh gate release. Gate of Wonder! The two were enveloped in green chakra flame. 1 second they were there, the next they were gone. Lee and Guy charged at the enemy, moving so fast not a single sensory Umbu was able to detect their presence until it was too late. Kunai sliced across the heads of 10 men, moving at light speeds. They dropped to the ground in a pool of their own blood, gagging for air and life, but growing cold and still soon after. The two ninja moved through the ranks, their devastating attacks leaving large holes in the Umbu's formation, like a lawn mower in tall grass, except no ordinary lawn mower leaves a trail of blood behind. Tsunade turned to Kakashi. Help deal with Jiraiya, he may have a plan you can use. I will stay here and keep command over the field, Guy saved us all. Yes, Tsunade. She turned back to the battlefield and frowned. Where on earth was the real troublemaker? Shizen spotted Tsunade across the field, her hate taking hold. She charged through, dodging blows from Leaf Ninja and killing them just as quick. Tsunade became aware of her opponent and leaped onto the field. Her fists tightened, ready to pummel her former secretary and friend, no matter how much it hurt her emotionally. The two locked eyes and lunged in. Shizen's blade collided with Tsunade's fist, stabbing into the Hokage's hand and shattering against the great force of her strike. Tsunade grunted and pulled a large chunk of steel from her bleeding hand, throwing it at Shizen like throwing knife. Shizen rolled to the side, dodging the strike. Not bad, bitch. What is your problem? The power you will earn will be fake and useless. You are lying to yourself, Shizen. I have been promised so much more than power, Tsunade. Money, jutsu, and endless luxuries. And not a single day of working for a tired old bitch like you. So you decided to betray your friends just so you could be a lazy little shit? This Shizen sickens me. I want the old you back. The old me was all a damned lie, you dumbass. Shizen tackled Tsunade down to the ground, pulling a thin custom blade from her boot and raising it up in the air, ready to strike down. Shizen grinned. She planted her knees on each arm and held Tsunade down. She was trapped not by her force, but by her shock. Her hand was bleeding heavily. She felt sick at the sight of it. But of course, Shizen knew about this. She snickered. Afraid of a little blood? Oh, you poor thing. Of course it all happened since the death of Uncle Dan, didn't it? You are a disgrace to his name. Be silent. Then let's get this over with. Hold still and it will be over soon. I owe you that much for keeping me fed and employed or whatever. She raised the blade. Its silvery edges shone in the afternoon light. She stretched her fingers and brought it down. Her hand hit the floor instead of meeting its target. Shizen began to scream in agony as the blade of Temari, Sand Ninja, severed the hand right off her arm. She screamed and clutched the stump as bleed heavily where veins and arteries had once been connected. Roars from throughout the city were heard. As Sand Ninja from allied nation Suna poured onto the battlefield, large meteors of hardened sand bombarding Umbu positions. Temari grasped her hand and pulled her up. Lady Hokage, are you hurt? You guys are early. You were supposed to take days for God's sakes. Temari grinned. Word got out a week ago from a source in Konoha. We know everything that has happened with Danzo. Kazekage Gaara wishes to strengthen bonds between our villages and help re-establish order in Konoha and pay back the department we owe. With many thanks we accept. Where is the Kazekage? Brother should be arriving soon with Kankuro. They are in the main regiment approaching from the east. Our numbers are small. We would have been wiped out had you not shown up. I would have been dead. They turned to the whimpering Umbu leader, her face contorted with fear and agony. She shuffled backwards on the floor, trying to stand but falling over as her raw stump burned with agony. The floor at her feet was a large pool of blood as she slipped in it. Temari drew her large fan and unsheathed its moons of power, ready to send Shizen against the concrete wall at high speeds, crushing her if she so dared to strike again. Temari looked over her shoulder to Tsunade, question in her eye. What do you want done with this traitor? Keep her alive. I'll have what is left of the Intel Corps torture her for what she knows. Good. Also I have received word that a great many Umbu fled from Danzo's legion and await your orders on return to the Hidden Leaf. They are still loyal to your cause. Good to know. I can't help but wonder what else Danzo is up to. Across the city atop the tree-lined hill, Danzo watched the whole battle take place through elegant binoculars. He watched the Akatsuki rise, the Leaf and Umbu fall, and the arrival of Suna's forces. Most was unexpected, but not worrying in the slightest. A low-level scout entered the clearing and bowed just in front of Danzo's throne, his head bowed low in respect and obedience. Make your report. Yes, my lord, Suna forces have entered from the east and north. Our troops are outnumbered and are being slaughtered like animals. If they allow themselves to be taken down by Simple Leaf and Sand Ninja, they are no better than animals. Continue your report. Yes, my lord. The field commander, Shizen Kato, has been captured by the Hokage and is critically injured. Requesting Umbu retrieval squad to. Don't, there is no need. My lord? She has served her worthless use. Let her rot in a cell for all I care. This is war, we can't waste many lives for one. Call the retreat. I have enjoyed this conflict mildly. Take us back to Foundation Outpost in the Hidden Cloud. Konoha will be taken back by the Hokage. You are dismissed. Yes, my lord. Danzo's throne was picked up by the large ninja. The sound of retreating horns blew across the city. Umbu began their retreat, many of which would never get a chance before being cut down by Suna and Konoha forces. Danzo found the day very amusing and almost enjoyable. He just needed more men. but there are plenty of men out in the world to buy, only a matter of Rio and power. Danzo chuckled to himself, pulling the cork on a sake bottle and toasting his victorious retreat. Kakashi watched as squad after squad of Suna ninja poured into the crater, blades, kunai and spears pointed towards the fleeing Umbu, whose morale had broke under the confusion of command's orders. The ninjas of both villages charged forward, sudden pride and fury revitalized into their battle-worn bodies, charging forward with screams of defiance. Kakashi saw waves of sand spill over Umbu ranks as the Kazekage. Gaara rode them down with crushing force. He spotted Tsunade and surfed his sand over to them, landing right before the Hokage. Kakashi caught up with the two. "You have my thanks, Kazekage. We were at our limit before you showed up." Gaara nodded, his cold, yet soothing, voice spoke as wise as an elder. "In times of civil dispute, we mustn't forget the bonds we share outside our walls." Tsunade nodded, glad she had such a kind and wise ally. "There is an issue, however. Jiraiya was killed a while ago, but the Akatsuki has used some form of reanimation jutsu to bring him back. Right now he fights against his own village. Can you help us? We will help you however we can, Hokage. Where is Naruto? I would very much like to reunite with my old friend. He may be useful against the capture of Jiraiya. Is he with Sakura and the other squads?" Tsunade's lip trembled. "Naruto. He is." Kakashi placed his hand on her shoulder and shook his head. "They are across the backfield, they have their own tasks, different to our own." Gaara nodded. "I see. We have multiple sealing jutsu users in our forces. I think that may be the only way to defeat him." "You are familiar with the jutsu? I read up on the report of how Hiruzen, the third Hokage, defeated Orochimaru's reanimations on the day the leaf was attacked." Gaara signaled to his forces. Several men and women emerged from the group, large scrolls and boxes on their backs, no doubt for sealing and imprisonment. They stepped forward and saluted the two Kage. Gaara pointed towards the large mass of troops in the center of the crater where Jiraiya was surrounded and fighting endlessly. "Our goal is to seal Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Your part is crucial in this plan. Move out." Gaara, Temari and the rest of the ninja surged forward towards the battlefield. Tsunade urged her own troops forward. The large group, a mixture of tan and green combat vests. She stayed behind to consult Kakashi, her eyes filled with question. "Why, Kakashi?" "Because Gaara is Naruto's friend. Temari also shares a deep bond with Sakura. We don't know if Naruto was lying or not, but if she is dead." Kakashi's eyes were raw and were on the brink of tears. His Sharingan was the first to release a tear. He was reminded of the pain when he had lost Naruto and believed him to be dead. He wiped the tear from his face and clenched his fist. He did not want to lose another student. They were like his own children, for God's sakes. The pain of not knowing where Anko was reached him too. Tsunade looked around, seeing if anyone was looking. They were alone as everyone was en route to the center of the conflict. She pulled him in close and hugged him. Kakashi was shocked. It was unprofessional for a Kage to show affection towards its subordinates. She whispered, "I embrace you not because you are my underling. I embrace you because she is my student also, and we both share the same pain. You have been a loyal advisory and ninja ever since I became the Hokage. Now as Hokage, I order you to go find them." "Them?" "Sakura and Anko. They are perhaps the two most important women in your life right now, no?" Kakashi thought of Rin and nodded, dismissing the thought. "Yes. Yes, they are. Now go, I will deal with Jiraiya." "Yes, Lady Hokage, thank you for your comfort. PFF, don't get used to it or anything." Kakashi leaped into the concrete jungle of pillars and shattered buildings. When they had arrived at the hidden Eddie's village, it had actually looked like a city. Now it was uncertain if the city would ever be considered habitable. He cared little for the architecture, however, and was more focused on finding them, Sakura, Anko, and his unborn child. Sasuke awoke from another long period of sleep. He must have fallen asleep from his injuries or sheer lack of purpose. He felt so empty now. As if his guts, blood, and bones were ripped out and replaced with sawdust. He opened his eyes, expecting the sun to burn his eyes like a hot coal, but no such light touched him. He was inside a room. He could feel the warmth from outside heat up the quaint room. He got up on an elbow and glared at the strange environment. The room was a nicely decorated room with furnishings like tables and cupboards. Something about the room looked familiar. He got up and winced as the bandages around the wounds stung. He had multiple puncture wounds from Naruto's chakra rods. It would take time to heal. Where the hell am I? He braced himself for the pain and crawled out of bed, collapsing to the ground as his strength failed him. He cursed as the pain hit him again ever harder, using the nails of his fingers to pull him along the floor, hoping to escape before Itachi kills him for his eyes or leaves him to the hands of Naruto. He heard the door open and closed his eyes, expecting a boot or a blade to come down and strike him cold, but like most of his expectations, it never occurred. Itachi dropped to a knee and patted Sasuke's shoulder. I know right now you do not trust me in the slightest. But I'm not leaving you to die on your own. I'm already dead. Itachi nodded, his eyes hurt at his brother's current state. Can I help you up? This room is hardly the place to talk. I'll take you to the kitchen. Sasuke nodded and allowed his brother to lead him into the kitchen into another familiar setting. He sat him down in a chair and checked Sasuke would be stable enough to sit on his own. A pot of soup was boiling over on the wood stove. Itachi moved the pot off the element and brought it to the table. He poured it into a small bowl for Sasuke. The smell of fresh onions, beef, carrots and broth filled Sasuke's nose. He could not deny his own hunger. He turned his head from the food and closed his eyes in distaste. Itachi bit his lip and nodded. Here. Watch me. Sasuke turned back to Itachi. He dipped in his spoon and took a mouthful of Sasuke's soup. No poison or trickery here, little brother. Genjutsu. What? This could be genjutsu for all I know. Okay, then chakra kick yourself out and watch as I eat the soup with my eyes covered? Itachi pulled his scratched Konoha headband over his eyes and took another spoonful of the soup and drank it down. Sasuke nodded and reached for his spoon, grasping it awkwardly in his hands and lifting it to the bowl. His hand shook with aftershock and frail strength. The spoon dropped from his grasp and clattered to the tabletop. Sasuke's lips trembled and fresh tears fell as painful memories surfaced. It was Sakura who had fed him soup when he was injured in hospital. Now she was dead and he was a mess. It hurt Itachi inside to see his brother like this. He was now glad he left Tensei and the Akatsuki. It became easier and easier to want to kill them for what they had done. But was he not also to be blamed? Here. Let me help you. Itachi picked up the spoon and dipped it in, raising it to Sasuke's mouth and letting his little brother eat the soup. This brought back fond memories when Itachi had to babysit Sasuke when he was sick with the flu. He had refused to go to school and stayed by his brother's side, feeding him and getting him the manga and toys he needed. But most of all, being there to show him the love his busy parents seldom got around to. Their father was too busy at the police station and their mother had to sometimes leave to gather food or go to the markets. Itachi decided to share these memories. You know, I remember when you were 6 and you got the flu and I decided to look after you. We were doing the exact same thing we are doing now. Funny. Sasuke mildly smiled. Except back then you could not cook for shit. Itachi laughed, which made Sasuke realize he was being tricked. He grew cold again. Yeah. I've had a long time to perfect that skill. Sasuke snapped. Are you going to tell me what happened or waste my fucking time? I think it might be better to just show you. Is that okay? Show me how you killed our clan in cold blood? To show you the truth, Sasuke. May I? Go ahead. Itachi pushed the bowl of soup aside, focusing his eyes on Sasuke's, their gazes locking. Itachi's Sharingan began to slowly spin, gaining more and more speed the more Sasuke gazed into it. Sasuke felt reality itself around him tear and distort as he was pulled into the past through the Sharingan's visual prowess. The room remained the same, but outside the scenery began to change and form into the nighttime streets of Konoha. Sasuke felt his wounds close and completely heal, but he knew it was only the illusion of health. He wondered why the room remained the same. Was it a flaw? Itachi spoke within his mind. You are a ghost to everyone. Walk to the Hokage's office and walk through the door, that is where the truth shall begin. If you wish. Sasuke made his through the peaceful streets. No destruction or umbu clad in dark armor littered, nothing but the peaceful settings he grew up. He saw children run and play. He spotted a young Shikamaru and Choji playing on the swings, their fathers leaning against the fence watching with amused gazes of paternal love. Sasuke was nothing but a cold chill to them as he moved through the city. He entered the Hokage building with ghostly ease, placing his ear to the door of the main office, listening in. Itachi spoke in his mind yet again. You can walk through the door if you concentrate. Like how you use chakra to keep afloat on water. Sasuke pressed against the door and slid through it like water. The feeling was like rubbing against silk curtains. Inside the office was the third Hokage, Danzo, and Itachi. His older brother bowed before the two Konoha elders. Awaiting his orders, Sasuke took a seat across the room and watched it all unfold. Danzo spoke first. So you know what must be done. If the Uchiha rebel against us, Konoha will not survive the conflict. We will appear weak to the other nations and be picked off like weak prey. Itachi nodded. Yes. I am to disable the police force and end Uchiha resistance and restore peace between the two groups, correct? Hiruzen bowed his head in sorrow and turned away to the window, gazing upon the Uchiha village with a blue expression. He could not bring himself to look into the loyal Umbu's eyes. Danzo, however, was cold as ice with his response. Dawning realization grew in Sasuke. Danzo shook his head. You aren't going to disable the rebellion. You are going to disable the clan itself. Itachi rose to his feet, losing all formality. Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean disable my clan? You must go to the Uchiha district and silence the Uchiha forevermore. It is either the Uchiha or the entire village. It is a sacrifice that needs to be made. Itachi tossed his face mask to the ground, revealing his face. My family? My friends and my people? You want me to kill them all? You must be joking. This is cold justice. This is cold murder. I can't slaughter my own people. You must. An Uchiha member must do it. It's the only way to avoid war, Itachi. You are asking me to go into the home of every Uchiha member and kill them while they sleep, the women and children too. Everyone with the Uchiha curse of hatred, every person with the blood of Uchiha in their veins must be silenced. Itachi gripped his chest. You can't possibly mean my own family too. Them too. As long as an Uchiha lives, there is a risk of conflict. Tensions between the shinobi and Uchiha police had been high since the time the second Hokage was in control. The day I kill my family is the day I die. Take your offer and shove it up your ass. Kakashi leaped from building to building, his eyes scanning for Anko's familiar chakra type, hoping to find his girlfriend and child unharmed and safe. He saw many bodies, some of which he had shared light conversation with in the village, all great kind-hearted ninja who never deserved the death they received by their own elite officers, the Umbu. He felt her presence close by, his heart filling with relief and longing to see his love. He dropped to the ground. Cupping his hands over his mouth, he called, Anko! She was nearby, but he wanted to hear her voice. Where are you? He moved inside a large building. In its center was a large open room. Anko was close. He figured this was a large piece of the bank building that had collapsed when the Umbujutsu had collided and brought the structure down. Many good men had died then. He called out to her again. He was certain of her location now. He wanted to sweep her up the moment he saw her. He entered the large room and called out again. Anko! She replied, her voice cold and emotionally distraught. She sat in the center of the big room, crouched over a lump, which had been covered in her jacket. Anko turned and a tear fell down her cheek at the sight of him. I'm here, Kakashi. Anko. I was so worried. Anko, what is wrong? What are you hiding? He tried to walk over to it, but she moved to intercept. No, Kakashi, please. Don't look. Now is not the time. I sense familiar chakra in the air. It's not ours. What is under your jacket? Kakashi, no! Don't look, please. Please! He pulled back the jacket and dropped to his knees. His eyes shook in his skull and his hands trembled like running engines. Anko fell to his side and cried on his shoulder, his face paralyzed with growing despair, sorrow, sadness, depression, and fury. He moved his hand to brush Sakura's cold hair out of her eyes, her face still held together in a smile with her own blood, smiling as she were not dead. He went to feel her pulse, but Anko only shook her head, sobbing harder. I'm sorry, Kakashi, she's gone. No. She's gone, Kakashi. I'm so sorry. No. No. No, no, no. This can't happen again, God Sakura no. Please, oh Sakura, no! He slammed his fists on the muddy ground, striking the ground as if it were the murderer. Falling to his chest he cried, another student lost to this cruel world. He has always appreciated Sakura's grace when taking care of the two boys and her ability to get back up and fight. Now he was left without two of his students, and the third missing in action somewhere on the battlefield. Anko could only embrace Kakashi as he wept on her shoulder, his mask pulled down off his mouth and his vest and kunai tossed aside. He removed his headband and felt its cursed emblem burn into him like the guilt he already carried. The village kept taking and taking from him. He noticed a small black rod next to Sakura's body. Anko sobbed. I found it next to her body. I think it was the weapon that... She broke off into more sobs, clutching Kakashi tighter. He examined the rod, which was leaking off faint chakra that was all too familiar to him. He clenched his fist and struck the dirt as terrifying fits of sadness and rage took a hold of him, tearing the innocent character apart. All he could hear in his mind was that one cursed name, the one name that he had once loved to hear and thought of as a son. Naruto, is this how far you will sink? Is it? Naruto! Sasuke was shocked back into his chair, his eyes wide with realization. His brother had never wanted to, but why did he do it in the end? Hiruzen turned from the window and ordered Danzo to leave the room for a moment. Danzo looked bitter then complied, leaving the room with a bitter curse. Hiruzen poured himself a glass of sake and sipped at it gently, hoping the milky alcohol would ease his stress. It did no such thing. He turned to Itachi and nodded. I know. It is a ridiculous solution to this civil unrest. But believe me, it is the only way. Tell me, Itachi, are you loyal to the Uchiha or the Leaf Village? All Uchiha are loyal to the Leaf Village. I am loyal to the Leaf Village. If the Uchiha split from the village, there will be conflict among Konoha's clans. The Hyuga might wish to take control, or another village might annex our whole land. You know as well as I do what the Hidden Stone does to prisoners. If there is civil war, all the Uchiha, all the citizens of Konoha and all the people of the Land of Fire will be killed in the war that will soon follow. Everyone? Why us? The other nations will want our Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. They will want our Byakugan on Sharingan abilities. They will slaughter everyone in their path to get these weapons. Either way, Itachi, the Uchiha will be wiped out. It is destiny. That both the Senju and the Uchiha would fall and leave the smaller clans to run the world. Danzo and I only ask you to do your part for the village, save the Land of Fire. You alone can do this. I can't. How am I supposed to face my little brother, with blood on my hands as my blade crosses his throat? I can't. Your brother will die either way, Itachi. This world will be thrown into a shinobi war, and places like this will be no better than the Hidden Rain. Look at me, Itachi. There is innocence in your brother, no doubt. If you were to make a mistake, if Sasuke was able to escape or survive, I could not hold that against you. So if I do this, Sasuke can live a normal life. No, it won't be normal, but he will become a strong ninja and will rebuild the Uchiha clan with his ideals. What about me? What is to become of me after it is done? You will be a criminal, wanted throughout the world for the crime we made you do, but you will also be the savior of 1,000,000 lives. Think of the later and you won't feel so bad. One day Sasuke can find this out. Then he can understand why it was done. I will do it. Just promise me you will keep an eye out for Sasuke while I am gone. Of course, I will keep him under protection in case Danzo tries anything. I have experience enough right now babysitting the Uzumaki boy. Maybe they can be friends. Could very well happen, yes. Sasuke felt the world rip in half as he was pulled from the genjutsu like being born again. He was pulled back into the chair of the kitchen, genjutsu fading into reality, as Sasuke realized the house he was in was a replica of his old childhood house, its furnishings in the correct place, and cleaned as if their mother had been in it only minutes ago. Sasuke gasped as he adjusted to the new air, his mind spinning and his eyes on the edge of tears. He looked up at his brother with sorrow and longing. Itachi scratched the back of his head, smiling slightly. Yeah, I tried to get this house to look as close to the real deal as possible. I think it turned out quite nice in the end. I hated you. All this time I hated you and wanted nothing more than to kill you. And now I see. Oh God. He slipped off his chair and fell to the ground. Itachi shot out of his chair quickly to assist Sasuke. His younger brother only shook his head, screaming no, crawling back away from Itachi, pressed to the cupboards with nowhere else to go. Tears spilled down his cheeks as he let it all out. His revenge had been nothing but a lie. Now all he could do was forgive his brother forevermore. No, no, no! Get back, please, I have no right to ask you anything, Itachi. I hated you all these goddamned years. I was so wrong. Itachi shook his head. No, Sasuke, it is okay, calm down, brother. I don't deserve to be your brother. Oh God, I tried to kill the one person who saved me. Please forgive me, brother. Forgive me for all I have done to you, and now Sakura is gone, and you are not my enemy. I don't know what to feel anymore. Itachi pulled his brother off the ground and into an embrace, their foreheads pressed together. Itachi patted his brother's back and soothingly encouraged him. Years of detachment, missed birthdays, hugs and love was made up for in that one moment as two brothers who had seen each other through blind eyes now saw clearly. Itachi whispered to Sasuke, his own eyes teary. All you need to know, Sasuke, is I love you. And we kill Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 29, Try to Forget. Hinata stepped forward and held the door open for Nagato and Konan, steeping inside with Naruto clutched to his chest resting. His Kyuubi rampage had drained great proportions of his chakra, leaving him weak and tired. Konan had sent Sasori, Deidara and Orochimaru out on a supply run, but she knew Orochimaru will just sit and watch or conduct experiments on the local fauna. She had her doubts about the other two also, but as long as the base was kept quiet and tidy she did not mind. She wanted to just lie down with Nagato and talk. They never had sufficient time to just talk. Ever since he got his new body it has been flat-out chaos between occasional drunken states. The simple act of cuddling with her man, naked or not, would be simple meditation for Konan. She needed the soothing silent comfort of a cool bed in a still room. The explosions and cries of battle had a devious way of burrowing into your mind. Nagato set Naruto down into Hinata's arms. Hinata, are you fine with Naruto for now? Yes. I will take him to the room and conduct what little medical ninjutsu I can. I think he mainly needs rest, however. Great. Thank you for looking after him. I worry for my nephew's safety sometimes. Hinata always forgot the two were related, she smiled. Everything I do is for our family, Nagato. Nagato smiled at her bold statement of our family. He approved of her kind, loving nature, and could not think of a better bearer of the Uzumaki family along with Konan. That reminded him, a thin grin smirking across his face. Well then, I'll leave you to Naruto. Get some sleep yourself, okay? You look as tired as he does. She yawned and carried Naruto out of the room towards their suite. Your advice is good, I think I will take it. Hinata left the room, leaving nothing but Nagato, Konan and a sexual tension that had been building ever since Nagato woke up drunk. He had waited to make love to her soberly ever since they trained Naruto, wanting her more and more with each violent attack they dished out in the hidden Eddie's village, his lust growing stronger and stronger up to this moment. He did not want just sex, he wanted her so much more from her, the intimacy that far surpassed mindless sex, the connection of bodies and lips as their love became concrete. He just wanted to lie back and relax, not having to worry about dying or a knife stabbing him in the back. He knew she felt the same way. It danced in her eyes as she ran them across his body. She bit her lip. You seemed eager to get her moving. I wonder why. I don't know what was going through my head. But I certainly know what could go into yours. You do the thing I like and I'll do the thing you like. Sound fair? Sounds too good to be true. You are too good to be true. When am I going to wake up from Orochimaru's operation in a failed body? This surely is not reality. I bet I'll wake up in some alleyway and instead of a blue-haired beauty there will be a hairy old bum snuggling me. Conan cracked up laughing. Oh, stop it, flattering won't get you anything. He pulled a sly grin. Oh. Won't it, Conan? She gave in. Okay. Maybe it definitely surely will. She grabbed him by the neck of his cloak and pulled him into the adjacent room, her face grinning and flushed. They had unpacked their stuff for the first time upon the day they arrived. This was their first time officially moving in together. Nagato always had to sleep near medical equipment and chakra rods, making it nearly impossible for Conan to live with her boyfriend. The few times they could spend the night together were either painful for Nagato or poorly timed and short-lived. Now they had this whole space for themselves. But soon they would have to pack up and move yet again to their next destination for safety purposes. Orochimaru always moved hideout every few months to throw off trackers. Conan pulled him onto the large bed and smirked. The room was a mixture of red and blue furniture they had custom made by Hidden Rain tailors under a fake identity, as everyday citizens. Conan Blue and Nagato Red decorated the room from sofas to posters. It was an odd match, but such was their relationship. She tossed aside her cloak over a chair and pushed him down on the duvet, climbing on top of him and pushing him down further with her cool lips. He blushed as red as his hair and kissed back, parting his lips and kissing her deep, their tongues meeting halfway, wrapping around one another like pythons in the dark. She guided his hands under her vest and cupped them around her breasts. He was beyond nosebleeds now. The enjoyment was blocking all blood movement, so he was safe from bleeding to death. She snickered. Never really understood what guys love about tits so much. But it feels so right. Nagato grinned. That's a question not even the great sage knows. His hands cupped her bare breasts. She pulled off her top and tossed it aside, allowing Nagato to truly take hold of her. His thumb rolling over the soft nipples, she flicked her head back in sudden thrills, as his mouth suckled at her breasts. The tingly sensation like bliss took hold of her. She felt heat build within her. Her body was a furnace, and the hot coals were warming flaring downstairs. Her hands gripped tighter on the mattress next to his head. She slid her hand up his chest and pulled up his shirt, her hands bumping over the hard abs built by both battle and surgical enhancement. Nagato was more physically fit than he ever was in his entire life, also bigger too, if you catch the meaning. She blushed at her man, his looks melted her insides. You are so damned handsome. He felt the same of her. You are so damned hot. This has been a long time coming, hasn't it? I was curious how I did that night. The fact I was tied to the bedposts must have truly been something. I have a feeling this time will be even better. He bit his lip and pouted. Is that so? What if I refuse your sexual hospitality? I'm not letting you leave until I am satisfied. You are fucking done, kiddo. I can think of better places for a woman with such a dirty mouth. She giggled, touché. She spun from where she sat on his chest and turned around to unbutton his remaining clothes. He did the same to her. Minutes later they lay naked on top of each other, her breasts pressed against his chest and their lips locked. She ran her tongue from his lips to his cheek, licking his face like a cat. Nagato was thank Jashin for his crazy-ass kinky girlfriend. She whispered all the dirty things any guy would love to hear into his ear, lightly nibbling the corners of his ear and laughing as he twitched in enjoyment and scared surprise. She was in a deep sexual trance that he was afraid to interrupt. She might get abusive if he pissed her off. Being naked at such a time could only be disastrous. He grinned at the sexual deviant that had once been his girlfriend, cupping his hand to her breast and relaxing as she took care of every ache in his body, all but his aching heart, which longed for a more permanent bond they could share. She climbed on top of him and turned towards his cock, her ass dancing in his face. Want me to do the thing you like, while you do the thing I like? Equality has never been so enjoyable. Do as you please, Nagato-sensei. He loved it when she used role play. He certainly picked the dirtiest girl of the bunch. He slapped her ass and kissed each scalp cheek, his light stubble tickling her as he moved in towards the center. Her ticklish giggles turned into long moans as he began to gently massage her with nothing but his tongue, her face blushing a Uzumaki red as she began on him, sliding his cock into her mouth and rolling her tongue around it like a eel in the ocean depths. They both moaned, groaned and huffed in unison, working together to make each other's relaxation as incredible as possible. With their free hands they made dexterous use, Nagato rubbing at her sensitive areas, Conan massaging his balls. Their chakra-linked and heightening the sensations their bliss became interlocked with one another. Nagato was tempted to use tools of the Azura path to heighten her enjoyment, but he felt this moment was too intimate and personal to involve augmentation and jutsu. This was the combining of their love. He grunted. I don't know about you, but if you keep this up I'm going to run of more than just chakra. Slow down, babe. Let me catch up here. I can work slower, sensei. Have I been bad? The honorific sent a jolt of pleasure down his spine. He stumbled for words. Why, you are, worthy of punishment. Sure, let's go with that. She rolled her eyes and slowed down her pace, pulling it out and gently licking his cock like a melting ice block, her lips kissing and caressing his sensitivity, teasing him for all he is worth. He knew he would not last long at this rate. He felt a little payback was needed. He sucked his index finger then lightly pushed into her, using his tongue to slip in its entry. She gasped and clasped the bedsheets like a vice, her teeth gritting and mouth pulled back in a shocked grin as extreme sensations of pleasure and bodily nerves tingled throughout her insides. She looked over her shoulder and pouted. That's quite bold of you. Was I using you up? She giggled in teasing satisfaction. I'll bulge you. Wait, shit, that sounded off. Sounded fun, wanna? Does Naruto like ramen? I guess that's answer enough. Naruto sat up in bed. His cloak and shirt had been removed and folded over the chair. His stomach was wrapped in bandages and was stained red with healed-over blood. The 9 tails was better than any band-aid. He looked around the room. Gentle fingers caressed the naked skin of his shoulder blades and startled him. He turned faintly smiling. Hinata lay next to him, in shorts and a casual black singlet, her eyes checking his wounds and pains, pretending not to be aroused by his built chest. He patted his stomach wound and winced. Morning, Hinata. How on earth did I end up with this? I don't remember getting stabbed. She rolled her eyes. It's not morning anymore, dummy. During the battle you sustained a great many wounds, Kurama, and your adrenaline kept you from realizing or feeling anything. That's what Orochimaru says at least. He went to stand up and fell back on the bed, exhausted and in aching pain. Kyuubi transformations always peeled aching layers of skin and left him with something close to a sunburn. Hinata rose quickly and pulled Naruto into a sitting position and sat in behind him. He sat in between her legs facing the other side of the room as she ran her hands along his shoulders. He cocked an eyebrow. What are you? Back in the Hyuga household, I learned many things from my servants as ordered by father. Things like cooking, cleaning and most recently the art of massage. It's a skill my clan has perfected since our formation long ago. Do you know why that is? Because Hyuga girls are too damned cute not to touch. She slapped the back of his head, then leaned down and pecked his cheek. Wrong and also right. No, the true reason is our Byakugan. We can see the chakra vessels and see where stress and pains develop. The massage can sometimes repair and vitalize chakra flow. That is why. He grinned, his nose anticipating a nosebleed. I've heard it's best done naked. She shook her head, rolling her eyes. In your state, Naruto-kun, I doubt you could get your own zipper down. Maybe next time. I had to try, you know. Just relax, I'll make all the pain go away. Massage is not only physical, Naruto. It can be triggered by many things, like sound and even taste. Just lay back and let me work my magic. She laid his head back against her chest, her soft breasts like a cloud pillow that he could easily fall asleep on as he stared up into her lavender eyes. She leaned down, whispered from ear to ear, counting up and down as she worked her hands into the crevices of his shoulders and the smooth skin of his chest, rubbing and pressing chakra points and replenishing his energy with every passing minute. His mind drifted into thought. His father had confronted him and gave his blessing and his curse. Naruto did not know what to do. Was he feeling doubt? Hinata picked up his emotional tension in the nape of his neck. She arched down, and each temple, smoothly asking him what the issue was. What has you down? I can feel it in your posture. Is it the battle? Or something else? Outside the battle, when I was inside Kurama, I met my father for the first time in years. She stopped, shocked at the revelation. How is that possible? His chakra was sealed in me along with my mother's. Their spirit or ghost lives on in me or something weird like that. What did he say? I don't want to talk about it. She turned his head to hers, her eyes piercing into his. Then you must. That is what's eating away at you right now, please, Naruto. He told me how wrong I am, how I walk the dark path and are hell-bent on revenge. As the former Hokage. She cut him off. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, I went a little quick there. My father was the fourth Hokage. All along I was the son of the Hokage. No one ever told me. I'm shocked. This whole time you never knew about your parents? Hiruzen never said anything. Anyway, as the former Hokage he was furious with me and probably wanted me imprisoned or executed. But as your father? As my father he told me he loved me unconditionally and he was happy to see me with the love of my life. He thinks you are perfect, and he could not be happier with the future we will share. That's what is tearing me apart. Is he angry or is he happy? I don't know what to do anymore, Hinata. So what if we walk the path? He frowned. What path? I don't think you have come to admit your place in the world, Naruto. You and I, Konan and Nagato, we are considered evil, dark and villainous. There is nothing we can do until we win. History is won by the victors. Right now they control the world and we are the Dark Walkers. After they killed Niji I came to grips with my place in the world. I admitted to myself that I must walk in the dark to reach the light. He smiled, it was true. Walk in the dark to reach the light. I love you, Hinata, so much it hurts more than these cuts and bruises. I love you too. But you realize. Realize what? She slapped the pillow on his face and laughed. Sweet-talking me is not going to get you laid, not now anyway. Damn, I was hoping you would not pick up on that, you know? Nagato was more exhausted than he was during any time at the battle. Not even the Rinnegan could help aid his fight against this car-breasted angel. She was on top of him, thrusting downward on him fast and hard. His hands were already cuffed behind him to the bedposts. Now he knew what had really happened that drunken night. Conan's face was flushed and burning red as her insides were near their pleasuring boiling point. She yelled out with each thrust downward, her breasts rocking up and down. Nagato cursed and swore in enjoyment. He never knew swearing could be so expressive. He now knew why Haiden loved it so much. Ooh yes, I fucking love it when you call my name, Konan-chan. She gasped as another spasm jerked her body. That's right. Use your dirty little honorifics. Nagato-sensei. Are we still role-playing? I'm confused. Am I still a teacher or am I still? She pinched his lips shut and snarled in a horny voice. I don't care, just fuck me harder. He mumbled through closed lips, yes ma'am. He increased his strength and thrust, throwing them both into an even deeper sense of ecstasy, the sounds of their bodies colliding like claps from the audience. She screamed out long and hard as she was at the tipping point, inching higher and higher until she was overflowing with satisfaction, pleasure, and love. Nagato was coming to his own climax, thrusting harder until he felt his junk might melt like an icicle. He released his tension and let the bliss take hold. Calling out as he laid back gasping, she fell on top of him, her breasts hanging over his mouth. He kissed each breast and pulled her close to him, their hearts almost touching as they beat like steel drums. her face still bright red and her face pulled back in an exhausted smile. Her insides filled with the seed that carried both a child and their love. He locked lips with her, pulling the blanket over them and kissing like new lovers, which technically they were. Nagato found himself thinking, I'm going to marry this woman. Maybe in a few days I know she will say yes, and this may be the last time we have before war hits us on all sides. Now I just got to ask her. When? Marry me. He then realized what he had thought out loud. Fuck. Fuck. I was not supposed to say it. She bolted up off Nagato and up onto her feet, her eyes wide. Really? You really mean it? She jumped up and covered his face. No, I did not mean to ask you now. It slipped. So you don't want to marry me? No, I do. I really do. I just wanted to propose romantically and I just fucked it up. The surprise is ruined. She threw back her head and laughed at Nagato's demolished morale. You idiot. I know. I'm sorry, Konan. Blood trickled from her nose. Just thinking about the sex she had just had sent goosebumps down her legs and warmth inside her. She had longed for the sexual contact with Nagato she had just had for years. She had wanted to hear those words for even longer. I just had the best, most leg-weakening sex in my entire life. We snuggled and gently whispered our love nakedly pressed together. I may not be like other girls. Because that was perhaps the most romantic thing we have ever done together. No matter how smutty or perverted it is. Besides, you know from the amount of porn I read, don't you? Wait. Where on earth are you reading porn? Nagato, did you really think hiding the magazines under the couch cushions would work? You aren't the only one who enjoys reading. Nagato grinned dirtily. He shook it off and looked anxious. So, Konan, is that a yes? A yes to what? The question I asked. What question? Don't play these games, please. She grinned cheekily. Say it, pretty please. Will you marry me? Instead of answering, she jumped onto him, wrapping her legs around him and pushing him into her. It seemed he was ready for a round two, and so was she. Nagato was pushed off balance and stumbled across the room, leaning Konan against the wall and kissing down her neck. She rocked her head back and let him trail down her neck. Her naked back pressed to the walls, he began to rock into her, not letting her feet touch the ground as they moved into round two, this time him taking dominance. She licked his cheek and whispered, Is this a good enough yes for you? Sasuke stared out at the forest through the second-story window, although in truth he was not staring at anything. His mind and eyes were blank, all but the image of Sakura, her last blink and her slowing twitches until her own eyes also went blank. He replayed the scene in his head over and over, his eyes still sore from using them throughout the battle, but the true pain in his eyes was her, stabbed and stabbed over and over. He clutched his head, clenched his fist, driving it into the dry wall and crashing through the wall. He pulled his hand free and watched the small trickles of blood crawl from cut knuckles and slide down his fingers, hitting the hardwood floor with inaudible drips. Itachi, who has been standing near his brother the whole time, clasped his brother's hand and walked him to the sink, running cold water over the wound. He was concerned for his brother. Think about that day in the park. What? Years ago. Our family spent the afternoon out of the hidden leaf, in the land of Steam's resort. We had a picnic under the cherry blossoms and had our family picture taken. It helps the anger and pain. Trust me, brother. Sasuke focused on that day long ago. Itachi and Sasuke were playing tag. Itachi used his substitution jutsu to fool Sasuke and laugh as his kid brother collided with nothing but the log of wood, their parents looking at the two with warm amusement, their hands locked together and bright sparks in their eyes as the married couple enjoyed the short time they were allowed on vacation, enjoying each other's presence and company before the police station called him back into duty. Sasuke had tripped over a root and smacked his head hard against the ground. Their mother shot up to go check on Sasuke, but before she knew it, Itachi was there pulling his crying brother into his embrace, patting his back and soothingly calming his brother. He remembered that hug most of all. Itachi had been there as soon as he fell, his strong arms rocking Sasuke into a calm state of safety, Then they both began to laugh and ran off to play. This memory calmed him. He felt Sakura's death recede from his thoughts and lock itself into a dark corner of his mind. He removed his hand from his forehead. The aching had stopped. He turned to his brother and stared widely. He nodded. Better? Much better. You were always there for me back then. I always have been. When you graduated from Ninja Academy, I was in the crowd covering my chakra presence. I was there when you defeated Naruto at the final valley. I have always been watching over you, brother. Glad you were living a life I never could. I would do anything for you. Sasuke's lips trembled. He longed for the hug of that day. He opened his arms out and stepped towards his brother's embrace. I'm sorry, Itachi. Enough with this. I planned it all to happen. You were supposed to hate me. You owe me no apology. I owe you an apology for not being there in your life and not just from a distance. You are here now. That's all I care about. The two brothers, once lost and now reunited, embraced. Naruto had drifted to sleep in Hinata's arms. The stress and pains of the battle past put too much tired strain on him. He felt himself float down into the realm of dream, touching lightly on the concrete floors of a large room as his dreams became lucid. The room was large and cold, almost like a cavern compared to an actual room. He felt the cool air sting away at his skin. He then realized this was not a dream. He was inside the chamber of the Kyuubi. The deep voice crumbled. This has truly set our bond back. Hasn't it? So how about we talk about it and let me go? He sighed. Kurama, I'm sorry for locking you back up. I had no idea how to react. My own father just came back to tell me he loved me and was disappointed at the same time. But I must know, why didn't you ever tell me who he was? What had happened that night? If I told you before we bonded, you would have to use for me. You would have recovered your father's home and his jutsu techniques that have been stored away, become powerful and even surpassed his own power by using my chakra. In the end I would be no more a prisoner than I am now. Naruto waved his hand aside, the gates shattering and releasing Kurama. I understand. Although your reasons are selfish and power-driven, I would have done the same. Kurama nodded. Are you intimidated by your father's threats? The more I think about it, no. He could have sealed it in anyone. He could have used some other ninja to die for the village. His sacrifice brought me more pain than my death would have. He is not my father. Jiraiya is my father more or less. He actually looked after me. That reminds me, what of him now? Naruto cut him off. I will not speak of him. He is not Jiraiya. He is a puppet controlled by the Akatsuki. I can't afford to think of him as an ally anymore. You have grown colder in the last few hours, no? When I am in battle I must become a different man. One who is not weak or exposed to emotions. When I am alone with Hinata I am who I am. You intend to lock away your feelings like you do me? Good luck. Man is weak to emotion. Which is why Kurama. I must become a god. His eyes fluttered open, his link with Kurama broken as he forced himself awake. He checked the clock and had been asleep for a good 3 hours. He had forced himself awake because it was the right time to leave Kurama, but also because he sensed a presence nearby. Hinata was not in the room or nearby. He suspected she went to see Konan. He sat up, his wounds no longer healing thanks to the cooperation with Kurama. A knock came at the door. He could sense Nagato and called. Come on in, uncle. Nagato entered. I'm your uncle, but I'm not to be called your uncle. I never asked. Why not? It just feels weird. You and I are closer than just nephew and uncle. Calling me that just seems a little. I don't know. Just odd. Alright, I understand. What's up? He pulled a bottle of sake from his cloak and grinned. Wanna be my best man? As if describing how he popped the question, he popped the cork off the bottle and grinned wider. Hinata took her seat across from Konan, who was flustered, her face still blushed from the hot sex she had hours ago, but something even better pestered her mind. Across the room, Deidara sat shaping his clay pottery and minding his own business, while Sasori tinkered with his arms. Konan offered Hinata a drink. She checked the clock and saw it was past 12. She accepted the sake and drank it down, a light blush crossing her face. Konan looked to the other two, then back to Hinata, making sure she was quiet about this. Hinata, please be quiet when I tell you this. Huh. Oh. Okay then. Her grin seemed wider than her own face. Well. Nagato popped the question. We're getting married? Hinata fell off her chair and shot back, pointing and gasping in unison. Married. Oh my god, oh my god! You were supposed to be quiet, Baka. Sasori's arm dropped from his body. His jaw was no different. You and Nagato are getting married? Weird. Deidara spat out a mouthful of coffee. Married? Who's the lucky woman? Orochimaru poked his head through the door. Congratulations on your worthless human bond that will rot away long after your corpse. Konan snarled. AHTO hell with all of why? I'm just so happy it's happening. Hinata ran in and picked up Konan and screamed. This is so kawaii. You can put me down, Hinata. It happens all the time. Not to you. We have to buy a dress and a cake and a... Nothing crazy, please. We are mercenaries, remember? Hinata saddened at the realization that her own wedding would never be formal or official. Konan did not want her feeling down. Hey, Hinata. What? Well, I'm going to need a maid of honor, no? Hinata ran and picked her up again, laughing and screaming. Really? You mean it? Oh my god, thank you! Hinata set her down and popped a cork of sake and passed it around. Deidara and Sasori had suddenly joined their conversation and table. Everyone's eyes were fixated on Konan, their face filled with interest and obsessive intent. Konan scratched the back of her head and giggled, not knowing where to begin. Thankfully, Deidara broke the awkward barrier, much to her distaste. So, he proposed after sexum. Smooth. Konan's eyes shot wide open and a trickle of blood ran down her nose. What are you talking about? How did you? Deidara turned to the others. Raise your hand if you heard there. Intimacy. Everyone raised their hand. Sasori grinned and pulled a tape recorder from his arm. He danced it in his hand and winked at Konan. It only took a minute before he was across the room in flailing pieces. Konan wanted to cover her head in shame and hide from the world, but she had to admit. It was good. Hinata looked up from her hands and grinned. That's it. What's what? Your marriage can be official in the eyes of society and a higher being. Oh, I see. So we are going to hijack a wedding and force a priest to marry us. No need for that. We have a qualified monk of our own. Konan felt excited. Could this happen? Who? Haiden. He is a qualified monk of Jashin. He can marry people as he likes. You and Nagato can be officially married if he does it. That is crazy enough. It might just work, but he is all the way in the land of iron by now. I'm as keen for a road trip as anyone. What about you boys? Sasori muttered from across the room. If it beats being in pieces in this fart hole. Count me in. Deidara nodded. Me too. It would be nice to see that loudmouth monk. I owe the Baka a rematch in wrestling. Konan smiled warmly. You guys are willing to help us get there. How can I thank you? Sasori called from across the room. Put me back together again, you bitch. Naruto and Nagato sat in the grandstand of the underground arena where not long ago the Kyuubi had been released. Naruto clutched his bottle close to him. It was still warm from when Nagato heated it with barbaric flame jutsus, certainly not as precise as the Uchiha. They sat and laughed as they talked about his wedding and the times to come. Nagato was waiting for Naruto to confess what was truly on his mind. Ever since he swapped with Kurama, he had been acting distant and troubled. Nagato did not want to force it out of him, so he let it be for the time being. Was it hard? Nagato cocked an eyebrow. Was what hard? Proposing to Konan, wasn't it nerve-wracking? He sighed. Truth be said, I screwed up. I slipped it accidentally and she said yes. I wanted it to be romantic. Was it? Yes. It was, but not as formal as I would have liked. What makes you say that? Nagato grinned. I would not want my children to know I proposed after having wild ravaging sex with their mother. Naruto threw back his head and laughed. True enough. I was hoping you would have an answer to my question, though. Do you love her? Do you think you can make that commitment to her? How did you know? I had the same look in my eye probably. Hinata is an amazing woman and she and Conan have become best friends. She is kind, strong and capable of anything. I can see no person better for my nephew or this clan. Thank you, Nagato. It really means a lot to also have your blessing. Also? Naruto stopped, his face growing cold as he realized what he had also let slip. We need to talk. I know, you have been keeping something from all of us. What happened during the battle? Well, I met my father. I met your brother-in-law, I guess you would put it. My father, the fourth Hokage. Nagato did a double take. What? Yeah. My mother, your sister, married him before he became the youngest and perhaps most fastest leader in the history of the village. How did he visit you? How is it possible? Naruto explained the details to Nagato, not leaving out a single scrap of dialogue and disappointment. Nagato listened with intense interest, wincing at each dark and grim detail of the two's meeting. Smiling at the end and patting his shoulder after hearing his blessings to love and cherish Hinata, that was perhaps the only good part of his day. Nagato took a long gulp of his sake and threw the bottle onto the pitch, shattering into 100 pieces. He turned to Naruto and slowly nodded. I see. This explains a lot. This is putting you under deep stress, Naruto. You need to relax for now and try not to bother you. Maybe plan your own proposal. I'm not going to lie to you, Naruto. Then don't. Time is running out, war is approaching on all sides, and there may never be time to love Hinata more than the peace we have now. You may never get another chance to propose to her. You must keep that under consideration. We are also doing this for the clan too. Yes, Nagato. I understand, but that reminds me. Karen, she is also a fellow Uzumaki clan member. What do you want us to do about her? Will she join us? Hard to say. I hear her boyfriend is one of the Hidden Mist's legendary 7 swordsmen. Suigetsu, I hear his name is. That could be beneficial, Nagato. Think about it. What is on your mind? You sound like you have a plan. Naruto nodded and pulled a spare cigarette he kept in his boot. He never liked to smoke or drink. But when it came to re-establishing a clan and arming up for a war, he needed the sharp edge of the tobacco to take his nerves off of the emotional barbed wire that was his life. He promised himself not to make it a habit. He pulled a match from his pocket and popped it alight with his thumbnail, the end of the cigarette glowing orange and igniting. He dragged the cigarette halfway down the stub and tapped the ashes on the concrete bench, passing the rest of the cigarette to Nagato, who took it willingly and finished it. Naruto wet his index finger and dipped it into the ashes, forming a dark ink like charcoal he could write with. He began to scribble down icons and X's. Look at it this way, Nagato. The X's matched the number of members currently in Tensei. I see, carry on. He drew again, his index finger like a pencil. We have a very limited amount of fighters, highly trained as they may be. We can only fight a crowd if we are well prepared. We sometimes need to rely on luck and Deidara's arc to clear the field, right? Right. Well, if we involve Karen Uzumaki, our long-lost clan member, we can pull her boyfriend into this too, Suigetsu Hozuki. Just by befriending Karen, we can muster together the forces of Tensei and the Hidden Mist legendary swordsmen into one force. They will be interested in fighting their old member Kisame, no? Form an alliance and increase our attacking strength with the might of the mist. That could very well work, but why would we need such numbers, Naruto? Naruto pulled his fox grin wide. Because we are going to need an army to burn Konoha to the ground. And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the newest member, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to NaruHinadorable, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.